The story begins with a young guy lying unconscious. Faint memories of a girl calling him by name flash through his head, Xiaofei. A young guy watches in third person as he is hit by a car while the doctors in the room try to save his life. He lies on the operating table. A moment later, the boy screams loudly and opens his eyes. The voice congratulates Xiaofei, because he has become the owner of an all-powerful system. The young guy frantically looks around, trying to understand where he is now. With this system, even death itself has no power over the guy. The young man does not understand what kind of voice this is, but since this system is omnipotent, can it bring him back to life? But, as it turned out, everything is not so simple. In order to return to life, the guy needs to score 10,000 points. Since the guy is a new user, the voice will lend him points. The main character immediately agrees to this, because he is ready to grab the last rays of life to the end. It was a lucrative offer. He would earn these points in a year. A moment later, the guy's heartbeat begins to pick up again. His restored pulse is visible on the monitors. But if our hero does not repay the debt of 10,000 points within a year, then he will die without the possibility of rebirth. The main character promises that he will return all the points, everything, to the last. Life is much more important to him. He must return it, at any cost. After a couple of seconds, a sign appears above the young guy's head that shows his debt of 10,000 points. At this time, a joyful doctor runs out of the hospital room, shouting that a miracle has just happened. The surgeon was very surprised and happy. When Xiaofei was first taken to the hospital, he showed no signs of life, but now all his indicators are normal. Hearing this, the young girl immediately wanted to go to Xiaofei and check on him, but the doctor said it was too early. Later, the nurse will take her to the guy. Fortunately, the main character was able to survive. He was very grateful to the system, so he immediately asked how he could get back 10,000 points. With the IQ of our hero, this can pose some difficulties, because the guy gets points when he brags. To put it simply, the main character collects points when he shows off. He will die if he doesn't show off. The voice calmly confirms these words, and Xiaofei spits out the drink in surprise, so he will definitely die. A young guy wipes his mouth after a drink while a voice announces that he has a guide for those new to the system. Management appears in front of the guy. The world of boasting is divided into 3 levels: low level, boasting of strength; medium level, posing; high level, incomparable show-off. Xiaofei gets up from the hospital bed, thinking that the system is not very good. He begins to warm up, and the nurses are surprised by this, because he was hit by a car. A moment later, a reminder sign appears above our hero's head for newcomers. It's time to brag. Because of this reminder, our hero falls into thought, because he is trying to figure out how best to show off. After a couple of seconds, he couldn't think of anything better to do than tell the nurses that it was just scratches. Pathos and show-off are heard in the voice. Immediately after this, the system notified that the boy received 2 points because he boasted to 2 people. A moment later, the system happily notifies the protagonist that he has now joined the ranks of the world of boasting. The voice wishes the participant good luck. After some time, the main character goes out into the hospital corridor, and some red-haired girl rushes into his arms, and he calms her down so that she does not cry. The boy affectionately strokes her head and hugs her. The young man calms her down and asks her not to cry, because everything is fine with him. The young boy wipes hot tears from her cheeks and eyes, and with these movements the girl gradually calms down. After a moment, the girl perks up and wipes away her tears. Now she won't cry. Doctors come into the room to check on Xiaofei. Since the patient has already returned to normal, the doctors will not keep him in the hospital and are ready to discharge him. He needs to pay hospital expenses, 13,000 yuan. Xiaofei is confused because he doesn't understand why the doctor demands such a large amount. The system has new template phrases that he can use. The boy begins to make excuses. He would pay for the treatment, but why shouldn't the doctors demand compensation from the person who hit him? For this he gets 3 points. In this case, the young man needs to find the attacker as quickly as possible, otherwise he will be forced to pay for treatment on his own. The guys were calmly talking with the doctor in the ward, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by someone's loud and impudent steps. A policeman and 2 men in black business suits entered the room. They were both wearing sunglasses. The red-haired girl instantly attracted the attention and aroused the interest of one of the men, because she is very beautiful. But the main character, as soon as he heard this, immediately came to the girl's defense and insulted the guy, calling him a rooster. The man clearly did not expect this. He said that it was he who hit him with a car, so now he and the guys came to settle this problem. Xiaofei must sign this paper. The man says he will pay for the treatment costs, but the guy has to pay 200 yuan for food. Xiaofei gets very angry when he hears this. But the stranger does not take his words seriously. It seems that Xiaofei just wants to take his money, and he himself is to blame for what happened. This infuriates the main character, and he scatters all the papers. He almost died because of this scumbag. The scumbag continues to stand his ground and accuses the guy, saying that he himself jumped under the car, and now he's just trying to get money. The bastard is too confident in himself, and our hero will not be able to get more money if he continues to put pressure on him. Xiaofei doesn't even have enough money to press charges. After listening to all this, the boy is incredibly disappointed and angry, because he was slandered. He holds back his emotions and clenches his fist tighter. Realizing that there is no point in having a dialogue with this scumbag, he turns to the policeman and asks for CCTV footage. The policeman offers to resolve everything peacefully, because even if the guy wins the trial, he will spend more money than he can get. The man says that he will pay for the hospital bills and the guy only has to pay 200 yuan for food, but Xiaofei objects and says that he has money. But, as before, rich men do not take the young boy's words seriously. It's good to have money. The bald man thought that Xiaofei was hinting that he wanted more money. In this case, can they help the unfortunate person? A moment later, the man hands the young man a check for 2 million yuan, but in return wants to frolic with his girlfriend. The main character fell into a stupor. He doesn't react in any way and is simply silent, trying to digest the information received. But after a moment, our hero quickly snatches a check for a large amount from the hands of the scumbag. Does he really agree to this arrangement? The red-haired girl is very worried when she sees that the guy took the check. She is afraid that he is ready to give her to these scoundrels for the sake of money. The man already thought that the guy agreed to such conditions, but Xiaofei hugged the girl to him and proudly replied that he did not need money. Our hero behaved quite cool in front of 5 people, so he received 50 points, because for the first time he acted without a template. Now the score is 105 points. A moment later, the main character begins to completely insult and humiliate this bastard, saying that he doesn't need this check for nothing. The man does not take the guy's threats to beat him seriously. He yells at this ragamuffin that he remembered him and now he's in trouble. The scumbag threatens the main character with the fact that they will happily take advantage of his girlfriend, and if he has a relative, then they will use them too. But first, the young guy will personally watch how this bastard frolics with his girlfriend. Our hero is ready to strike and take a swing, but his fist is stopped by someone's strong palm. It was the same bald man who defended the scoundrel. The main character does not give up and is still trying with all his might to free his hand, but it seems to be going very poorly. A moment later, a notification appears in the system with an offer to acquire basic Wing Chun skills for 100 points. It's a good offer and the guy spends 100 points. Thanks to this skill, the young boy became much stronger and was able to free his hand from the man's strong grip. And a moment later he swung his free hand, pointing it straight at this scumbag. Now he'll take his power away. Our hero's fist hits the bastard's face and the man flies back from such force. He clearly didn't expect to get such a ragamuffin. But the main character makes excuses and says that he was just defending himself. This makes the girl laugh while the man bleeds in rage. The bald man gets nervous when he sees the blood coming from his master's nose. The scumbag has no time for this now. He is too angry. After a moment, these 2 scoundrels turn around and quickly head towards the exit to leave the room in disgrace. The policeman warns the boy and tells him to be careful, because he is just a student. The main character smiles and briefly thanks the law enforcement officer. After this, the man hands our hero a folder containing all the information about the accident. Xiaofei happily takes it to use in the future. Finally, the guys left the hospital. The guy is very furious with the words of that bastard, but the girl says not to pay attention. The guy agrees with the girl's words. Now he has to go back to university and doesn't have time to talk. When our hero is about to leave, he sees 3 policemen in front of him, who are closely watching him. Law enforcement officers handcuff him and detain him on the grounds of fraud. The main character gritted his teeth in anger. he couldn't believe that the scumbag had already complained to the police. The girl wants to help Xiaofei, but the police are blocking the way. She knows that the guy is not a scammer. And so, after some time, the guys arrived at the police station. A policeman sits at the table and shouts menacingly at the main character, accusing him of brazenly extorting money. Our hero sits opposite and feels quite calm. He wonders if they have any evidence that he is a fraudster. The man says that if Xiaofei confesses, they will try to hush this matter up, but if he continues, they will contact his university. But it seems that our hero is not going to admit to something he didn't do. He asks to look into his honest eyes. He really isn't lying. The policeman is very angry with the impudent boy. He tells him to sit here for 2 days and think about his behavior. And after a moment, the man turns around and leaves the room. There are many ways to get a guy out. The system notifies the guy that he gets 5 points for trolling a police officer. But our hero does not despair and replays in his head the words of the policeman he met earlier. A moment later, the young boy remembers that he has evidence that the traffic cop provided him. The main character immediately decides to open this folder and look at what information about the accident is located there. And the young man is beside himself with joy when he realizes that inside there is video from surveillance cameras. But soon he again plunges into sadness, because he remembers that the police confiscated his smartphone. The system can help the guy to view content and upload it online. You need to place the card between your eyebrows. The main character obediently follows all the instructions of the system, because this is his only way out. After he did this, it seemed like something really started to happen. The young man immediately opened his eyes. And as soon as the boy opened his eyes, he saw in front of him a huge white screen, in the corner of which there was a folder. Xiaofei did not hesitate and immediately decided to open the folder to look at the contents. When he opened it, he saw many more folders with videos inside. The young man looked at them carefully, but could not understand why there were so many of them. When our hero dared to open one of the folders, he saw an image of a car license plate, stained with blood. The young boy decided to watch other videos, and in each of them he saw people covered in blood who had been hit by a car. What he saw made the blood run cold. The main character was very angry and determined. A moment later, the system asked if the guy was going to post these videos online. When the main character answered, his voice didn't even waver. He was going to do this. The young man was going to post absolutely all these terrible videos online and open people's eyes to the truth. At this time, the head of the department named Ding Chuan turns to De Yong and asks if he has detained a student named Zhou Xiaofei. The boy looks up and looks at his boss. Yes, it really was him. The man is angry with the guy for shutting the student down without evidence by putting pressure on him. The guy tries to justify himself by saying that Xiaofei talked too much, but Ding Chuan doesn't listen and fires him. Hearing this, De Yun jumps up and wants to go after the boss to try to explain everything. But someone's hand grabs the guy by the shoulder and doesn't allow him to run away. It was his work colleague. He suggested that the guy take a look at what they write about him on the internet. The boy immediately became interested, and he took the phone, after which he went online. When he scrolled through some sites, he realized with horror that the truth had been revealed. It was terrible. In the pictures, he saw the same man for whom he detained Xiaofei. The boy dropped the phone from his hands and fell into a stupor. He couldn't believe it was true. At this time, the head of the police department hurries to our hero, who was detained without evidence. The main character sits calmly and awaits developments. He has already posted all the videos on the internet. After some time, Ding Chuan enters the room, introducing himself as the head of the department. The man bows to the young man and sincerely apologizes, saying that he has already been fired. Xiaofei doesn't blame the man for anything. He just asks for his wallet and phone back. This is where the complaints end. Immediately after our hero had his things returned, he went to the exit and was released. But as soon as the young boy left the building, he caught the eye of that same fired employee. It was De Yun. He looked at the main character with undisguised anger and contempt, gritting his teeth. But our hero is absolutely not afraid of this scoundrel. He insults him and looks menacingly in response. A moment later, the young man receives another point from the system for putting the loser in his place. When De Yun hears insults directed at himself, he begins to get even more furious, threatening our hero. Xiaofei silently looks after the departing loser. The guy didn't answer him anymore. A moment later, the young man is distracted by the fact that a girl who was very worried about him rushes into his arms. Our hero is embarrassed by such care and attention from the girl. He apologizes for making her worry. After a couple of seconds, the loving couple is interrupted by a man standing nearby. The girl moves away from the main character and says that this is her father. The main character is actually very happy to meet the girl's father, and a smile appears on his face. The man sincerely thanks our hero for saving Nana and offered to have dinner together in the evening, but now the man has urgent matters. Xiaofei notices a man getting into a very respectable car, an Audi RB. This car costs more than 2 million. This explains why Nana's father was cold to him all this time and looked down on him. The main character is worried that Nana's father didn't like him. After all, if this is so, it will greatly affect his self-esteem. But the girl calms him down, because this is normal, they met for the first time. Xiaofei is the one who stole his daughter's heart. Our hero is inspired after these words, because no one will prohibit or interfere with this, even if it is God himself. The green-haired girl felt very awkward when our hero was talking to himself, although he did not understand what was going on. The red-haired girl was slightly embarrassed by what her boyfriend just said. It was extremely awkward. The young boy began to make excuses by saying that he was just joking, and then changed the subject and asked what her father did. It seems that after these words, our hero's girlfriend felt somehow uncomfortable, and she asked if Xiaofei knew about the Hua family. The main character fell into a stupor when he heard the mention of one of the 3 largest families in Zhonghai. The young boy was very disappointed, because it was the end. These 3 families control 90% of the finances in Zhonghai, and he is definitely not their rival. But the voice told the guy to be more optimistic, because he has an all-powerful system, which means for him it's just a tiny family. The main character will die if he stops showing off. Xiaofei is shocked by these words and doesn't know what to say. Since our hero needs money, the green-haired girl agrees to give him a skill that will make him rich, but in return he will give her 500 points. Hearing this, the young boy is inspired and asks to give him this skill just like that, as a loan, and he will definitely return the glasses later. But unfortunately, 10,000 points is the debt limit, and if he borrows more, he will die. The main character knew about this, but did not seem to want to pay attention to it, and this made his task extremely difficult. The girl was determined. She took the boy by the hand and promised that she would never leave him. Hearing about this, our hero calmed down slightly, because he clearly saw his girlfriend's warm attitude towards him. The girl approached the guy and softly kissed him on the cheek as a sign of support. After that, she ran away, saying that she had something to do. Meanwhile, a not very pleasant situation was happening at the local hospital. Police officers enter the beaten man's room. Wang Fei is suspected of conspiring with the officer and attempting to fatally hit Xiaofei. A moment later, the policeman hands the scumbag a statement against him and invites him into the courtroom. The bastard takes the statement and reads it. After this he becomes furious, saying that he is not afraid of anything. But, after a couple of seconds, my mother enters the room. She apologizes and says that her son is mentally unstable now and takes out a psychiatrist's testimony. The police officer reads the testimony carefully and is sincerely sorry. Immediately after the police left, the woman began asking her son who dared to do this to him. In fact, it was an ordinary poor student named Xiaofia. The woman is serious about dealing with him. Some time passed, and our hero was thinking about what gift to buy for dinner at Nana's house. But the guy's main problem was that he didn't know where to get the money for the gift. We need to come up with something urgently. The main character was going about his business, but suddenly noticed a crowd of people who were furiously discussing something and calling someone a swindler. As it turned out, the attention of passers-by was attracted by an elderly man who apparently fell and could not get up. He begged people to help him get up. The old man with tears in his eyes begged at least someone to help him. He swore to everyone that this was not a scam. He really can't get up. But even such a heartbreaking speech from the gray-haired man did not make anyone believe it. Everyone was indifferent to his trouble. All passers-by were absolutely indifferent to grandfather's misfortune, everyone except Xiaofei. The main character volunteered to help the poor fellow and gave him a helping hand. The guy went down to him and decided to help him get up while everyone was watching. Everyone around was shocked by the courage of this unfamiliar guy. Isn't he afraid that he will be deceived and that he is a fraud? When the guy noticed that all eyes were fixed on him, he decided to take advantage of this and boast that he helps 18 old people every day. Xiaofei is very surprised that the system considered this as bragging, because he really wanted to help the old man. The guy expects to get money thanks to the skill that the system gave him, but first he needs to solve the upcoming problem. The old man began to scream loudly, and there were tears of anger in his eyes. He couldn't let the bastard escape after he knocked him down. A moment later, the gray-haired man grabbed our hero's pants and pulled them down, showing his underpants to everyone. The young boy clearly did not expect this, and many thoughts flashed through his head. All passers-by immediately turned away, not wanting to look at the underpants of the unfamiliar guy. It seems that Xiaofei has really been deceived. A moment later, a guy runs up to the old man, who, apparently, was his son. He immediately worried about his father. This strange old man grabs the main character by the hand and drags him to the police station to write a report. After some time, these two scammers brought the young boy to the police station. The officer did not understand for what purpose our hero came here again, even though he had only recently left this building. The boy doesn't have time to say a word before these two swindlers are already starting to shout at him and accuse him of all his sins. But our hero is not going to give up and sit idly by while they slander him. He explains that he was just trying to help an old man who had fallen on the side of the road. It is too difficult to investigate such a case. The old man and his son accuse the guy of pushing his grandfather to the side of the road and demand compensation. Xiaofei asks the system for help. He wants her to find street cameras in the area and show the moment when the old man fell to the ground. The system would gladly help the unfortunate guy, but this service is not free. It's worth 50 points. When the main character hears about this, he immediately becomes sad. The two scammers continue to put pressure on him. The officer offers to simply pay the swindlers, but he is not going to give up. He has evidence and invites them to confess to the scam themselves. But the swindlers, of course, did not believe Xiaofei and thought that he was simply threatening them. They just started teasing him and imitating him. A guy makes a terrible son if he can't even solve his money problem himself when two scoundrel scammers are trying to deceive him. Since these scumbags are not going to compromise, the guy decides to take the situation into his own hands. The young guy addressed everyone present and attracted their attention by saying that he would now give them all the necessary evidence. Absolutely everyone present in the room turned their gaze to our hero, who was ready to provide all the necessary evidence. The young boy is proud of himself when he thinks that the truth has finally triumphed, but suddenly he hears loud screams and moans. And when the young man turns around to see what's going on, he sees 18+ content on the screen, and all eyes are fixed on the screen. The two crooks are happy when they see this and think that they can get away with it because the guy has no proof. Xiaofei felt extremely embarrassed because he pressed the wrong button. Turns out he forgot to close this video last night. Soon, the young guy solved this problem, and videos quickly appeared on the screen of how he, in fact, helped this old deceiver. The scammers were horrified and stunned by the video they saw on the screen. They did not understand how the student got it. The police were also at a loss, because they didn't know where the student could have gotten such a video, because even they hadn't seen it. Now the main character began to mock these loser scammers who tried so hard, but in the end fell face down in the dirt. The main character was about to walk away when he suddenly heard loud screams and turned around. It was the same old man who shouted. A moment later, the gray-haired man collapsed on the floor and began to convulse and clutch his heart. The young boy did not focus on this and left these swindlers with the police, after which he headed for the exit. Finally, our hero was able to peacefully leave the police station. Today he visited the police station twice and got hit by a car. Nowadays, a guy can win in the stock market or antique hunting. He can earn them, but can a guy find out the number that will win the lottery? When our hero realized that this was impossible, he decided to start appraising antiques. Zhonghai has a large antiques shopping market. Immediately after this, the main character decides not to hesitate and goes to the right place to earn some money. The choice of things makes my eyes widen. Xiaofei can not only earn money, but also buy cool gifts for her future parents. But even so, antiques are still expensive. The young guy decides to try his luck. The system is fully functional, and Xiaofei can use the luck card to increase the luck level for a while. 100 points per minute, 1000 points per hour, 10,000 points per day. That's how much a good luck card costs. The main character is completely horrified and stunned when he hears such steep prices. But the system does not force him to buy it. The young boy clutches his head, because he doesn't understand what to do in such a situation. Who even came up with this system? Our hero falls into thought and decides to buy a card for 1 minute. The boy painfully says goodbye to his glasses in exchange for a card. The main character accepts the card, but is upset because he thinks that this card does not work and asks for his 100 points to be returned to him. Unexpectedly, one day a stranger approached Xiaofei. He did it quietly so that no one would notice. A moment later, the man handed Xiaofei an unusual cup, which was made of obsidian. Its market price is 1 million. The main character immediately becomes inspired when he realizes that the luck card actually works. The stranger agrees to give the young guy a discount, since they are the same age, and offers to sell the cup for 1,000 yuan. But Xiaofei is here to buy fake antiques for the house, so he is not going to spend so much money on fake ones. Moments later, the young guys begin to bargain. Xiaofei lowers the price to 400 yuan, but the stranger does not agree below 800. Our hero does not give up and continues to bargain, agreeing to buy a cup for 500, but the seller does not give up for less than 700. But after a moment, the seller gives up on the guy's persistence and agrees to sell the cup for only 600 yuan. The main character sadly takes his money out of his wallet and sadly hands it to the seller. The stranger bought this product for 450 yuan, but sold it to Xiaofei because he was very honest with him. The young boy decides to use the card of luck until the last minute and asks the seller to give him another discount. Our hero continues to put pressure on the boy and smiles sweetly to bring the price down a little more and asks for his money back. In the end, the seller caves under the persistent words of our hero and gives him a certain amount of money. And as soon as the guys disperse, they call each other idiots, because it seems that everyone got some benefit from this. After Xiaofei got what he wanted, he decided not to waste time and immediately go to the auction house. A young boy goes to an auction house. This is a huge, multi-story building, almost all filled with glass. When the main character came into the room, he was met by a blonde girl. She wonders why the guy came here. Xiaofei wants to sell a tea bowl, but to do so, the item must first be appraised by professionals. After some time, the guys go deep into the building and the guy enters a huge spacious room. The main character immediately notices the beauty of the girl whose office they entered. The girl introduces herself as the manager of this company. Her name is Su Lu and she asks what exactly he wants to auction. The main character hands the girl this thing and says that he wants to put up an obsidian bowl for auction, but suddenly someone's mocking voice is heard from behind. He is approached by a man who does not believe that this is a real obsidian bowl. The girl reassures Xiaofei, because it is normal for appraisers to suspect fakes, because currently there is only one such bowl. The man who just approached is sure that this cup is a fake. If he is wrong, then he agrees to eat his own shit. There was clearly a not entirely friendly atmosphere between the strangers, and the girl manager tried her best to calm them down. After a moment, the guys begin to carefully examine the obsidian bowl and check whether it is a fake or not. The main character examines the bowl with a flashlight. All eyes are on the obsidian bowl, and soon it begins to glow. The manager girl is shocked and stupefied when she sees that the obsidian bowl begins to glow, which means that it is real. The mustachioed man is in complete shock, because he cannot believe his eyes. He doesn't understand how this is possible. The young guy remembers that this old guy promised to eat his shit if he lost, but he only begins to get angrier. A moment later, the mustachioed man places a machine on the table with which he wants to conduct another test, and after just a couple of seconds, the man puts this obsidian bowl into the machine and turns it on. The bowl is really real. The man feels depressed, and the manager girl, at this time, apologizes for what happened. As an apology, they will only take half of the auction fee from him. Xiaofei says that everything is fine and he is always willing to accept an apology. Considering the appraiser is old, he won't watch him eat his crap. Suddenly, a new alert appears in the system about the fact that the guy behaved coolly in front of two people and received 30 points. The estimated price of such a bowl is 1 million yuan, but the guy doesn't have enough money to list the lot, so he wants to sell the bowl right now. The girl is not against this and offers to sign a contract. After this, the manager needs Xiaofei's bank account number to transfer the million. The main character glowed with happiness and was sincerely grateful for this and handed the girl his details. After some time, our hero went out into the corridor and approached a huge panoramic window. There was a wonderful view of the city at night. Now the young boy is too happy and cannot contain his emotions, because now he is fabulously rich and he needs to get ready for dinner. And soon, the young boy was ready for dinner. He bought himself a luxurious evening suit and a gift for the girl's parents. Nana's parents like jade, so he bought jade pendants that cost 100,000 yuan. This will definitely make them accept Xiaofei. A moment later, the main character looked up and was taken aback by what he saw. That was incredible. In front of him, our hero sees a huge mansion, to which a small bridge leads. Everything around glitters and sparkles. At first glance, it became clear that Nana's parents were very rich. After a couple of seconds, the young man sees a girl running to meet him. The red-haired girl immediately threw herself into the arms of her boyfriend, and he hugged her tightly to his chest, showing love and care. At this time it was a beautiful and fabulous night outside. A bright crescent moon and starry sky illuminated the city. The girl took the main character by the hand and led him to show the possessions of her parents. If he were the same as before, he would be stunned by such possessions. One day he will buy himself such a house, and then he will be ashamed for being envious before. The guy changed after the accident. The young girl is very glad that the main character has changed and seems to be feeling much better now than before. The young couple continues to wander around the huge mansion, and after some time they enter a room in which Nana's parents are already present. Our hero entered the room and bowed to his girlfriend's parents, showing them his respect. The man is very happy to see Xiaofei. Unlike Nana's mother, it seems that the young boy did not impress her much. The main character hopes that his girlfriend's parents will like him, so he says that he has prepared a gift in honor of their meeting. The woman opens the box and sees in it a rather nice decoration, which is well made. The mother was very disappointed in our hero, because she thought that he spent Nana's money in order to preserve his own dignity. The man is also very disappointed in the young man, because he thinks that he bought these two pendants at an exorbitant price with their daughter's money. But the girl immediately stood up for her beloved and began to defend him, because she did not give him money for a gift. The woman thinks that this is not his money, because with such poor parents he could not afford such luxurious gifts. She assumes that his parents will demand the money back immediately after Nana's parents approve of their relationship. But Xiaofei will not allow anyone to insult his parents, so he asks the woman to take back these terrible words. But the self-confident woman was not going to renounce her words, because she was 100% confident in them. The woman has already seen many people like Xiaofei, and they all just want to climb the social ladder. After these words, the main character became furious. The guy stood up and started shouting at the woman, because she doesn't dare to humiliate the dignity of other people only if she has money. Xiaofei furiously explains that he just won 1 million at the antique market. The system gives him points for showing off. Nana looked with admiration at the young guy she saw in front of her. She couldn't figure out if it was the Xiaofei she knew. As soon as Nana's mother heard about this, she seemed to be a little curious about where the guy spent the remaining 900,000 yuan. But what will happen if he shows the woman these 900,000? In this case, the woman will call him daddy. In this case, the woman sets a condition. If the main character does not show her the money right now, she will throw him out of the house. But Nana almost immediately stands up for her boyfriend, openly telling her parents that she doesn't like the idea. But the woman does not seem to see any problem in this. Why doesn't the daughter want Xiaofei to show off to them? The main character looks at his girlfriend with love and gratitude, reassuring her that everything will be fine with him. Nana calms down when she sees that her boyfriend is completely calm. Our hero agrees to show his aunt these 900,000 yuan. But before showing such a large sum, the young man sets a condition. The woman will no longer interfere in their relationship. A self-confident woman agrees to such a condition, because she thinks that she is completely right and the guy does not have that kind of money. And after a moment, the main character takes out his phone and opens a bank account, showing the girl's parents the money. As soon as a married couple sees such a huge figure, they are shocked and do not understand where an ordinary student got so much money from. The young guy had long explained to them that whether to believe in it or not is purely their personal right. 900,000 is a lot for an ordinary person, but, as it turned out, for their family it is quite a small amount. Nana's father sets a condition: if the guy cannot earn as much money as their family has in total in 2 years, then he will break off relations with their daughter. The girl steps in because it's not fair. Grandfather spent decades on this, which means it cannot be achieved in just 2 years. A moment later, the man confesses that the young master of the Chen family in Chenzhou fell in love with Nana at first sight. If the girl is ready to marry him, then his family will give 1 billion as a dowry. All their assets amount to the same amount. The main character is horrified by how cruel the girl's father is. In fact, he is simply selling his daughter for 1 billion. Xiaofei risked his life for Nana, so the man gives him a chance. If the guy comes in 2 years with money, he will give approval for their marriage. The main character thinks seriously, because earning 1 billion yuan in a year is not a joke, but a real challenge. But after a moment, the young guy agrees to this deal without hesitation. He loves the girl too much. A young girl cries when she hears words of agreement from her boyfriend. She also loves him madly, but understands that it is difficult. The guy calms the girl down and suggests that her father reduce the amount, for example, to 100 million yuan. In order not to offend the Chen family, the man will send his daughter to study abroad for 2 years. A young couple is stunned when they hear the terrible news that they won't be able to see each other for 2 whole years. Our hero thinks carefully and realizes that this is indeed the right decision in order not to offend the Chen family. In the end, the main character makes a difficult decision. He agrees to do anything for the sake of his love. Initially, the man set such a high bar, because he thought that the guy would pass, but now he sees his serious intentions. Sometime after the end of dinner, our hero and Nana forgive, and he goes to his home. He wants to get the luck card again, but to increase the difficulty and enjoyment of the game, the card can only be exchanged once every 2 months. But I heard such disappointing news. The main characters begin to scream and swear at the system. It's useless to criticize the system. As soon as the guy accepted her, he must play by the rules and not be indignant. Some time has passed. The boy is very happy to see his friend and immediately invites him to dinner on Student Street. The boy invited the girl and she will come with her roommates, so he should come with a friend. Our hero breaks down. They say he is tired. Some guy with glasses said that he was a man of few words and often insulted people as soon as they opened their mouths, so he wouldn't go with them. Another guy responds and says that he really wants to go, but there will be 4 girls there and if only 2 of them don't come it will be quite strange. A moment later, the guy jumps up and embraces his friends in his arms. This good guy's name is Voltaire. The guy begs the main character to come with them, because they need a third person. The future of Xiaofei's friend depends on this, so he agrees. Hearing the words of agreement, the boy immediately becomes inspired. Now they need to hurry so as not to be late. After some time, the guys go to the right place. When they arrive, they immediately see the girls who are already looking forward to them. The boy asks Qian what she will eat. At this time, our hero's thoughts are occupied only with Nana. Suddenly, the young guy turns around, because he hears loud laughter and chita talking. Someone is discussing the girls who are with them. These were some guys who clearly did not inspire confidence. It seems they were drunk. There were nasty smiles on their faces. One of them dreams that these girls belong to them. Does he really want to sleep with 4 at once? A nasty man looks at girls like they are pieces of meat and boasts that after a night with him they will not be able to stand normally. The girl realized that he was talking about her and her friends, and this immediately caused discontent. She called this bastard trash. But this scumbag seemed to have heard the girl's comment about him and loudly slammed his palm on the table. The scumbag immediately began to raise his voice at the defenseless girl, and she quickly regretted her words. The student began to defend his friend, saying that the man understood everything wrong and she meant the garbage that was lying on the ground. But the scumbag, it seems, was not even going to listen to the guy's pathetic excuses, and a moment later he slapped him in the face. The bastard behaved very aggressively and wanted to hit the guy again, but Xiaofei intervened, who again called him trash. When the main character said this, he did not feel a drop of fear. The guy behaved confidently. Everyone around immediately turns around and looks at Xiaofei, but the guy doesn't seem to care. A plump man comes up to our hero and asks if he heard everything correctly about the insult. But the main character adds that he called not only this fat scumbag trash, but also all his friends. The system gives the guy 14 points for this boast, because he attracted the attention of 14 people. Xiaofei's friend, who is still lying on the ground in pain, asks the big man to excuse his friend and not do anything wrong. But the scumbag doesn't care at all. Just a moment later, he grabs a glass bottle and swings it towards Xiaofei. The fat guy was very angry, because he couldn't allow some student to simply humiliate him in front of passers-by. Friends shouted to our hero to be careful, because this thug was clearly dangerous and capable of harm. The young boy carefully watches every move of his opponent. He is extremely concentrated. And just a moment later, our hero acts ahead of the curve, and is the first to deliver a blow that hits the bastard right in the Adam's apple. As soon as his friends see that their brother was attacked, they decide not to stand by and stand up for him. All these gopniks attack our hero in a crowd and are preparing to teach him a lesson, but he deftly dodges and attacks them. The young guy is quite good at fending off all the attacks of his pathetic opponents, but one of the scoundrels sneakily strikes Xiaofei from behind, breaking a glass bottle on his head. The main character did not expect such a vile blow, so he fell into a stupor. It was quite painful and blood was flowing from my head. Since they want to kill the main character, they can try to do it. And just a moment later, all the hooligans pounce on our hero, preparing to inflict countless blows. He had always held back his anger when he saw such scum bully students, but now he would not allow the bullies to continue to do so. If he has this system, then why not use it to protect his classmates? The leader of these thugs is still trying to recover from such a strong blow to the throat. A moment later, the scumbag shook himself off and was ready to strike another blow at our hero from behind. But the young boy was not going to watch his friend being beaten and stood up to protect him, shielding him with himself. Because of such a heroic act, the bottle pierces Xiaofei's friend in the stomach, and the guy stabs him. Xiaofei immediately ran to his friend to help, because he was seriously injured. Voltaire, meanwhile, calls an ambulance. After some time, the police arrive at the scene and are ready to help citizens. Police officers quickly arrived at the scene and saw a young boy bleeding profusely. These hooligans just caused trouble in the store, and this kid just taught them a lesson, but how did he overcome so many people? Police Captain Yushue invited our hero for interrogation. He's not against it, but first his friend needs to be taken to the hospital. The main character is shocked that the police are more interested in just a fight than a person's life. But the police girl does not understand why the main character is so determined. Law is law. Moreover, if a guy cares so much about his friends, there was no need to get involved in a fight. He himself is to blame for this. But Xiaofei begins to attack the police because they are not doing their job well if they allow ordinary people to be intimidated on the street. The system awards the boy 300 points for the fact that the young man boasted in a risky situation for him. Afterwards, Xiaofei is taken to the police station. Some time passed, and the main character had already received first aid. His head is bandaged. Xiaofei entered the room. His friends were there and they were very worried about what the policewoman had told him. In fact, the girls simply took a statement. The doctor said that their friend was fine and the operation was successful. The main character began to frantically apologize to his wounded friend, because he felt a strong burden of guilt. If they start apologizing again, the guy will do the same. First, the wounded man needs to rest. Thus the night passed, which was filled with adventures. Morning came and a persistent knocking was heard on the door. Voltaire bursts into the room and wakes up our hero, because he has bad news. Xiaofei has just been expelled. The young boy immediately jumps up after such news. He does not understand why the university made this decision. It turns out that this was all because of a fight that happened outside the university. The guys blame themselves a lot for this. But the boy is immediately indignant, because they were all there, which means everyone needs to be punished. He suggests going to the director. Our hero decides to go to the director himself. Why is the university expelling him when the police admitted it was a case of self-defense? After some time, the main character heads to the director's office and knocks on the door to enter. When the young guy entered the office, he said hello and immediately got down to business. Why was he expelled? The mustachioed man turned around and looked at the student who had just entered. After that, a smirk appeared on his lips. The man says that students don't dare start fights outside the university. It seems that the director is targeting Xiaofei. The director doesn't care that it was self-defense. As a student at his university, he had to follow all the rules and not ruin the reputation of the university. According to his logic, our hero should have been beaten to death, but remained a good and decent student? But the vile director is absolutely adamant. If the young student does not come out now, the man will call security. Then, the main character's gaze catches on the monitor. He wants the system to help him find something useful in the computer. The system agrees to do this, and a moment later deducts 50 points from his account for the service. And after a moment, our main character received the necessary information that could help him. If the director does not cancel his expulsion and apologize, he may say goodbye to his job as director. But the man does not want to listen to the student and immediately calls the security, who grabs the defenseless student, but he mentions the Singhai hotel room. As soon as the man heard about this, his face took on a grimace of horror. It seemed to make him nervous. He ordered the guards to leave the office immediately. He urgently needed to talk to the young boy. After this, the director immediately closes the door to the office to ensure the privacy of the conversation and asks how Xiaofei knows this. Xiaofei is confident that the director will not dare to kick him out now. As it turns out, he's having fun with someone. In fact, the director is doing this because the guy crossed the path of young Master Wang Feng and his mother. They won't back down. The guy promises not to say anything if the director cancels the order to expel him and apologizes, admitting his mistake. In the event that the man does not do this, our hero cannot guarantee that everything will be all right with the director. The main character proudly leaves the office, leaving behind a devastated director who has clearly lost. The mustachioed man is completely confused, all his plans are destroyed, and the student now has incriminating evidence. After some time, the lesson begins. There is a lot of noise in the class, because everyone is talking and whispering about it. Our hero's classmates look at him carefully and discuss recent events that happened to the guy. The green-eyed boy does not understand how it happened that everything is fine with the main character and now he is sitting in class. The blonde explains to his classmate that the director cancelled the order to expel him and apologized. Some guys even admire how cool he acted in front of the director, and for this Xiaofei gets points in the system. The guy's actions were successful, so the system decided that the rumors were spreading well. The number of discussants is 19, the guy gets 200 points. But now the main character does not worry about the glasses, he has another problem. Wang Feng wants to disgrace him, and this must be prevented. It turns out that there is even a means in the system that can bring bad luck to a person. It seems that this can help Xiaofei. The young man thinks deeply when a huge screen appears in front of him with various materials that can help him. The young boy carefully looks at the screen, trying to absorb each folder and what is in it. The system is very interested in whether the main character likes what he now sees. It's all her doing. Our hero is really delighted with this, because there are many things here that he sees for the first time. The best way here is yin and yang, but there is one thing. Now the guy doesn't have enough points to use this tool, and the system suggests using a one-time skill card. The main character opens the skill card folder to look at the skill cards. There are a lot of them here. There are a lot of cards here that can help the main character. Card of luck, card of strength, spiritual card. The guy quickly examines everything here, and, in the end, finds the right card, the card of failure. You just need to think about the person's name and appearance by clicking on this card. It lasts for an hour and costs 100 points. The main character carefully remembers what that scumbag looks like. He replays those memories in his head. And, just a moment later, a young and determined boy acquires this card. The system notifies that the target has already received bad luck. At this time, Wang Feng is sleeping sweetly in his crib. He fumbles for his phone to see what time it is. But in trying to look at the time, the young man gets burned on his phone, because it gets very hot. And because the phone got too hot, it exploded within a moment, making a loud noise and sending up smoke. Thick smoke filled the entire room. Wang Feng's hairstyle was clearly ruined and looked like an unkempt nest. Since after this the boy burned his hand, he decided to take soap and dip his hand in water to feel less pain. But as soon as the young man took the bright pink soap in his hand, it slipped out and fell straight to the floor. The red-haired guy turned around to see where the soap fell and pick it up, but instead he only stepped on it. A loud cry of pain was heard in the house, to which a woman, Wang Feng's mother, immediately came running. Her son was already lying on the floor and sobbing in pain. He screamed and asked his mother to call an ambulance quickly, because literally everything hurt him. An ambulance arrived shortly after this incident. they quickly ran into the house and put the unfortunate man on a gurney. The red-haired boy was completely wrapped in bandages, and only his eyes were visible. The doctors got ready to take him to the car, and as soon as the doctors took hold of the gurney, one of the doctors stepped on the very soap that caused Wang Feng to fall earlier, and just a moment later the man slipped and, naturally, lost his balance, dropping the gurney. There was a loud scream and crash in the house, indicating that everything seemed to have gone completely wrong. A moment later, both the doctors and the young guy were lying on the floor. Everyone suffered because of this stupid soap. The woman was very concerned about the condition of her beloved son, so she screamed in horror when she saw how much he was in pain. Meanwhile, the main character sits in his office and pretends to be reading a book, although, in fact, he is covering his phone with it. The boy monitors the news and sees information that young Master Wang received a concussion and a broken nose due to an accident. The system reminds you that the bad luck card will soon expire and all the target's bad luck will end. The boy is very proud of himself. This card works 100% on whoever he used it on. This card will not work in only one case, if the goal that our hero has wished for has an amulet or some kind of talisman. Xiaofei wants to get some books about opening an antique store. He wants to use the money to open his own antique store. The system offers him to buy all the knowledge about buying and selling antiques for a small price, only 100 points. The main character agrees without hesitation or doubt, and after a moment the system deducts 100 points from his account. Immediately after this, the young boy receives a book full of information on how to make money, how to run an antique business and how to deal with clients. Our hero is very inspired by what he just received. Now he has many options. The system jokingly asks Xiaofei if he can create a nation if it provides him with a dozen women. The system is capable of doing everything, nothing is impossible for it. Then the main character jokingly says that he is waiting for his dozen women. Meanwhile, things are absolutely terrible for Wang Feng. They were able to take the boy to the hospital and get help. The young guy is covered in bandages, and the doctor is putting him on N4. His mother is very worried. Wang Feng has a slight concussion and the bridge of his nose is broken, but he is fine now. The doctor recommends going to a plastic surgeon in Korea because his face has deteriorated. A woman sees that her beloved son is in great pain. As soon as the doctor leaves the room, the woman reaches for her phone in her pocket. When she took out her phone, she saw an incoming call from Yao Xinghua and doesn't understand what he wants. It was the director of the university who called to say that he could not expel Xiaofei, because he had dirt on the man. The woman is very angry with the man and calls him a loser. Suddenly, a man enters the room and says that he feels a lot of negative energy here. The woman turns around and sees an unfamiliar man with a strange appearance. He feels that someone has had bad luck today. The woman calls the stranger a fraud and tells him to get out of here, otherwise her bodyguards will do it. But the man is going to prove that he is not a swindler and says that the woman's father died at an early age, and her husband died in middle age. She also has a sister, Tenshin. A mustachioed man looks attentively at a woman in an attempt to prove his honesty. After this, the man continues his story about Tenshin's sister when she was a child. The woman does not understand how the man knows about this. The mustachioed stranger continues to say that the woman has a very difficult fate. With every word he proves that he is not a fraud. And it's not just about the father. The bandaged boy carefully watches the stranger, but does not understand anything. After a moment, the woman bows and apologizes for not believing the man. This is a Taoist master. The mustachioed man is very glad that he has finally won the trust of a woman. He introduces himself as Genshin, a Taoist. The woman asks the master to save her son from such suffering and problems. She is ready to pay any amount for it, because it is not a problem. A moment later, the master takes out a special amulet that was made by a Taoist. As long as this amulet is on Wang Feng, the evil spirit will dissipate. Hearing such encouraging words, the woman immediately hung the amulet around her son's neck, but he did not want to, because the amulet was too ugly. Since this Taoist master is so omnipotent and says that the guy has negative energy, can he look at where it came from? The master said that Wang Feng greatly offended someone yesterday, but he has a thing that can indicate the name of the person who did it. The young boy and his mother are shocked and they realize that the culprit of their troubles is Xiaofei. The woman takes out a check for a large sum of money and asks the master to accept the gift for being able to help them. This is a check for 1 million yuan. Since Mrs. Wang was sincere with the man, he hands her an amulet that will protect the mother and son from any attack. If one day the amulet burns out by itself, this means that the amulet has become unusable due to a powerful blow. In this case, you will need to call the specialist. The woman bows low to the mustachioed man, because she is sincerely grateful to him for his help. They couldn't have done it without him. The vile boy became furious when he found out that all his troubles were due to that poor student. He wants to punish him for everything. His mother will help him. First we need to find Uncle Blue. He beat up a lot of people and there were never good endings for them. Meanwhile, the main character and his friends were in the dining room, and a voice was heard from the speakers, which said that Xiaofei would not be expelled, and the director apologized. As soon as this news was heard, everyone present in the dining room began to gossip about our hero. Everyone was discussing what happened. The director himself decided to apologize for Xiaofei. Everyone around was just talking about the young boy. The director himself apologized to him, so this guy has a lot of courage. The guys admire the student, because he beat up 10 gopniks last night alone. This makes the guy feel a little awkward. While everyone is discussing Xiaofei, his friends are wondering how he fights so well, because he has never talked about it before. Yesterday the guy was hit on the head with a bottle, and today he is already sitting and behaving as if nothing had happened, and all the wounds have already healed. Our hero makes an excuse, saying that those hooligans must have just been weaklings, and the wound turned out to be not so severe. It's all thanks to the system. It turns out that now the guy can recover until he dies or is seriously injured. If our hero has enough points, the system will do everything to prevent him from dying. In order to survive, you need to play hard. The system did not deduct points because this was the main character's first injury and he was healed automatically. This is one of the gifts for beginners. From next time, treating minor injuries will cost 100 points, and severe ones, 1000. And if our hero does not have enough points, then he will not be happy. Then she will restart the system and start from scratch. But he is an ordinary person. How can he get injured so easily? The thing that can cause the most pain to a guy is lightning. Suddenly, the guy is pulled out of his thoughts by the clicking sound of heels. A girl approaches him and says a proverb about a toad and a swan. But the main character couldn't even imagine what kind of girl came up to him. He insults her for wearing makeup. As it turned out, this girl was Nana's cousin, and she asked our hero not to pester her sister anymore. This bitch self-confidently looked at the young boy and angrily said that this rogue was not worthy of her sister. The main character was in complete shock when he found out that the girl standing in front of him was Nana's cousin. The girl had already been sent to study abroad in Japan so that she would wise up and leave him. He has no chance. The young boy is about to lose his temper. For Nana's sake, he is trying to control himself, but if the bitch doesn't leave right now, it will be bad. But the impudent girl is not going to back down. She just continues to add fuel to the fire and insult the boy. And just a moment later, our hero loses self-control and hits the girl in the face, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Everyone present was completely shocked by what the main character had just done. How could he raise his hand to her? The bitch grabbed her cheek and was furious. If our hero dares to hit her again, he will definitely be in trouble. After these words, he slaps her again. The girl can continue to swear if she wants him to hit her again. Now she knows that Xiaofei is a good fighter. Everyone around is completely horrified when they see that Xiaofei actually dared to raise his hand against Mu Lily. Finally, there was someone who could cure this self-confident girl's bitchiness. Everyone around is talking about the boy. The slaps were successful, and the system rated the guy's actions 215 points. The boy was able to earn points. Suddenly, someone burst into the dining room and shouted loudly. Everyone present in the dining room turned to look at the people who had entered. 3 karatekas burst into the dining room, looking for the one who dared to touch Lily. The guys were furious. As it turned out, the president of the school taekwondo club, Li Yongchan, burst into the cafeteria. He and his friends were looking for the girl's offender. Xiaofei will be in trouble because this guy is a black belt in karate. Rumor has it that our hero can fight, but will he be able to defeat Li Yongchan? All the guys looked carefully at the guys who burst into the dining room and disturbed their quiet lunch. The main character was worried about the question. Can his art of Wing Chun compare with this black belt, and which of them will be stronger? Chinese martial art will not be inferior to Taekwondo. Xiaofei alone is definitely no match for this thug. The main character suggested that the creators of the system were Chinese, but the girl says that the guy better take care of himself, because his enemy is at the highest level. Now the boy has only two ways to solve the problem. He can use the zero shipping card. Voltaire suggests his friend just run away and then call the school's education department to sort it out. A moment later, a girl bursts into the dining room and continues to cry. She rushes to the guy and points to the one who hit her. As soon as the boy saw the man who had offended Lily, he immediately headed towards him to teach him a lesson. The main character was very serious. He asked if his opponent had the courage to fight him in the ring. Our hero called the guy Li Kaken, and simply mangled his last name. When he realized this, he immediately attacked with his fists. The black-haired boy had not yet had time to strike, and the main character had already begun to scream furiously, and he did not understand what was happening. The young boy collapsed on the floor of the dining room and began to struggle in agony, pretending that he was in pain. He clutched his chest and screamed loudly. His opponent is very annoyed at what a circus Xiaofei has created, because he hasn't even hit him yet. All eyes are on them. A moment later, several police officers, whom someone had already called earlier, enter the dining room. At this time, our hero continues to roll on the floor and scream furiously, but as soon as he sees the captain, he stops. The young man immediately rushes to the captain's feet and says that this girl wanted to call the police and arrest him, and this guy and his friends wanted to beat him. The black-haired boy was furious that the main character had so brazenly slandered him in front of everyone, but the girl tried her best to prove the opposite and told the police captain to look at her beaten face. The police officer looked at the beaten girl with awkwardness and realized that she now looked very much like a pig. The guy is innocent. The girl burst into the dining room and started screaming at him, and then asked him to hit her. But Lily denies every word he says and goes out of her way to prove she's right. She didn't ask to be beaten. The main character is happy to help, but he does not do such favors. The boy is completely innocent. Xiaofei continues the legend that the girl hit herself twice in the face, after which she called the police and her boyfriend. The bitch starts screaming very loudly at our hero and the most terrible words that exist fly towards the guy. The girl turns to the guys who were in the dining room all this time and must have seen everything, but they deny it. Lily goes berserk when she realizes that absolutely everyone here is against her alone. The police captain is in thought. She must think carefully and understand what to do. The policewoman looks at the disgruntled girl and asks her name. It seems she has already made her decision. There are no witnesses, so it will be difficult to prove anything. Lily suddenly remembers that there is a CCTV camera behind the dining room. Everyone present began to look at each other and visibly tensed when they heard about the surveillance camera. But it seems that our hero was not at all worried about this. He told the system to delete this video from the cameras. The system easily agrees to do this for 50 points, and a moment later debits this amount from the guy's account. Within a couple of minutes, one of the police officers brings a tablet with recordings from video cameras to the captain. The girl sits down at the table and gets ready to watch the video. A crowd of worried students gathered around her. But, apparently, nothing happens, and everyone present looks at each other in confusion. After a moment, the girl hands the video to Lily and tells her to see for herself what is there. Lily doesn't understand where the video of Xiaofei beating her went. The captain asks that he no longer bother the police over such trifles. Our hero was here all the time, and therefore could not delete the video. They are police officers, not study committee mothers. The police girl was about to leave, when suddenly, the main character called out to her and forced her to turn around. The boy complained about Lily's boyfriend because he tried to beat him up. He has a black belt in Taekwondo. This is already part of the police. All the students pick up the young boy's words and say that they also saw the guy beating Xiaofei. A moment later, the captain asks Li Young-chan to come with them, because he is suspected of a deliberate attack. But the black-haired boy swears that he did not hit the student. He was just angry with him, that's all. Li Young-chan is taken away, and Captain Yu, meanwhile, calls our hero to go to the police station with her. Some time passed, and the guys were already at the police station. A black-haired boy sits at the table and tries with all his might to prove his innocence. But after a moment, the policewoman's patience leaves her, and she loudly knocks her tablet on the table. Judging by the camera footage, the guy is lying. The video shows Xiaofei and Li Yongchan falling to the ground, which is significant evidence. The captain asks Xiaofei how he wants to resolve this issue. For example, the culprit may pay him with money or something else. Xiaofei sets a condition: Li Yongchan must record an apology video and distribute it on the school website, then the issue will be resolved. But the police captain is not entirely enthusiastic about this idea, because apologizing in person is one thing, but recording it on video is quite another. Is it too much to ask for a public apology after a beating? Can Xiaofei hit the girl in the chest and apologize then? After these words, the young boy directs his gaze to the magnificent forms of the police captain. Seeing such an attractive picture, the main character becomes embarrassed and his whole face instantly turns red while blood pours out of his nose. The policewoman notices where the boy's eyes are directed, so she coughs slightly to distract him from it. Captain Yu doesn't like this idea, so she says that a simple apology in person will be enough. But Li Yongchan is not going to apologize, because he didn't do anything. Actually, it was Xiaofei who hit his girlfriend, and he won't apologize to him. In this case, the main character demands compensation in the amount of $20,000 from the black-haired guy. The black-haired boy is horrified when he hears such a huge amount. An ordinary student does not have such huge money. Therefore, breaking his pride and stepping on his own throat, the guy decides to apologize, because there are simply no other options. But Xiaofei does not immediately leave the police station, because he is afraid that Li Yongchan will beat him. Hearing this, Captain Yu takes the day off to look after the guy. The main character awkwardly admits that he hasn't had lunch yet. The girl is surprised, because they took him to the station right at lunch. Then, the young boy, without a twinge of conscience, asks Captain Yu to buy him lunch. She must do this because she did not let him eat properly in the cafeteria and dragged him to the station to take a statement. After some time, the guys left the police station and decided to go have a snack to satisfy their hunger. The boy carefully examines Captain Yu and assumes that she was engaged in martial arts, because she looks pretty good. Xiaofei bumps into her back as the girl suddenly stops. She sees in front of her a huge crowd of hooligans who have come for our hero. These scoundrels had weapons with them, even bats. The main character did not understand what they wanted from him. The three huge men looked very unfriendly, an evil grin stretched across their faces. These scumbags immediately paid attention to Captain Yu and thought that this pretty lady was our hero's girlfriend. The young boy ordered the girl to run away. He himself could deal with these hooligans. But the girl doesn't seem to be going to run away. She's from the city police and no matter what their claims are, their actions are illegal. She warned the bandits one last time. If they don't get away now, they will regret it. Nobody takes her seriously. The scoundrel did not wait long, and moments later he swung his bat towards Captain Yu, preparing to strike. But Captain Yu did not stand idly by, and, of course, began to defend herself, striking back. The girl showed excellent martial arts skills and kicked him right in the face, throwing him a couple of meters back. The rest of the thugs, as soon as they saw this strength, decided not to hesitate and attack them with the whole crowd. A moment later, the young boy rushed forward to also show these scoundrels where their place was. Captain Yu is not going to refuse help, because I completely forgot that there are 10 of these scumbags, and there are only 2 of them. The hooligans were confident in themselves, because the main character was completely out of their weight class. They seemed to have no doubt about their victory. The young boy was not at all afraid of such a huge crowd of hooligans, but on the contrary, he was already ready to take a swing. The main character hits one of the thugs hard right in the neck, causing him to cough up blood. After that, he immediately moves on to another. The fight continues, but it seems that our hero is completely relaxed and calm. He skillfully dodges and strikes back. After some time, the young boy finished the fight. All his opponents were lying on the ground, exhausted. After that, Xiaofei went to help Captain Yu, but she seemed to have already dealt with everything herself. She doesn't need help. The young girl praised the chief for mastering the Wing Chun style well. The girl watched his blows. The young man sees a lot of bent reinforcement on the ground, and Captain Yu did it all. Compared to her, Xiaofei's blows are nothing. Captain Yu said that the main character will pay for lunch, and the guy immediately agrees, remembering her strength. The girl has already notified her police colleagues, and the boy will have to return with him to the police station to give a statement. These guys are security guards for the largest security company in the city, Dragon Security, and they want to cause trouble for him. This security company is actually a criminal gang. They hung a legal label just to avoid being smeared. This company takes orders with a minimum price of 200,000 yuan. Perhaps the main character has offended someone recently. The young boy immediately understands that this is none other than Wang Feng, because Xiaofei recently crossed the path of this scoundrel. The corners of Captain Yu's lips turned up, creating a soft and sly smirk. She realized that that disgusting policeman named Chen Daong was fired because of the main character. The guy says that he didn't do anything, because yesterday even his phone was confiscated and he couldn't do anything with the video. It is very suspicious that yesterday a guy was slandered for hitting an old man, but suddenly he had video from cameras. And today's recording is inexplicably missing a very important piece of evidence. When Lily gets punched in the face, the girl is clearly not stupid. But our hero is interested in the question of whether someone can find out about the system, although he does not use it. The green-haired girl interrupted the guy's thoughts and said that now he knows all the advantages of the system. The main character begins to push the girl away, saying that it is none of her business and he will sort it out himself. The young boy is absolutely calm, because he understands that Captain Yu cannot detain him without significant evidence. Unfortunately, everything Xiaofei just said is true. The girl can't just detain him without any evidence. She reminds our hero that Dragon Security are very dangerous and it is better not to mess with them. They are not stupid enough to strike in front of everyone, but you have to be careful. The girl still suspects the boy of manipulating the surveillance cameras. She is determined to catch him. The main character left the police station and fell into thought. He understood that the girl seemed to be getting suspicious. The young boy was walking calmly and there were no signs of trouble, when suddenly a male voice called him by name. When the young man looks up, he sees Li Young-chan, who is already swinging his leg, pointing it at the guy. The black-haired boy quickly points his foot towards Xiaofei, showing off his taekwondo skills. Will our hero have time to react and dodge? The black-haired boy is determined to avenge his girlfriend and himself. And now, just a moment later, the black-haired boy's fist almost reaches our hero's face, but he sharply asks him to stop. If he hits him now, he will go to the police station. Xiaofei suggests holding the match in a month at the university. Li Young-chan thinks for a moment. Does the main character really think that he can prepare and defeat such an experienced taekwondo fighter in a month? When a fight happens in the ring, the police can't do anything. Even if the guy hurts him, if he is not a coward, he will agree. The main character couldn't believe it if he had been trying to defeat him for a month and still hadn't learned any new martial arts skills. Some time passed and night fell, but the lights were still on in the multi-story building. Voltaire was very surprised when he saw something on the monitor screen. Voltaire saw news on the school website that Xiaofei would fight against Li Young-chan. Now the whole university is talking about it. Voltaire is worried that his friend will not be able to defeat the black-haired guy, but Xiaofei will definitely be able to do it with the support of the guys. The bet on our hero winning is 1 in 3. The young man freaks out and asks his friends to bet his 100,000 yuan on him. He will definitely win. The guys are in great shock and stupor when they hear such a huge amount of money. Where does a simple student get it? Our hero calmly explains that he makes money by buying and selling antiques. Money is in good hands. The guys were instantly inspired when they heard about this. They admired their friend and began asking him about everything. Friends had previously seen the guy use Wing Chun, which means that he is selling antiques is quite normal. The main character leaves his friends and goes to a large window, after which he opens it. The young man opens the window wide and directs his gaze to the sky, carefully examining the crescent moon with his gaze. The young boy replays in his head the words of Nana's father that he should earn 1 billion in 2 years. And just remembering this gave me goosebumps, because making 1 billion in 2 years is very difficult for a student. A moment later, the young man remembers that same obsidian bowl. He is very interested in how much it will be sold for. At this time, the guy just received a call from Miss Su, who said that they were putting the obsidian bowl up for auction with a starting price of 5 million yuan. The main character was offered to attend the auction in person, and he agreed without any hesitation. The girl tells him to come to him at 7:30 the day after tomorrow. They agree to meet at the door of the auction house. The young boy is very happy. When they finish the conversation, the young man hangs up. The student was filled with emotions, because he couldn't believe that very soon he could become a millionaire. Meanwhile, the lights are off in the Wang family's house. A dissatisfied woman sits on the sofa and listens to an apology. A mustachioed man sits in front of the woman. His name is Blue Haolong. This is Wang Feng's uncle. He is very sorry that his people ruined everything. The woman doesn't understand where Xiaofei got his police girlfriend, because when she made inquiries, she saw that his girlfriend was the daughter of the Hua family. The mustachioed man continues to stand his ground. He sincerely thinks that that policewoman is Xiaofei's girlfriend, because they even had dinner together. The woman doesn't blame Blue for anything. She dreams of telling this scoundrel that he was lucky because her son had no protection. The mustachioed man objects. He apologizes again and adds that it will be very bad if Xiaofei continues to cause problems. But the dissatisfied woman only shouts at Blue Haolong and does not allow him to get a word in. She's too disappointed. She reminds the man that if her husband had not saved him then, he would be nothing now. The man does not want to remember this and touch on this topic. He seems very uncomfortable. The woman is about to leave, but before that she instructs Blue to continue to monitor the scumbag Xiaofei and kill him at the first opportunity. And if the mustachioed man finally fulfills the order, he will no longer owe the Wang family. Hearing such a lucrative offer, the man immediately agrees. He will do whatever it takes to get rid of the boy. Meanwhile, it is still dark, impenetrable night outside. It is all covered in secrets and darkness. Our hero tries to go as unnoticed as possible in an attempt to find the auction house. He doesn't want to get caught by the terrible gang that is now targeting him. At this time, the main character was already at the bus stop. All this time he was being followed by this gangster group. The bullies are ready to act because the boss has given them permission to do so. Now the fun begins. They giggle and head towards him. Our hero is hanging out on his phone, but he is distracted by a crowd of guys who look like gopniks. The young man immediately notices these hooligans and decides to stay away from them so that people do not think that he is one of them. The main character notices that there are a lot of people here in the evening. He stands and waits his turn to get on the bus. The boy notices that girls look in the mirror quite often and looks there too. In the reflection behind him, he sees these hooligans who have knives. The main character immediately turns around, and at that moment notices how one of the thugs is heading towards him. Our hero deftly dodges at the last second. If it had only been a couple more seconds, the knife would have pierced his body. The young boy is not going to run away. He decides to fight bravely and immediately strikes back at his opponent. Xiaofei feels like a fish out of water as he continues to strike his nose, throat and chest. It's like he's dancing. Seeing that nothing worked out, one of the bullies called Mr. Blue to inform him that the mission had failed. At this time, passers-by called the police. And just a few minutes later, a car with flashing lights arrived at the scene to do its job. As soon as the police got out of the car, they immediately tied up the thugs and handcuffed them. The young man met with Captain Yu again. The girl had previously asked him not to get involved in trouble, but it seems that he is not doing well. The policewoman sighs heavily, because Xiaofei is still a walking problem. She is ready to give our hero a lift to where he is going. She tells him to call him when he finishes his business. The girl will come for him and pick him up. Xiaofei agrees to have Captain Yu give him a ride to the auction house at the antique market. There will be a lot of foreigners there today. The policewoman could not understand what the main character would do there, because rich people usually gather there. The young boy is proud to announce that his obsidian bowl has been auctioned on his behalf. But Captain Yu doesn't seem to believe his words and doesn't take them seriously. The girl does not believe his words, so she continues this joke and says that, in that case, this cup was sent to auction by his husband. The boy picks up on her joke and says that when the obsidian cup is sold, they will make love and celebrate it. The policewoman was not going to tolerate such jokes, so after a moment there was a huge black mark under the boy's eye. In fact, the girl hates guys who use women for their own purposes and benefits. This bowl really belongs to Xiaofei. Moreover, she herself said that this was his husband's cup. But even despite this, the policewoman continues to not believe the main character. This sounds too suspicious. Since Captain Yu doesn't believe in his words, then why is she beating him? How will he appear in front of people with such a huge bruise? Because the black side and white side are very asymmetrical, so it looks ugly. The girl wants to help him fix it. And just a moment later, Captain Yu attacks the main character, and everything in the car makes noise and rattles. A couple of seconds later, our hero gets exactly the same bruise, but on the other eye, she cheekily says it looks good. The young boy is very upset about what happened to his face. He realizes it looks ugly. After some time, the guys arrived at the place. The traffic light was green, and the car stopped at the side of the road. At this time, the same guy who was one of Mr. Blue's bullies was visibly agitated and called his boss. The young boy informed the mustachioed man that their target, that is, Xiaofei, had been detained. Hearing this news, the mustachioed man ordered the young man not to take any action, let him rest for now. Finally, the guys arrived at the very auction house where they were already waiting for the main character. Captain Yu stopped the car not far from this building and told the young boy to get out. He thanked the girl. The girl looked around the area and noticed that there were quite a lot of people here, and there were even patrol policemen. The girl asked our hero to call her immediately after he finished his business. She will come and pick him up. The boy got out of the car and rudely said goodbye to Captain Yu. He was still showing his temper, and the girl noticed that he was quite funny. The main character entered the auction building and was shocked that there were so many people here. Xiaofei walked a little further and saw many people crowding around the obsidian bowl. They all looked at her carefully and discussed her. It was hard to believe that all these people were here for antiques. This brought a smile and piqued my interest. The boy was already dreaming of his future wealth, because with so many buyers, the cup would definitely be sold at a huge price. While no one was looking, the main character turned to the system and asked it to rid him of these terrible dark bruises under his eyes. And a moment later the system fulfilled his request. Now the boy looked fresh and presentable. A moment later, security noticed him. The men were angry when they saw Xiaofei, because they thought that a homeless person had sneaked into the building. Xiaofei didn't understand what their problem was, but the guards continued to be aggressive. They ordered the young man to get away before things got worse. Can the guards really afford such rude words? The men made excuses that they should protect visitors, and not poor homeless people like Xiaofei. The room was filled with chatter and conversation. The young guy was furious and said that as soon as Manager Su came here, they would be fired. Naturally, the guards did not believe this and thought that these were empty promises. They just laughed and joked. The plump security guard said that if Manager Su really fired them, they were willing to apologize. Another guard added that they would apologize on their knees and call the main character Daddy. All the guests present had already noticed the altercation between the guards and our hero. They thought the guy was just showing off. Someone thought that the young man was simply blatantly lying while Manager Su was away, because he felt unpunished. After some time, Manager Su finally comes to the auction house. The girl looked luxurious in this emerald dress. Xiaofei wanted to greet the girl, but the guards interrupted him. They started saying he was blocking the passage and making the manager look bad. The guards quickly reported everything to the manager. They complained that the guy threatened to fire them. He's poor. Then, Manager Su turned her gaze to the very guy who had received so many complaints. She saw a familiar face. It was Xiaofei. The guard laughed at our hero. Manager Su immediately stood up for him and told the two clowns to pack up their things and get out. The guards fell into a stupor and were clearly stunned that all the words spoken by the student earlier turned out to be the absolute truth. Manager Su immediately began to apologize to the main character for causing him inconvenience. Our hero is very embarrassed by such a beautiful view. He says it's okay and he won't take it all to heart. Everyone around is shocked that this poor kid with dirty clothes actually turned out to be someone important. The guards got what they deserved. The main character followed Manager Su. At this time, all eyes were focused only on him. The guy successfully pretended to be hit in the face, and for this the system gave him 100 points. The total is 726 points. The main character smiles widely. He knows it won't take long to get the glasses back. A few minutes passed, and the guys, using the elevator, reached the 204th floor. They arrived at a chic and luxurious room, where everything sparkled so much that it blinded the eyes. He had never seen such luxury. Our hero's cup is the final item of the auction, but in the meantime he can look at other antiques that are currently on sale. The main character immediately collapsed onto an easy chair. No wonder everyone wants to make tons of money. A moment later, the young boy noticed that Manager Su had still not left the room. Does she really want to say something? Manager Su did not answer. she walked closer to the main character and sat down on the sofa next to him. The young lady sits closer to Xiaofei and starts a conversation, her eyes playfully run over the young boy. Our hero does not understand what she wants from him. Depraved thoughts come into his head about the fact that the girl will now start pestering him. But after a moment, the young guy begins to shake his head, trying to throw such terrible thoughts out of his head. Xiaofei immediately tells the manager that he already has a girlfriend and he cannot cheat on her. Hearing these words, Manager Su is shocked. She opens her eyes wide and looks at the young man in bewilderment. After a moment, the boy begins to unbutton the buttons of his shirt, saying that he can step over himself if the girl leaves him alone after that. And immediately after our hero said this, he received a strong and resounding slap in the face from Manager Su. The girl was very embarrassed by such depraved thoughts of the guy. She just wanted to know where he found that obsidian bowl. The main character felt extremely embarrassed by such thoughts. On his cheek there was a red mark from a woman's hand. The young boy sits down on the sofa again and awkwardly scratches the back of his head, starting his story. A few minutes passed and the guy finished the story. She stood up and said that if he didn't want to tell the truth, then he didn't have to do it. In fact, Manager Su didn't believe the main character's story at all, because it sounded extremely ridiculous. But our hero swears that this story is completely true. The girl still doesn't take his words seriously and walks away. The manager girl quickly leaves the room and immediately closes the door behind her. In fact, she wanted to ask Xiaofei to become an antique appraiser, but that can be forgotten now. At this time, the auction is in full swing. Everyone in the room shouts over each other and sets incredibly high prices. They are rising every second. The hall is crowded with rich people who are increasing the price of antiques every moment. Meanwhile, the main character is sitting at the table and eating. He eats a lot of meat, snacking on bread. It's not only delicious, but also free. He doesn't mind eating for free. A moment later, there is nothing left on the plate, and the young boy asks the staff to bring him more. The girl is outraged that our hero eats so much. Can poor people really fit that much food? The main character has nothing to do, so he looks around the room and notices some object covered with glass. Lot number 8, an ancient inkstone made of wood from the Qin Qianlong dynasty. Bidding starts at 300 million yuan. The young boy continues to greedily bite off the meat, piece by piece. He understands that the thing he sees is unusual. Xiaofei decides to test his guess, so he activates the antique appraisal. The young boy begins the assessment and sees many records and inquiries made on this antique item. Our hero understands that this is a pretty good thing, worthy of a huge price. A moment later, our hero also begins bidding for this antique. He bids 350,000, but almost immediately his price is outbid. At this time, Manager Su Lu is in his office with a mustachioed male appraiser. It is important for the girl to know whether Lao Zhong studied the inkstone carefully. The man answers positively. This is a Qing dynasty antique. The other party said the same thing. The girl doesn't understand why Xiaofei started placing bets so abruptly. The young boy is not going to give up so easily. He shouts out the price, 600,000 yuan. As soon as the young man shouted out such a huge bet, all those present turned and stared in his direction. Everyone in the hall is indignant and considers our hero strange, because even for an ancient inkstone from the Qing dynasty this is too high a price. But the main character doesn't care at all what others say about him. He who laughs last laughs. Moments later, the auction host announces that the ancient inkstone has been sold to Xiaofei. Now he will earn a lot of money from it. Some time passed, and Manager Su entered the young boy's room along with the appraiser. She had a stone in her hands. The girl congratulated the main character on the purchase of this ancient inkstone. She wonders what caused the guy's interest in this product. The main character takes the ancient inkstone from the manager's hands and wonders whether he should tell her about it. In fact, the young man does not need this ancient inkstone, and he wants to sell it to the manager for 2 million yuan. Does he really take the girl for a fool, since he is going to sell her for 2 million what he just bought for 600,000? If Manager Su trusts Xiaofei, he can buy this stone, but if not, then let him silently watch on the sidelines. These words make the girl think seriously. After a pause, she soon agrees to purchase this stone at this price. But the mustachioed man tells Su not to do this, because this stone is a common Qing dynasty antique, and the guy is trying to deceive her. The main character looks at the old man, remembering how last time he lost and was wrong. Doesn't life teach him anything? The mustachioed man screams loudly and says that this time this will definitely not happen again, and this stone is not worth such huge money. A moment later, the young boy comes up with something to surely prove that he is right. The main character takes a knife with a sharpened blade, which immediately attracts the attention of the mustachioed appraiser. And just a moment later, the boy, without regrets, begins to chop up this ancient stone, throwing the scraps onto the floor. Our hero begins to mercilessly chop up the ancient ink stone, removing layer by layer from it. Seeing how a young boy mocks a stone, the man feels bad. If you scrape the ink off the outside, the stone will lose its value. But the mustachioed man resigned himself, because now this stone belongs to the main character, and he can do whatever he wants with it. The young boy continues to scrape away layer after layer without effort, and the male appraiser warns that he will cry later. And then, just a moment after our hero continued to scrape away layers of ink, something inside the stone began to shine brightly. The mustachioed man immediately became nervous when he saw such a bright shine. He kept his eyes fixed on the ancient stone. The main character is determined to prove that he is right. He tells the appraiser to take a close look at what he is holding in his hands. The man is in a stupor, because he doesn't understand how this is even possible. He can't believe what he's seeing right now. It cannot be so. Something unknown inside the stone continues to shine brightly. The young man brings the stone closer to the appraiser and allows him to see what it is. A moment later, the mustachioed man realizes that this is nothing more than 1,000-year-old incense. Incense hidden in wood, in the shape of an ink stone. It should definitely cost 2 million. The mustachioed man was stunned by what he saw. This stone really costs so much money. It's a pity that he didn't think of this earlier. The young boy is happy and proud of himself. He feels incredible that he was able to prove himself right again. The mustachioed man feels this terrible taste of defeat. He can't believe he's already lost to this boy twice. Manager Sue agrees to pay 2,100,000 for the stone, but she asks him to forget about what happened. Having heard about such a lucrative offer, the main character, naturally, could not refuse. Very soon our hero's cup will be put up for auction, and this is the most important event of the evening. This is the most expensive collection and the last lot. The girl leading the auction shows all the guests the last lot of the evening, the same obsidian bowl of our hero. The minimum price is 5 million, and the rate increase is at least 200,000 at a time. Guests are starting to raise prices by a couple of million. And a moment later, one of the guests is ready to give 12 million for this obsidian bowl. The young boy is beside himself with surprise when he hears such a huge price, 12 million. Our hero is overjoyed, and all his positive emotions spill out. He finally got rich. And then, a moment later, one of the guests raises the bet to 16 million. After such a high price was announced, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. Nobody raised the rate. An obsidian bowl sold for 16 million. The protagonist's cup was sold at a very high price. The young boy behaves like a king. He is already dreaming about his future wealth. Manager Sue becomes very embarrassed when she catches our hero in such a self-confident position. The young boy felt ashamed of what the manager had just seen, and he asked to forget about it. The young lady asked the main character to follow her so that she could give him money for the goods sold. Manager Sue asked the young man to go ahead. When they arrived at the place, everything around was shining gold. It was very unexpected, but the young boy saw a man and a woman in front of him. These were Nana's parents. It seems that the married couple also never expected to see the main character in such a place. There was an awkward pause. Xiaofei explained that he came here for an auction, to which Nana's mother began to smile sarcastically, thinking that he was here to earn money. But the young boy was not going to waste his time on this evil woman and make excuses to her. He just walked away. From such impudent behavior, the nasty woman only became even angrier, but her husband calmed her down. Xiaofei does not want to listen to this eternally dissatisfied woman, and a moment later he enters Manager Sue's office. The woman doesn't understand how some commoner from an auction house can so calmly enter Manager Sue's office. The woman assumes that the guy is here to get a job, but the girl objects, saying that he is also a client. Hearing this news, the couple falls into a stupor. Does this student have money to be here and be a client? Manager Su explains that the cup that was auctioned today belonged to the protagonist. The man is completely shocked when he finds out that this is true. He still finds it difficult to believe that the cup belonged to a student. Nana's father is completely bewildered. Where could an ordinary poor student get such an expensive antique bowl? The other day, Xiaofei came across a bowl seller at an antique market. The seller thought it was a fake, so he sold it for almost 600 yuan. But it is very difficult for a man to believe this nonsense. Was this guy just walking around and accidentally making 16 million? The boy is not going to make excuses to the man. The million yuan he used to buy a gift for Nana's parents was an advance from Manager Su. And Manager Su can even prove that he and Mr. Xiaofei had an agreement and received an advance of 1 million. The married couple signed the contract and took the purchased goods. After calculating the fee and deducting taxes from his auction, the guy received a lot of money. To be precise, the young man received almost 15 million into his bank account. And if you add what they earned earlier, the total amount is 15 million. The main character was very inspired, because now he was sure that he could earn 1 billion in 2 years. But then, unexpectedly, a worker ran into the room, urgently looking for Manager Su. Something terrible has happened. Hearing this, Manager Su immediately rushed into the hall to see what was going on. There she saw a mustachioed man. The girl saw Mr. Blue in the middle of the hall and immediately ran up to him to find out what he was doing here. The mustachioed man wants to take back this obsidian bowl for the original price. The mustachioed man continues to stand his ground and demands that Nana's father back down. Xiaofei is clearly against this. Wasn't he too insolent? This is already crossing all possible boundaries. The main character is not going to stand idly by and remain silent. He shouts across the room to the man. Who does he think he is? The young boy begins to show aggression towards this impudent mustachioed man. The young man continues to throw a 3-story curse at this bastard, and he clearly did not expect to hear this in his direction. Everyone present froze in deathly silence as they listened to such terrible insults towards Mr. Blue. The mustachioed man was not going to just remain silent. Does this little brat know who the loaf is crumbling for? He won't be happy. Manager Su can't let anything happen to Xiaofei, because his ability to appraise antiques is very important. The young girl immediately ran up to Blue Haoling to at least try to protect our hero. Manager Su tried to justify the main character by saying that he was not feeling well, so there was no point in being angry with him. The eternally dissatisfied woman called the young man stupid, because he is already over 20, but he still has no brains. The young boy is struggling to contain his emotions. He would have sent this nasty woman long ago if she had not been Nana's mother. The mustachioed man didn't want to just let the impudent guy go, because if he did, he would lose his reputation. The main character realized that Blue Haolong was the person who intended to kill him. It was he who sent all the bandits to him earlier. That is why the young boy is not going to retreat. Today he intends to put the man in his place and meet him face to face. Everyone present held their breath and fell into a stupor. Amazed at the toughness of this student, everyone watched what was happening carefully. No one understood how this young boy could talk to Blue Haolong so boldly. Many began to admire him. Blue Haolong is the head of a dark group in Zhonghai City. Where does the main character have so much courage to dare him? The action was successful. 12 people heard our hero, which means that 220 points were added to his piggy bank. The mustachioed man was dumbfounded when he heard such a pathetic student challenge him without an iota of fear. Zhou Xiaofei repeated these words again. He challenges the man, and if he is not a coward, he will accept it. The mustachioed man looked around carefully, assessing the situation. There are too many people here and he can't take that risk. A moment later, an evil grin appeared on his lips. He did not agree to the guy's challenge, but remembered his words. Blue Haolong makes a deal. If Xiaofei survives until the end of the month, the man will write his name backwards. Our hero is not afraid of this scoundrel at all and tells him that he will definitely receive retribution for his actions, but he just laughs. A moment later, the mustachioed man turns around and heads away, leaving the young boy behind him. Manager Su was very worried about the incident that just happened. Xiaofei is too impulsive. If the guy doesn't apologize to Haolong, it will have a bad effect on the Su family's reputation. Xiaofei is not going to apologize to him, because he wanted to kill him. Nana's mother has a smug smirk on her face as they exit the building. She mocks our hero. Before leaving, she throws a couple of insults at Xiaofei, but he is not going to remain silent and also responds with barbs. Such words make the woman furious, but her husband calms her down, telling her not to pay attention to this pathetic child. Soon, the married couple leaves, and the main character follows them with his gaze. Suddenly, someone puts a hand on the guy's shoulder. This was the same seller from whom the main character received the cup. He demanded half the amount Xiaofei earned for the bowl. Everyone is carefully watching the situation and does not understand what is happening. Doesn't this cup belong to Xiaofei? Those present seem to really enjoy watching this show, because they can't take their eyes off it. The red-haired bitch only adds fuel to the fire and says that the main character is a real deceiver. Manager Su seems confused about what's going on. She does not understand who she should give the position of appraiser to. The seller looks very pathetic when he begs the young boy to give him his share. He screams and cries. But this is not our hero's fault, because this stranger himself sold him the cup, so he should not share it with him. The guy objects, because if Xiaofei had told him that this cup was genuine, he would not have sold it for only 600 yuan. And now, after a moment, the boy cannot contain his emotions and begins to cry and scream loudly. This money is his last hope. His mother is 80 years old, and he also has a 3-year-old child and a sick daughter-in-law. Everyone around begins to burst into laughter when they see how this boy begins to humiliate himself in front of the main character. A moment later, the crowd begins to discuss Nana's mother, saying what a disgusting and unpleasant woman she is. The woman is very angry with our hero because he is too lucky. The man gets tired of all this and decides to go home. After all, the main character is not heartless, so he gives the unfortunate guy 200,000 yuan to help him. The young boy is incredibly grateful to Xiaofei for taking pity on him. A moment later, he quickly ran away. Manager Su sees that our hero is quite smart, so he decides to make him the Su family's antique appraiser. The girl approaches the young man and invites him to become an antiques appraiser at their auction house. His salary will be quite high. This made the main character embarrassed and feel awkward. He, of course, can become their appraiser, but there is one small problem. Manager Su looks at the young boy carefully, waiting to see what he is going to say next. The young boy's face is completely red. It can be seen that Xiaofei is very embarrassed and ashamed, so he hesitates and does not immediately answer the question. Eventually, he says he wants to open his own antique store. Su is not upset. It's late, and our hero's girlfriend is waiting for him. He doesn't understand which girl he's talking about, but when he turns around, he sees Captain Yu, who looks very beautiful. A moment later, the main character heads in her direction, but does not understand for what purpose she came here. It seems that because of his conversations with beautiful women, Xiaofei completely forgot that he was supposed to call Captain Yu to pick him up. A moment later, the young boy kindly bids farewell to Manager Su and promises to return tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, Captain Yu notices that the young man continues to stare at Manager Su's chest even as he says goodbye. This makes him feel awkward. At this moment, the main character is very angry with the police girl, because he does not understand why she cares where his gaze is directed. The boy is very embarrassed, because he feels awkward. Therefore, after a couple of seconds he turns around and quickly heads towards the car. They hit the road. Blue Haolong is very cruel to those who have offended him, and he will definitely not just let it go. It's hard to hide from him. Captain Yu no longer understands whether the main character is stupid or smart. He does too much reckless things. The young girl continued to scold the boy, saying that he was doing too risky things, but he didn't care. The main character couldn't help but notice Captain Yu's concern and assumed that she had fallen in love with him. This makes her even angrier. But immediately after the girl heard these words, she immediately prescribed a powerful blow to the guy's face. He didn't understand why she cared so much about him if she didn't love him. After some time, the young man calmed down and looked out the window. Suddenly something began to shine sharply in his face. A moment later, Xiaofei saw a huge truck rushing straight towards them with bright headlights. It seemed the driver had no intention of stopping. There is a man behind the wheel, and he is clearly determined to crash into the car. It seems to be one of Blue Haolong's messengers. There are only a few seconds left before a truck and a car collide. The truck is getting closer and closer to the guys. Captain Yu tries to turn the steering wheel, but she won't have time to do it. The main character screams loudly and asks to stop. A moment later, the system freezes time for the young boy. Thanks to this, he can be saved. Time stopped for 2 seconds for everyone except the main character. He must do something. The young boy has exactly 2 frozen seconds. The truck is still heading towards the car. Time is still frozen for everyone. Every moment the truck is getting closer and closer. The truck is very close. The inevitable may happen very soon. And at the last moment, the red car quickly rushes forward and the guys manage to escape. Finally, time resumes its normal course. A man with a huge bald head thinks he hit the target and everything worked out. But, in fact, everything happened exactly the opposite. The truck in which the bandit was sitting overturned, and the guys were able to escape. They immediately got out of the car to see what happened to the stranger. He was wounded and was under the wreckage of his car. The girl appeared before the villain, and Xiaofei thought she wanted to help him, but instead Captain Yu kicked him in the face and knocked out his tooth. Captain Yu is completely furious, and she is not going to leave this just like that. It is important for her to find out who is behind all this. Xiaofei remembers how the girl taught him to follow the law when they first met. Now it's the other way around. And she takes out her phone and starts filming the wounded man. Everything he says will be evidence of guilt. The man admits that it was the head of Dragon Security. He gave him 100,000 yuan for carrying out this order. The girl becomes furious. They are used to driving such big cars. If something happens to them, the insurance company will pay. No one will think that this was on purpose. Captain Yu is determined to get rid of Blue Haolong, who is not allowing the citizens of Zhonghai to live in peace. A moment later, the girl begins to beat the villain mercilessly. Our hero realized that it was better not to mess with her. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place in Blue Haolong's office. He mercilessly reprimands his subordinates who are unable to carry out his orders. Now the mustachioed man is incredibly angry. He grabs a knife from the table and throws it to the side. In fact, he threw it at the main character's photo, which was attached to a dartboard. Some time passed, and the main character was finally able to calmly return to the dorm, in which, it seems, no one had slept yet. The young boy was very exhausted from today's busy day. It was as if all the juice had been squeezed out of him. Therefore, immediately after the young man entered his room, he collapsed on the bed, wanting to relax. Our hero was replaying the events of today in his head. If the system had not saved them, the guys would have died. The system is so omnipotent that perhaps in the future a young boy can become a god. This brings a big smile. But the system says it didn't do it for free. Now our hero has exactly 0 points on his balance. This horrifies the young boy, because he has been collecting these glasses for a very long time, and now he will have to start all over again. She stopped the whole world for 2 seconds to save a guy and a policewoman. She already made a discount, taking less than 1,000 points for it. In this case, the student becomes interested in how many points are needed in order to stop time for 1 second under normal circumstances. The system smiles widely and proudly, after which it begins to calculate the points that will be needed for this. As it turned out, this requires only 500 points in 1 second. There is also a time rewind function that costs 1,000 points per second. The young guy is very surprised and admires this, because it's really cool. The system is proud of itself. Since the system is so strong, our hero has another question: is it capable of killing itself? But the system does not answer this question, but only cold-bloodedly hits the student on the head. How dare he even ask such questions? This seems to have thrown the system off balance. Now there was a huge lump on the main character's head, which was left by the system. Thus the night passes and the next student day begins. Now there was an English lesson taught by a very beautiful woman. All the students present, and especially the boys, listen attentively to the teacher, enjoying her attractive appearance and shape. Only Zhou Xiaofei doesn't care about the teacher's words. Now his thoughts are filled only with how to quickly earn points. The teacher notices that the student is not paying attention, so she asks him to repeat her last words, but he says that he doesn't know anything about English. As soon as the others heard such a daring answer from their classmate, the audience immediately burst into ringing laughter. This only made the teacher angrier. She couldn't allow herself to behave like that in her lessons. And then, just a moment later, a skirmish began between the teacher and the student. The guy didn't understand why they needed to learn English if they were Chinese. The young boy continued to object, not understanding why they should learn so much English if they were Chinese. The rest of the students listened to this and laughed loudly. A moment later, the teacher could not stand it and told the guy to leave the classroom. The main character didn't care, so he just took some of his notebooks and headed for the exit without further ado. If the teacher is not going to mark him as absent and tell the rector about it, then he doesn't mind leaving. But the blonde continues to shout after him, if the young man leaves now, he will not be able to pass exams in the future. And before finally leaving the audience, the young boy boldly adds that she is not as beautiful as she thinks. These words make the teacher feel very uncomfortable. It's like she wants to fall into the ground. The teacher is clearly Chinese, but she has blonde hair and looks like a lion. All the students laugh at the guy's words. The blonde cannot stand such public humiliation from her student, so she insults him and throws a book at him. But the young guy has a very good reaction, so he catches the book when it almost reaches his face. A moment later, the main character throws the book back, saying that the woman may still need it and needs to be more careful. The book flies right next to the teacher's head, raising the wind and blowing her hair, before landing on the teacher's desk. The teacher was incredibly angry and refused to teach a lesson with such a disgusting student in the group. Either he sits down or she leaves. But upon hearing this, the students began to rebel and say that they had not been schoolchildren for a long time and the teacher would not tell them. Xiaofei was angry with the teacher, because she has no right to threaten students. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. It was Liang Xiaozhuan, who was the class president. She asked the guy to apologize to the teacher, but Xiaofei refused. In fact, our hero can recite Shakespeare's sonnets in English, but is the teacher capable of this? A young guy offers to make a bet. If the young man cannot read them, then the teacher can punish him. But if the teacher loses, she will have to call him brother in front of everyone and admit that she was wrong. All the students present paused. There was deathly silence in the audience. And after a moment everyone burst into loud laughter. They all laughed at the teacher. Xiaofei let her in well. The male students began to root for the teacher and advised her to agree to make a bet, because they had never even heard Xiaofei read in English. Don't be afraid of him. All the guys in the group were cheering and supporting their English teacher. They praised her, because they loved her very much. Hearing such support, the blonde was inspired and agreed to make a bet. The woman is determined. The woman scrolls through websites and finds the 18th sonnet. If Zhou Xiaofei can recite this, she will accomplish what she must. The main character is ready to read this without any problems, but first he needs a little time to prepare. After a moment, the young boy closes his eyes and falls into thought. A very important event is coming up. The system says that in order to raise his English level to expert level, 100 points are needed, but they are missing. Our hero begs to lend him these glasses and improve his English level. All this is necessary for an incomparable show-off. Having heard this reason, the system decides to lend the guy these 100 points. The creators love this reason. And now, after a moment, a full knowledge of the English language was absorbed into the head of our hero. Now Xiaofei's English level has reached the expert level. Sonnets were also added to his mind. Some time passed, and the main character had already prepared, but was still silent. Since he can't, then let him admit defeat. But after that the young boy screams loudly and tells him to shut up. The young man can do it, and he will do it. The blonde can't wait to hear what our hero has prepared. She is sure that he will not cope with this task. And now, a moment later, the young boy begins to read the 18th sonnet. Everyone listens in fascination. All the guys start looking at each other, because they don't understand what he's talking about. Did he really do this? Then, one of the students looks at Teacher Wang and sees her expression change. The girl looks very nervous. A grimace of horror and shock caught her face. The blonde doesn't understand how this is possible. This poem was written in English in the Middle Ages, so it is difficult to read, but Xiaofei could. While our hero was telling this sonnet, the other students admired him and watched carefully, not wanting to miss a word. All the girls who were present in the audience were delighted with our hero and listened in fascination. The main character continues to read the sonnet, and soon he finishes and bows. Everyone around starts clapping for him. After reading, especially female students begin to squeal with admiration, praise him and declare their love. He thanks everyone for their support. Xiaofei turns to the teacher and says that she thinks she should come and apologize to him. Everyone in the audience begins to cheer our hero. They say the teacher must keep her promise. The students shouted in unison that the woman should keep her promise and publicly apologized to the guy. A moment later, the blonde begins to loudly scream at the main character. She begins to tremble and then loses her balance. And after just a couple of seconds, the English teacher collapsed on the floor unconscious. Everyone started screaming and trying to bring her to her senses. The main character looks at the teacher with indifference. She was so angry about this that she even felt sick to her stomach. Students immediately ran to the woman to help her. The head girl was worried about the teacher's condition. The blonde is still angry with the main character, but the headman asks her not to talk now and not to get angry. First they need to go back to the dorm. The students began to help their teacher calmly walk to the dormitory. She supported the woman by the shoulders. The system assessed our hero's actions and assigned them an average level. 50 people saw the teacher face down in the dirt. For this he receives 510 points. Going head-to-head gives them an extra effect that rewards him with another 50 points. But the system immediately takes 100 points from our hero. As a repayment of the previously borrowed 100 points, now the score is 460 points. The young man received an additional 50 points if he stunned his interlocutor with his actions, 100 points if he started bleeding. After explaining the system, everything became clear to the young boy. In fact, this is not just a useless system. A lot can be achieved with the system. It's still the same system. The worse the main character does to his opponent, the more points he will receive. The young guy thought about how bad and boring the creator must have been to make such a system. The system immediately began to glare at our hero, trying to understand that he was mumbling. She slapped Xiaofei hard. The main character grabbed his cheek, which was already all red from the blow. He began to make excuses for not saying anything. And then, soon, classes came to an end. A young boy left the university and hailed a taxi on the road. A moment later, the car stopped. The guy needed to get to the Su auction house. At this time, someone was watching him. Blue Haolong sent his bandits after the guy, and they spied him. The mustachioed man was determined to finish off Xiaofei tonight. The leader of the organization ordered his subjects to stay near the university, and when the young man returns, they must kill him. Some time passed, and the young boy had already arrived at Miss Su's auction house. A moment later, our hero entered the girl's office. Manager Su was sitting on a chair and was already waiting for him. The guy couldn't help but notice her attractiveness. For Manager Su, it was a real mystery what was in our hero's head. First you need to look at the store transfer agreement file. The young boy received 3 months' salary from her, which the girl gave him in advance. It is in a prime location in their antique market, so she decided to take care of it to buy it for Xiaofei. The young boy was very inspired by this news. He sincerely thanked the girl for her help. And if the guy manages to find something good, he can sell it directly. She hopes for good cooperation. Next month the annual Antiques Exchange Fair will take place, and with his abilities the main character will definitely be able to make a fortune. The young boy immediately realized that the girl wanted to recruit him, and, it seems, he didn't mind. But Manager Su didn't even deny that she wanted it. Over the past few years, they have not received good antiques, so they rely entirely on our hero. The young boy doesn't mind at all that the girl relied on him. He will be happy to help them. It's quite late and Manager Su has a dinner appointment with a client, so she suggests they go there together. Xiaofei is not eager to go, but if he wants to do business, it is very important to expand his network and his connections. The girl hit him on the head, and after that the main character instantly agreed. The car is already waiting for them outside, so they need to go quickly so as not to make the client wait. The guys went outside. A luxurious black car was already standing there. They got into the luxurious interior of the car. The girl driver said that in 5 minutes they would be there. And, a moment later, the car started moving. It felt like she was rushing at the speed of light. Not much time passed, but the car had already arrived at the Tiandi Grand Hotel. Manager Su and Xiaofei entered the premises, and a client was already waiting for them, a man in a purple suit and a red-haired girl. Manager Su approaches Mr. Chen and extends his hand to introduce himself. She is as friendly as possible. Soon, the girl wants to remove her hand, but the man grabs it and covers it with his palm again. The man with a bestial grin noticed that the girl was getting younger and younger each time. These words tensed the girl's secretary. A moment later, the main character comes forward. He yanks Manager Su out of the man's grip and extends his hand to introduce him. and as soon as the young boy touched the client's hand, he experienced severe pain from Xiaofei's power. A moment later, a loud scream from the client is heard. Our hero squeezed his hand tightly. Everyone immediately became nervous when they heard Mr. Cheng scream. They fussed around, trying to figure out what was going on. The male client shouted loudly that Xiaofei was playing dirty. At this time, the guy grabbed the scoundrel's fingers tightly. As soon as the bald man saw this, he immediately swung at the main character. The bald man almost hit the young man in the face, but someone's hand grabbed him a second before the blow. The manager's secretary, Su, intervened in their conflict and prevented the man's blow. The girl was very embarrassed to watch all this. It seems the situation is out of control. She tried to change the topic, so she started praising Mr. Cheng. If you don't stop them now, it will create problems. Manager Su quickly ordered the young boy to let go of Mr. Cheng's hand. Hearing this, Xiaofei immediately let go of the guest's hand. The young man began to make excuses that he was too excited. The bastard man rubbed his arm nervously, trying to ease the pain. He pretended that everything was fine, but in reality he was angry with Xiaofei. A moment later, when everything was fine, Mr. Cheng ordered his subordinate Abayo to leave the office. There are a lot of different dishes on the table, which emits an incredibly pleasant aroma. Finally, they were able to get to know each other properly. The man's name is Chen Lixiao, and he is the younger brother of the Chen family in Chenzhou City. The Chen family sounded very familiar, and the guy remembered that this was the same family that wanted to take his wife. The man had drunk a little and was already drunk. He said that our hero could contact him with any questions if he needed help. The young boy smiled in his face, although in fact he felt hatred for the fact that they wanted to take his wife away. After a moment, Mr. Chen turned his attention to Ms. Su and placed his hand on her shoulder. Previously, he invited her to become a partner in opening an antique store. The girl immediately pulled away from the man and clung to Xiaofei, saying that the guy was going to open an antique store. And if Mr. Chen wants to make money, he can work together with our hero. The man thinks that this student doesn't know how to run a business. But either way, it's better than some old pervert with an ulterior motive. The guy is defending himself. The man is shocked that our hero dared to answer him. If it weren't for Madame Su, he would have thrown him out long ago. But the young boy does not believe in this and says that if he wants, he can take the risk and do it. Manager Su tries to calm the situation, so he shouts at Xiaofei and orders him to sit down. The young boy obeys the girl and obediently returns to his place, plunging into silence. She explained to Mr. Chen that the young people were enthusiastic. If he doesn't want to, he won't work with him. She will punish herself for such words by drinking 3 glasses. And now, just a moment later, the girl mercilessly pours a glass of very strong alcohol into herself. The perverted man was glad to see how the girl was getting more and more drunk every second. The man encouraged Ms. Su to drink even more, saying that after this all problems would be forgotten. Manager Su continued to pour strong alcohol into herself while Mr. Chen poured even more. The perverted man wanted the defenseless girl to become even more intoxicated, then he will personally take her home. The main character couldn't just look at this calmly, so he bought a bad luck card to put this freak in his place. And immediately after that the system sold him a card for 100 points. It will be effective for 1 hour to make the target lose their luck. A moment later, the bad luck card was already active and working. The man was in for trouble. The young boy was very glad that now this scumbag would get what he deserved for his actions. The pervert took a fried fish into his mouth and invited the girl to play a game with him. Only a fish tail protruded from his mouth. But Mrs. Su refused to play with him because he was very drunk, so she pushed him across the face with her hand. This was very unfortunate, because after a couple of seconds the fish slid into the man's esophagus, and he didn't even have time to chew it. Mr. Chen began coughing violently, trying to spit out the fish, but in vain. It got stuck in his throat. The others tried to immediately help the man, and one girl gave him vinegar, because she had heard that it softens the bones of fish. It didn't seem to help much. Manager Su said to bring more rice to the waiter because it might help. A moment later, the waiter brought a huge pot, which was completely filled with rice. Seeing the rice, the man immediately pounced on it and began to swallow it greedily, trying to help himself. Exactly 10 minutes passed, and all this time Mr. Chen was busy continuously absorbing rice. But the red-haired girl said that things wouldn't work that way. we urgently need to send the man to the hospital. Everyone was very scared and did not know how to help the unfortunate man. Our hero had one way, but it was very disgusting. Manager Sue asks not to delay and say what kind of method this is, even if it is vile and disgusting. The young boy gets lost in thought and wonders whether he should talk about it. After a moment, the main character makes up his mind and begins to tell. Everyone listens to him carefully. You need to give an enema or feed the man purgeon and let him vomit, then this will definitely work. When Manager Sue heard about such a truly disgusting method, she fell into a stupor. Mr. Chen, as soon as he heard about this, was horrified. The man flatly refused to do this. The red-haired girl ordered the bald man to quickly take Mr. Chen to the restroom. Of course, the man immediately followed the order and grabbed the unfortunate man on his shoulder, after which he quickly ran to the toilet. A moment later, a terrible, unpleasant smell began to emanate from the restroom. When the guys smelled it, they immediately covered their noses, trying to breathe fresh and clean air. It's amazing that Mr. Chen actually did it. It stinks so much in here that our hero is about to throw up. Exactly 5 minutes passed, and Mr. Chen came out of the toilet as if nothing had happened. He seemed to feel better. The man still smelled disgusting, but the plan worked nonetheless and the fish bone came out. The man looks at the young boy with anger. Xiaofei is completely shocked that this method actually worked. He had a friend who took a mouthful of snowstorm, but did not vomit. After these words, the man feels sick. The bald man becomes angry when he realizes that this method might not have worked. The man was just lucky. But if our hero had not told about this method, then most likely Mr. Chen would have died. A moment later, he fainted. When he is taken to the hospital, the guy asks not to tell the doctor that he ate his own shit. When this strange bunch leaves, the girl gets annoyed with loud laughter, calling our hero a bad guy. The main character looks carefully at the girl who continues to laugh. He's very embarrassed. But Manager Sue will not be angry even if Xiaofei did it on purpose. The girl suggests having dinner elsewhere. Some time passed, and the guys went to another place, where they decided to get drunk. The guys are having fun, they drink and have fun, talking about nothing, they forget about all their problems. The main character told them a story about how he should earn 1 billion in 2 years. The whole family allowed the guy to earn 1 billion in order to marry their daughter to him, but 1 billion in 2 years is too difficult. The young boy is already very drunk and is barely able to talk. A moment later, he falls. The boy collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He's so drunk that he can't be taken back to the dorm. We need to find a hotel nearby. The secretary lifted Xiaofei from the ground to support him, but he began to twitch and shout that he wanted to drink more. Because of this, he slipped on a puddle. A moment later, the main character lost his balance and flew straight towards Mrs. Sue. And then, after a couple of seconds, the young man landed on something soft and pleasant. It was a girl's breast. She immediately jumped up. At this time, our hero complimented Manager Sue's breasts. Hearing this, Mrs. Sue became embarrassed and pushed the boy away from her, telling him not to say such things. The young boy flew a couple of meters away from such a strong blow. At this time, the girl was grumbling and embarrassed. Some time passed, and the car with the guys drove up to the hotel. Manager Sue sincerely sympathized with the guy, because making 1 billion in 2 years is very difficult. Xiaofei had already fallen asleep in his room. At the same time, Blue Haolong and his subjects were still standing and waiting for our hero at the entrance to his university and dormitory. The night was quite cold, and the guys were already frozen. They don't understand why the main character hasn't returned yet. They all already want to go home, but they can't go, because they need to guard the young boy. He can come back at any time. In this case, the guys decide to wait a little longer and then return home. Meanwhile, the young boy slowly opens his eyes and sees the ceiling above him. A moment later, Xiaofei gets up and looks around, because he doesn't understand where he is. He is very thirsty. Xiaofei turns on the desk lamp and looks around, trying to figure out where he ended up. It doesn't feel like a hostel. The young man gets out of bed and grabs a bottle of water to quench his thirst. It seems that Madame Sue took good care of him. The main character is about to take a sip of water, but suddenly he hears someone starting to pull the door handle. And, just a moment later, some attractive stranger with beautiful forms bursts into his room. The girl is very glad that the fool who lives here did not close the door. This saved her from a lot of trouble. But after a couple of minutes, the girl falls into a stupor when she notices our hero sitting on the bed and looking at her. The stranger falls into a stupor and does not know what to do or how to justify herself. She just froze. The girl just stands there, frozen, until the guy asks who she called stupid. The stranger does not understand why the young man is not sleeping. He doesn't want to listen to her and decides to take her to the police. Just the mention of the police brings tears to the eyes of the mysterious stranger. The girl falls to her knees and begins to cry bitterly from hopelessness and despair. The stranger screams loudly and begs to let her go, because the guy is very smart and must get into her position. But the main character doesn't even want to listen to her pitiful requests. Then, the girl takes other measures. A moment later, the mysterious stranger begins to remove clothes from her shoulders. Every moment she exposes more and more of her body parts, trying to seduce our hero. The young boy begins to scream loudly, but cannot take his eyes off it. He doesn't understand what the girl is doing. And now, just a moment later, the insidious stranger begins to scream loudly and call someone for help. Within a couple of seconds, many men ran into the young boy's room, running to the call for help. They see a girl sitting in the middle of the room. They are trying to find out from her what the guy did to her. The cunning stranger squeezes out tears and begins to fake stutter as she explains the situation. The girl screams loudly and tells the men that the main character wanted to rape her, although this is not true. They all took the girl's word for it. Someone had already called the police, and the others were preparing to teach him a lesson. The young boy began to shake his head and tried to justify himself, because this stranger was actually a thief. But no one was even going to listen to him. The men attacked the guy, and the girl, at that time, was about to run away, but crashed into someone. Someone was blocking her exit from the room, and because of this she immediately became indignant. It was Captain Yu and the rest of the police who arrived on call. She ordered to stop this stranger. The main character was very happy when he saw a familiar girl. He was completely beaten by men. The policewoman couldn't understand why she ran into our hero every time someone called the police. The young boy becomes embarrassed and explains that lately he has been often getting into trouble. The men notice that it seems that this is not the first time the police have seen this pervert. This must not be the first time he has done this. Captain Yu is not going to let anyone go. She wants to take them all to the station. The stranger does not understand why they want to arrest her. Then, the girl asks our hero if everything that this stranger just said is true. Xiaofei is ready. He humiliated this insidious stranger, saying that he would not pester some young girl who did not even have breasts. For such a show-off, the main character received 40 points, plus 100 points on top, because he has the same taste in women as the creators of the system. But the stranger is not going to just remain silent when she is offended. She denies the fact that her breasts are small. The guy doesn't take her word for it, and if the stranger wants to prove it, she can undress and demonstrate it. After these words, the girl covers her chest and calls the main character a pervert. A moment later, the girl attacks the young boy and they have a small altercation. Captain Yu seems like Xiaofei didn't do anything wrong with this girl, because otherwise she wouldn't look like this. The young man continues to provoke the insidious stranger and adds that Captain Yu is much more beautiful than her. From such terrible and offensive words the girl becomes furious and turns red with anger. She dreams of beating the scoundrel. The policewoman got tired of watching this and ordered the rest of the workers to grab them to prevent a fight. A moment later, the guys were already immobilized and were being held by police. Later they will find out what happened here. There, a little girl said that the guy wanted to communicate with her personally, and then, in a fit of lust, tried to use force. The young boy denies all these words that the girl said earlier. He didn't pester her. And when he hears this nonsense, it only makes him laugh. Previously, our hero already explained that this girl has 2 small breasts and he doesn't like them. Even if he wanted a woman for himself, he would find another, a woman with other forms. Having said this, the young boy's gaze went to Captain Yu. She saw this because she was embarrassed, calling him a pervert. Xiaofei must provide evidence of his innocence, otherwise he will be put in a cell for 48 hours. Video surveillance at the hotel will prove that the little girl is a thief and entered his room herself. Only stupid police officers believed in her legend. When our hero insults the police again, the girl loses her temper and screams loudly at him. This guy almost went deaf. The captain turns around and heads towards the girl to interrogate her again. and the unfortunate student can only sit and wait until the girl returns with a verdict. It takes a long time to wait, so he falls asleep. He dreams of Captain Yu in a swimsuit that shows off all her attractive curves. In his dream, the girl humbly apologizes to him for being wrong. A moment later, the boy woke up from the loud sound of books hitting the table. His sleep was interrupted by the real Captain Yu, who said that the guy was free and could go. The young boy was very happy with this news. He was a little upset that his dream was over. The girl didn't understand how our hero could sleep peacefully in a hotel after offending Blue Halong. Does he think his life is not in danger? The main character didn't know how to respond to this, so he just silently looked at the policewoman. The student felt embarrassed and thanked the girl. There was no accident today, but he promises that it won't happen again. The young boy left the office and headed towards the exit, but suddenly he heard women's screams. It was that stranger who was crying. She asked not to arrest her, because she was left an orphan with her sister, who now has cancer and urgently needs money. Well, the young boy was not going to feel sorry for this insidious girl. He needs to go back to the dorm. By the time the main character returned to the dorm, it was already early morning. It was bitterly cold outside. Meanwhile, the bandits who were waiting for him near the hostel were sleeping soundly, leaning against the wall. But suddenly, one of the thugs woke up and saw the silhouette of a man who looked very similar to Xiaofei. The guys brushed off this idea, saying that they had not seen anyone. They wanted to sleep too much. Thus several hours passed and it was noon. The guys gathered in their boss's office. All his subordinates were trembling with fear, because they could not complete the assignment. They were even afraid to look up. The mustachioed man began to scream loudly and take out his anger on his subjects, starting to insult them. The guys were still ashamed to raise their eyes and look at their boss, so all they could do was apologize. The mustachioed man was furious. At this moment, he was very angry with his subordinates who couldn't do anything. He gave the order to finish off our hero, and as a result, these scoundrels fell asleep. He shoos them away from the office. And just a moment later, a bunch of cowardly guys ran out of the room. They didn't want to suffer the boss's wrath. The mustachioed man decides to find real professionals rather than deal with these scum. He goes to the website of hired killers. The identity was successfully confirmed, and the man was able to access the site. Moments later, the man posts a murder proposal on the website. In the ad, he indicated all the parameters of our hero and said that he needed to be finished off. The deposit has been successfully made. It cost 100,000 yuan. The expert will begin work. The mission will be completed within 7 days. Some time has passed, and a young boy is sitting in the audience during a lesson. The girl asks for attention. The whole university is collecting donations after the next lesson and everyone who can contribute some money. But all the students are outraged, because they don't understand who needed the donations again. The girl grumbled at them because of such terrible words. That a girl from the history department has leukemia. Her family has started a fundraising campaign. The family doesn't have enough money. The main character decides that he can donate a couple of tens of thousands to this. This way he will get points. A moment later, the boy gets up from his seat. He seemed to have some idea. The young man decides that it is very bad to show off like that, so he will simply transfer the money to her personally. The boy leaves the classroom and walks along the corridor, trying to find the history department. When the student finds him, he enters the classroom and asks who is Lu Wenzi present. The girl comes out to him. The guy says that he wants to transfer money to her phone, because he is ashamed to do this in front of everyone. The girl is very grateful. A moment later, the student hands him her QR code, with which the young man transfers money to her. Before leaving, he asks not to tell anyone that he donated the money. If she has difficulties, she can turn to him. And then, after a few seconds, money comes from the girl. She decides to see how much she got. And now, just a moment later, the girl's face fills with silk when she sees such a large amount in her account. She doesn't understand where the guy got so much money. The student transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Some time passed and evening came. A lot of people gathered in the square near the university, and the director asked for silence. They were all here to make a donation to student Lu Wenzi. She has an excellent character and good academic performance. After this short introductory speech, the director stuffs his monthly salary into the donation box. When students see such an act from the director, they immediately begin to admire you and praise him. Everyone notices that this is a very noble act and they are proud of their director. Only the main character does not react to this in any way, because he knows what a hypocrite the director really is. The mustachioed man thanks everyone and smiles widely. He puts on a fake smile. A moment later, he notices Xiaofei in the crowd, standing silently and not reacting at all. After this, his face immediately fills with anger. When young Master Wang returns, our hero will feel humiliated. Meanwhile, the blonde glances through the crowd of students and stumbles upon the very guy who donated her 100,000 yuan. The girl quietly asks the teacher the name of that mysterious guy and points her finger at him. The woman replies that this idiot's name is Xiaofei, and you shouldn't pay attention to him. The blonde knows that our hero is a good-natured fellow. 30 minutes pass and the charity donation comes to an end. Now the student who made the largest donation, Mu Lily, will speak. This bitch girl immediately starts showing off and saying that 10,000 is just nothing, but for students in need, those pennies are likely worth more. The blonde and the woman were shocked by her terrible behavior. They didn't understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Everyone around was unhappy with the girl's behavior, because she acted too arrogantly and treated others like crap. This bitch is attracting hatred again, obviously, but such people do not change. A moment later, the girl publicly begins to humiliate Zhou Xiaofei, saying that he is a beggar, but still wants to date her rich cousin. And this bitch doesn't see anything wrong with despising such a toad as our hero. After her offensive speech, silence fell on the square. The girl even thought that she had put everyone in their place. But that was not the case, because within a second, the students began to riot and insult the girl for such an arrogant attitude. The sick girl said that if for 10,000 Lily thinks that she has the right to insult people from the stage, then she does not want to accept her money. It was a truly good deed that deserved respect. The guys in the square supported the girl. The guys were inspired, and they said that so far they had donated little, but they could do more. The main character is very sorry that such a sweet girl developed leukemia. It would be better if that bitch Lily had it. The system is even capable of cursing someone. A simple disease costs 200 points, something more serious costs 500 points, and for leukemia or cancer you need to pay 5,000 points. But our hero is not going to do this, because there is not such a big enmity between him and this bitch. Mu director stood up for Mu Lily and asked Lu Wenzi to watch his words. Is she really not grateful at all? The blonde replied that Zhou Xiaofei also donated money, but he asked her not to say who helped more. Mu Lily accepted that the girl was refusing her donations. She called her a real spoiled bitch. All the students rebelled against Mu Lily, saying that she was a real trash. Just like her family, the principal tries to calm the angry crowd of students, trying to urge them to remain calm. Suddenly, a man comes running and says that someone transferred 100,000 yuan through the phone this morning. It is written that Zhou Xiaofei did it. Mu Lily is horrified when she hears the main character's name. He has a big bank account. The man says that this student is a super VIP in their bank and has a big bank account, so there can be no mistake here. Mu Lily is stunned, because she doesn't understand how this young bastard can be so rich. She is very humiliated. Since Zhou Xiaofei is the student who donated the most money, the director wants to invite him to the stage. All the students present are surprised that our hero made such a huge donation. He is rich, handsome and modest. And so, soon, the young boy takes the stage to thunderous applause from the rest of the students. Student Lu Wenzi is very sweet, and that is the only reason why Xiaofei is willing to help her. The young man believes that regardless of whether you donate 100,000 yuan or 100, it expresses love that cannot be measured by money. All the students present support him and shout praise. They think exactly the same. Young guys are sincerely admired by the main character. It seems he was easily able to win their hearts and respect. Mu Lily, who was listening to all this, began to boil more and more with every word. How can love not be measured by money? This bitch is literally seething with anger. Everyone admires this loser, not her. A moment later, the system turns to the main character. That was really well said. This time the show-off looked not only natural, but also restrained. It was truly wonderful, simply incomparable. This kind of show-off is considered the most profitable. Showing off in front of 3,000 people brings the young man 15,000 points. But everything is not as simple as it seems. In fact, there is one thing. The system has an additional rule that states that you can add a maximum of 5,000 points for one show-off. As a result, in total, our hero has 5,500 points in his account. It is very sad that he did not receive the 15,000 points he deserved. But the system transferred only 500 points to him. Because of this, the young boy becomes furious. The system says that the young man has now reduced his debt. He doesn't owe 10,000 points, but only 5. Xiaofei falls to his knees in front of the system and begs for the 5,000 points to be returned to him. He doesn't want to give them away right now. But the system is not going to make concessions, so it does not spare the boy and refuses him. The young boy smiles widely and sincerely thanks everyone present for their support. Some time passed and the ceremony finally came to an end. The guy was so captured by emotions that he couldn't stop smiling with delight. A blonde approached our hero, who seemed to want something. She was grateful to Xiaofei from the bottom of her heart. The young man says that there is no need to apologize. He wanted to raise the girl from her bow, but accidentally touched her breast. After this action, the blonde immediately turned away and became angry. She thought that Xiaofei was a pervert. The young boy grabbed his head, because he really didn't want to do anything bad and offend the student. The young boy didn't know how to fix the situation, so he frantically began to apologize, but the girl said to stop doing it. The young man asked the girl not to be angry and, if she suddenly needed help, she could call him. But the student couldn't call the main character, because she doesn't have his number. Zhou Xiaofei had completely forgotten about it and was very glad that the girl reminded him. Immediately after this, the guys exchanged phone numbers. After some time, our hero left the university and walked along a simple path through the park, quietly humming a song. Unexpectedly, the young man turned around sharply, as he felt someone's heavy gaze and someone's presence on him. But when the young man turned around, he saw absolutely no one behind him. He was completely alone. Xiaofei reassured himself that his imagination must have been running wild, but this was far from imagination. The main character was heading to the dining room to have a snack after a hard day. After having a snack, he wants to go to the dorm. But, suddenly, just a moment later, someone's silhouette appeared behind him, and a heavy hand grabbed the defenseless boy by the neck. Fortunately, it turned out to be Voltaire. Xiaofei had been gone for a long time, so the guy thought that he was joking about selling antiques. In fact, the main character is sincerely happy to see his friend. They can't wait to go and grab a bite to eat. And then, a moment later, the guys enter the dining room. Immediately after this, all eyes turn to Zhou Xiaofei. One girl wonders if such a rich handsome guy has a girlfriend. But the student is immediately upset by saying that he already has a girlfriend. Manhwa, a third-year student, is Mu Lily's cousin. There are rumors that Nana's family sent the girl abroad to separate them. Voltaire offers to take the leftovers with them after they eat. Finally, the guys finished eating. They tried to hold the hot food as carefully as possible, but nothing worked, and one of the guys crashed into Xiaofei. Due to the fact that the guy crashed into our hero, all the hot food flew onto his face and left severe burns. Voltaire and Xiaofei began to frantically apologize to the guy who suffered because of them. Voltaire wanted to help the unfortunate man, but found a knife in his pants. Just a moment after this, the stranger jumped to his feet, grabbing a knife. The guy is ready to strike. Voltaire tries to help his friend and shut him down, for which he gets a knife in the hand. Blood gushed out. The stranger intends to strike at our hero, but he successfully blocks it and remains unharmed. The assassin was shocked, because the order did not say that the target was proficient in Wing Chun. This took him by surprise. This scumbag dared to offend the protagonist's friend, and he will definitely pay for it. But the stranger doesn't want to be underestimated. The young man is determined to finish off Zhou Xiaofei. A moment later, the young boy uses his special skill of catching a knife blade with his bare hands, and he does it quite deftly. The assassin does not understand how this can be. The main character will not die today, but Blue Haolong will definitely go to the next world. The young man begins to beat his offender, leaving countless bruises and wounds on his body. Voltaire is trying to stop the main character, because he will again have problems because of the fight. A moment later, the police run up to the guys. And so, thus, the young boy again finds himself in a familiar place, the police station. The guy who was beaten by Xiaofei turned out to be a murderer, so he can go, because it was self-defense. From now on the young man must be careful. After Xiaofei was released from the police station, he immediately went to the hospital to visit Voltaire. The tendons are very damaged, and the young man's situation is very difficult and serious. The chance of success is less than 10%, if Voltaire is unlucky, he will lose his arm. Hearing this, the boy feels a strong wave of panic. He is still too young and you don't want to become disabled. Our hero heard about this while standing at the door. Out of rage and anger, he hit the concrete wall with his fist, leaving a dent there. The main character feels very guilty about what happened to his friend. The system calms him down and tells him that it's just a small thing. A young boy hopefully asks the system if it can help his friend. This is a rather stupid question, because it was time to understand that the system is omnipotent. Now is not the time to joke. Xiaofei wants to help Voltaire. There is a wound healing function that will heal anything the guy touches with his hands. However, effectiveness depends on the severity of the injury. One use of this feature costs 10,000 points. The young boy is very happy about this news, and he wants to help his injured friend as soon as possible. But the system reminds us that Xiaofei only has 500 points left, and there are no spares. He could die at any moment. The system waits to see what decision the main character will make. It seems to her that he will not agree. But the brave young man agrees without a doubt, because his friend saved his life, and he will heal him no matter what. The system agrees and takes away the last points from the main character, and in return gives a healing function. And now, just a moment later, the young boy receives the power of healing, thanks to which he can help his friend. Immediately after this, Zhou Xiaofei happily bursts into the ward and approaches his friend, saying that everything will definitely be fine. As he says this, he touches Voltaire's injured hand, healing it. The doctor asked Xiao not to interfere, as his friend might lose his arm. Voltaire said that he was ready for this. After all, if he had been in danger, Zhou would probably have done the same. However, Fei insisted that there was nothing wrong with the arm and that the doctor had simply made a mistake. The doctor was outraged and began to argue the opposite, saying that their hospital was equipped with the best equipment and there could be no mistake. Suddenly Voltaire tried to move the fingers on his injured hand, and was surprised that he could move his hand calmly. The guy enthusiastically stated that his hand was really fine. Xiao noted that the possibility of error exists even with the equipment. After some time, they safely left the hospital. Xiao asked Voltaire to go home, saying that he had a lot to do today. Naturally, Zhou hurried to visit Dragon Security, reaching the office of Long, who hired a hitman to kill him. Fei brazenly burst into the building, where security guards tried to stop him. The main character convincingly asked them not to interfere with his intention to deal with Blue. Meanwhile, Haolong was in his office, where he learned that his plan had failed, and the amount of the order had increased significantly. The head of the company was furious and could not understand why a professional killer could not cope with a pathetic student. Hao could not afford such an oversight and renewed the order, naively believing that Zhou would soon come to an end. Suddenly the phone rang. The guards informed Long that a young man named Xiao was in the hall. Stunned, Blue looked at the monitor, where he saw his sworn enemy. The main character easily dealt with several bodyguards, after which he pointedly looked into one of the video cameras and smiled. Haolong became furious, realizing that he had to act extremely quickly. At this moment, another brave guard ran up to Xiaofei. As a result, he suffered the same thing. Zhou easily beat the bodyguard armed with a bat. Then he walked towards Hao's office, where he intended to end their enmity once and for all. However, the head himself came to him with several guards, declaring that no one dared to break into his territory. Xiao replied that Haolong had tried to kill him many times, but he was still alive and strong. In this regard, he should admit defeat, because Blue cannot even cope with a student. To make him even more angry, the enraged boss said that the guy would definitely die today. After which he ordered his thugs to immediately finish off the young upstart. Fei, in turn, began to run away from his armed pursuers. The main character literally mocked the guards who tirelessly ran after him. Eyewitnesses noted the unprecedented courage of the young man, enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly one of them called the police and reported what was happening. The guards continued to participate in Fei's marathon, but after a few minutes, they began to breathe heavily and could no longer chase him. Finally, Zhou stopped. The bodyguard noticed that Zhao's games were over. Xiaofei, who was smiling, urged him to look back. The guard turned around and discovered that his colleagues were not nearby. Fei began to inflict painful blows on him. Blue's subordinate collapsed to the ground. Then the self-confident protagonist headed to Haolong's office, who, in turn, looked out the window in search of his guards. He naively believed that the bodyguards had beaten the upstart. However, a couple of minutes later, Xiao stood in the doorway of Long's office and egged him on in every possible way. The head of the company was shocked that the guy was absolutely unharmed, and his beaten guards were scattered along the corridors of the office. Blue stated that if not for the conflict, he would have accepted him as his student. Zhou answered quite confidently that he was not worthy to be a teacher. The system hastened to reward the young man with 5 and 10 points for such a show-off. At this time, Hao took off his shirt and called the guy to fight him. It is worth admitting that he had a pumped-up body. Blue added that brave people like him die very quickly, after which he hurried to attack Xiaofei. The guy prepared for battle. However, he did not expect Haolong to be so fast. As a result, he missed a strong blow and fell to the floor with a roar. Blue was a martial artist, and with his Wing Chun style, Xiao found it difficult to resist him. Zhou said that if he killed him, the police would not let Hao go so easily. Blue replied, "There is no need to kill him, because you can break his limbs, which is already worse than death." After which Long tried to step on the protagonist's hand, intending to break it. However, Fei was instantly healed with the help of his system and began to act. The young man quickly got to his feet and at the same time grabbed a bat in his hands. Haolong couldn't understand how he had enough strength. Meanwhile, Xiao hit his leg with a bat. Blue fell to the floor. Zhou understood that this was perhaps his only chance and began to beat Hao. At a certain point, Long caught the stick, declaring that it was his turn. Haolong defiantly bent the crowbar, looking into Xiaofei's eyes, after which he attacked the guy, inflicting extremely painful blows on him in the abdominal area. The bloodied Fei found himself in a horizontal position again, but at the same time, the main character was not afraid of him, but on the contrary, he deliberately provoked Blue. Sensing the smell of victory, Hao decided to finish off the young man, declaring that he had made a mistake by coming to him despite warnings. Long grabbed Xiao and said that the police would not do anything to him, even if he killed him. Zhou understood perfectly well that he was about to die and began to ask the system for help, but the program refused to help him, noting that he no longer had experience points. Just as Haolong tried to kill the guy, a sudden female voice called out to him. As it turned out, "You arrived in time." She called on Blue to stop, pointing a gun at him. After which she ordered to raise his hands up. Long slowly stood up, looking at Xue. Hao stated that she pointed the gun at the wrong person because the young man wanted to kill him, and he was simply defending himself. Yu hurried to handcuff him, saying that she would figure everything out, and he, in turn, was obliged to testify at the station. Blue added that video cameras can prove his innocence, because the guy himself provoked such actions. Haolong eventually agreed to go to the police station, but first he needed to go to the hospital. The main character of the tree, getting to his feet, said that he also needed to go to the hospital. However, Xue did not listen to Long, and took him to the station, and Fei actually had to be hospitalized. After some time, news about this incident spread across all channels, where it was said that a student named Xiaofei broke into the security company Dragon Security and caused a stir there. The news headlines were full of images of Zhou beating up a crowd of security guards. All the people began to actively discuss what had happened, saying that the student single-handedly broke the leg of the company president. Meanwhile, Xiao was in the city hospital, under the supervision of doctors. Unexpectedly, Sister Su visited him, and upon coming to his senses, Fei discovered that he was covered in bandages. The girl asked about his health. The guy replied that he was fine, but he himself was experiencing severe pain throughout his body. At that moment, the embittered Captain Xue burst into the room. Yu accused Zhou of deliberate provocation, which led to a massive fight, and they have evidence. After which she provided him with a tablet with footage taken on the company's video cameras. Fei began to familiarize himself with them. Seeing himself in the role of the instigator who scattered all the bodyguards, the young man said that he would explain everything when he recovered. Angry, Xue said that she would assign 2 policemen to him so that he would not dare to escape. Then she hurried out of the room, saying that she would have to deal with all this. Lu noticed that Captain Yu was extremely caring, and he should take a closer look at her. Xiaofei did not agree with his sister's opinion, noting that he could only sympathize with her future husband, because she is a hurricane woman. At this moment, Su's brother and father suddenly entered the ward. the girl did not expect to see them here. The father said that he could not help but come, because their family would be drawn into this mess. The brother urged his sister to stop communicating with Zhou. Having given her a choice, either she leaves the family or stops being friends with Fei, Lu understood that this was the old man's initiative. At this time, grandfather came in and asked to make the right choice, starting to tell how he saw this situation. The old man said that this guy not only insulted the Wang family but also the Hua family, and this is tantamount to humiliating all the famous and great people in Zhonghai, adding that this student is not worth communicating with or doing any business with. Lu asked the family to give the young man one last chance, and within a year he would prove his worth. But the old man did not want to listen to anything and repeated his demands, otherwise he would pretend that he did not have a granddaughter. Zhou said that Sister Su had done a lot for him, and he didn't want to make her life difficult, so he would leave himself. The family tried in every possible way to win Lu over to their side. The grandfather asked her to listen to him. The father said that if she had not contacted this student, then everything would have been fine. However, the girl continued to stand her ground, saying that she would work with Xiao, especially since the auction house was returning to them. All the relatives were shocked by what was happening, not understanding what had come over her. The indignant father asked if she was really ready to leave her family for the sake of some ragamuffin. Lu noticed that she had listened to them all her life and did not dare to contradict them, but now she will make her own decision. The main character, in turn, promised her to do everything possible so as not to let her down. After which he took her hand. Su replied that she believed him and everything would be fine. The angry old man said that he wanted to see the skills that made his granddaughter value Fei. Zhou replied that he should just pay attention to how he and his sister run their business, and then he will understand his mistake. Suddenly, the grandfather coughed up blood. The family was concerned about his health. At that moment, the system awarded Xiao 100 experience points for bringing his interlocutor to such a state. Lu also became nervous and asked how grandpa was feeling, but the old man threateningly declared that his granddaughter no longer existed for him. Then he turned to Zhou and said that he was extremely curious to see how he would do it, after which the relatives hurried to leave the premises. Fei asked Su for forgiveness for causing her problems. Lu, in turn, stated that they had 20 million at their disposal, and if he did not mind, she would become his co-owner. The guy was delighted with this idea. He assumed that in a couple of years they would surpass her family. Meanwhile, you visited the young man again. Shui urged him to talk about the situation with Haolong. The main character told her a story about a killer who was hired by Blue to get rid of him, and after the killer failed, he sent guards. The police captain stated that he was the one who beat up Long's bodyguards. Indeed, on the recordings from video cameras, his actions towards the guards are clearly visible. Fei very convincingly asked the system to change the video data in his favor, which cost him 50 points, and a moment later the program edited the materials. Zhou gave the tablet to you, asking her to look at the notes again more carefully. Shui was shocked, because earlier she had seen with her own eyes a completely different picture of events. Then she asked Xiao to wait for a while she looked at the original video footage from Hao's office cameras. After a certain time, the captain presented the recording data to Blue. He stated that this video was clearly edited. You invited him to view the original footage from CCTV cameras. Long ordered his assistant to provide the materials to the captain. The guy asked Shui to go to the control room, where they all saw shocking recordings together that completely exonerated Fei. You didn't understand how Haolong screwed up so much, with his experience in such matters. After which the captain stated that he would not be able to accuse Zhou of provocation, but he had already filed a lawsuit against him. Blue was literally boiling with anger, not understanding how this could happen. Shui realized that Xiaofei was actually quite good at pretending. She asked if he would speak in court against the guy. Hao understood that there was no point in this anymore, and he would not win the case, so naturally he refused. Meanwhile, a suspicious nurse came into the protagonist's room with a syringe in her hand and said that now is the time for injections. Fei became suspicious and asked where the other nurse had gone. The girl tried to get out of this situation in an extremely ridiculous way. However, Zhou realized that she was not a real hospital employee and dealt a sudden blow to her. The girl collapsed on the floor and indignantly declared that he had no right to treat her like that. At that moment, the police officers whom you had assigned to Zhao's room ran into the payment. The guy said that she could not be allowed to escape. Realizing that she had been discovered, the unknown person immediately attacked law enforcement officers. After which she hurriedly and unhindered left the confines of the chamber. Fei did not intervene, since he was already wounded, and hurried to call Captain Xue. Zhou told you that a woman disguised as a nurse tried to kill him and then escaped. The young man described her appearance, and Xue, who was nearby, began to look for the suspect. The police captain ordered her subordinates to block all exits and wait for her signal. She herself began to carefully look for the unknown woman in the crowd of people. A few minutes later, she finally identified the suspect and headed in her direction. You walked past the potential killer without giving any sign that she was following her. Xue then struck the woman with a lightning-fast movement, but she managed to grab her hand. Then she took out a knife and tried to attack the police captain. However, you turned out to be quicker. She managed to grab the pistol and shoot at the killer. The girl ordered the wounded suspect to be taken to the police station. As it turned out, this person was a repeat offender who killed at least 20 people. What Xue reported to the police chief about, Luo, in turn, noticed that Fei turned out to be an extremely useful person, adding that you could pretend to be Zhou's girlfriend for a while to keep an eye on him. But the captain did not like this idea, and she flatly refused this proposal. News of this event spread all over the internet, and Lu left her post as CEO of the auction house. Xue was also promoted to deputy department for capturing 2 murderers. The embittered Blue stated that he failed to kill this student, and his name is now in all the news feeds. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Haolong picked up the phone and asked who it was. The unknown person said that the 2 killers he hired were his people, and as compensation he would catch this student for free. Having asked for the guy's personal information, Long naturally told him everything he knew. Hao was well aware that he needed more competent people to deal with Fei. At this time, at the Hua family's house, Nana's parents heard the news about Blue and his company. They believed that this was the work of Xiaofei, as there were various rumors that Zhou beat Haolong, which they did not expect, because in this way their plan was ruined. The husband was furious that she contacted Long to eliminate Xiao. Suddenly the phone rang. They couldn't figure out who it could be at such a late time. After answering the call, they heard Blue's voice, who praised them for the work they had done. The head of the Ho family could not understand what was going on and asked how. Long said their informants now work for his security firm, adding that he taught them a lesson so that they would know who not to mess with. Hua asked for forgiveness for his wife, and offered to pay 10 million yuan as compensation. But Blue refused, demanding an obsidian bowl to solve the problem. Naturally, they agreed to go to Haolong's terms, since they had no choice. After which he hung up. The evil Yuan asked his wife to take the bowl to Hao tomorrow. Wang also couldn't find a place for herself because of the current situation, blaming Xiaofei in every possible way. Suddenly the man slapped her across the face, telling her to shut up immediately, saying that now they need to go to the antique market to get a gift for Master Chen, because the cup needs to be given to Blue. In addition, next month there will be an antique fair in Chenzhou, where you should try your luck. Meanwhile, the protagonist was finally discharged from the hospital, and a joyful Fei enjoyed his freedom. Suddenly he received a message where Qin Ruo notified him of her arrival in Zhonghai and invited him to meet. Arriving at the cafe at the meeting point, Zhou thought about how great it would be to earn more experience points. The system noticed that with the current situation, he is at the student level and it is too early for him to think about it, since its creators divided the kingdom of show-off into 8 gradations. Currently, Shao is at the student level, followed by teacher, king, emperor, god, saint and reverend. Who could kill with just one glance? Fei asked where her creators were now. The program replied that they had gone to God and were unlikely to return from there. At this time, his classmate Qin called out to him and greeted Zhou. Ruo said that her cousin was getting married, so she had to come back to be the groomsman at the wedding, after which she introduced Shao to her classmate Su Hongming, who unexpectedly called Fei trash. Ming continued to insult the main character, for which he received a slap in the face. An outraged Hong said that if he hit him again, he would take extreme measures. Zhou again could not resist and gave another slap in the face. Su decided to threaten him with the police. Shao offered him 10,000 so that he would not call the police, but Hongmin began to raise the price. Then Fei offered 50,000 yuan. Ming's eyes literally lit up, but he tried not to show it and demanded 100,000, since Zhou hit him twice. Qin asked to stop this circus and called on the guy to simply apologize to Hong, but he did not do this. After asking Su for his card number so he could send him the money, Ming naturally agreed. The main character at the same moment transferred 100,000 yuan to his account. A moment later, Hong Min received a message on his phone with a transfer of 100,000. Customers in the coffee shop were shocked and began asking him to beat them up for money. Ruo asked Su to immediately return the money to him because it was not fair. However, the young man was extremely cunning and refused, starting to think about how he could spend this amount of money. Fei, in turn, hastened to call the police and report the extortion. Hong Min was furious and began to say that he paid him himself and no one blackmailed him, adding that the police wouldn't believe him anyway, because he beat him. 5 minutes later, Yu arrived at the scene and asked what happened. Xiao was at a loss because Shui had been promoted and she shouldn't be here. The law representative again asked who the complainant was and what exactly happened. Fei said that he was the one who called, while Ming tried to find a flaw in Zhou's version. After which Xiao began to explain the situation as a whole, that Hong insulted him and he became furious, subsequently slapping him in the face. Su then asked him to hit him again, and since Fei always helped people, he slapped him again. Ming confirmed the guy's words. After this, Hong Min said that he would report to the police. Zhou got scared and offered to solve everything with money. The young man decided that 50,000 yuan would be enough, but Hong demanded 100. Xiao suggested that Su return 90,000 and keep 10 for himself as moral damages. The embittered Hong Min was furious and said that this was complete chaos because he had beaten him. However, the people present in the cafe confirmed that the protagonist was right. Hong realized that things were bad. In addition, Zhou continued to play the victim, saying that he had no choice but to pay the extortionist. Hong was literally boiling from the unbearability of the situation, because Fei had set him up, and he couldn't do anything. Xiao asked you what the punishment for beating a person was. Shui replied that according to Article 43 of the Law on Disturbing Public Order, he would be subject to a fine of 500 yuan. The guy suggested that Hong Min take 10,000, or the matter will go to court. Suddenly, Su clenched his hand into a fist. Fei rushed towards you, declaring that he wanted to kill him. But Ming, in turn, made the right decision and transferred 90,000 to Zhou's account, after which he pushed people aside and left the cafe. Visitors noted that the young man definitely amused them. You noticed that he should behave more restrained and not provoke others into conflict. Moreover, he has a girl with him and in order not to endanger her, he must listen to the advice. Then she left. For such a performance, the system hastened to reward the ridiculous actor with 300 experience points. At this time, Qin stated that she might resent him for such behavior. Fei replied that she deliberately called him to the cafe so that Zhou would help her get rid of her annoying classmate. Ruo smiled and said that this was indeed true, and besides, she did not have the money to pay the bill. Xiao said that she didn't have to worry about it and now that he had sent him away, she could go home safely. The girl was surprised that he was not going to spend the evening with her and asked if Xiaofei really wanted her to leave. Zhou said that if her dad found out, he would definitely cause trouble for his parents. Qin tried to convince him otherwise, saying that her father was good to the guys who looked after her. After which the main character put her on the bus. Ruo noticed that he had not changed and also stood up for her. The girl began to remember her school years, when Xiao stood up for her. However, she believed that she deserved the best partner in life, and he must be a celebrity. Fei also went home on a bus, where a thief tried to rob a girl, but one of the passengers shouted that there was a robber on board. Suddenly the bandit took out a knife and threatened them. All the people pretended that nothing was happening. Then the thief grabbed the young brave man and dragged him along to the exit. Zhou watched from the side. The terrified young guy could not resist the armed robber. As a result, they got off the bus and the bandit's friends immediately came to them. The young man warned that if they tried to harm him, he would call the police. The girl who was initially attacked by the thief asked the driver not to pay attention to what was happening and to leave quickly. Xiaofei noticed that no one cared about her, but this guy stood up, and she decided to just run away. After which he decided to personally help the daredevil and got off the bus, heading towards the thugs. Seeing him, the robbers began to deal with the self-confident Zhou. The armed bandits immediately attacked Fei, saying that he had made a mistake by getting off the bus. However, the arrogant offenders could not cope with the main character, which, in turn, quite skillfully dodged attacks, while inflicting painful blows to them. The victim and the people got off the bus. Xiao asked if they would accuse the thief of stealing. If they are afraid, they may not bring the case to court, but next time they most likely will not get help. After which the main character again attacked the bandits, scattering them to both sides. At that moment, the instigator tried to hit Zhou, but the guy managed to catch his hand. Eyewitnesses noted a rather strong young man. Fei squeezed his hand, thereby causing significant damage to him. The robber declared that he was protected by law. Xiao said that he would pay for the beating anyway, so he could beat them as much as he wanted. The guy called on everyone to also beat the violators. The system, in turn, awarded the owner experience points for this performance. The passengers were concerned, because the police could arrest them for this, especially since they have families. But Zhou assured them that the police would not do anything to them, as they would pretend that they accidentally stepped on the thieves while getting off the bus. The bandits realized that this could end very badly and hastened to leave this location. However, people did not let them do this and literally walked over them. Fei then urged everyone to wait for the police so that they could also be arrested. Everyone readily agreed. A few minutes later, law enforcement officers arrived, led, of course, by Yu. The leader of the robbers began to pose as a victim, saying that the guy had beaten him and broken his arm, after which he called on all passengers on the bus to assault them. People, in turn, began to make extremely ridiculous excuses, claiming that they accidentally stepped on them. Fei stated that it was self-defense, because this gang of thugs intended to beat him, and besides, everything was recorded on video cameras. The bandits realized that the situation was not in their favor and hastened to leave. But the angry people again prevented this, urging the girl not to be afraid and to tell what really happened. The brave young man, who stood up for the girl on the bus, said that he was ready to testify against these robbers. At a certain moment, the girl finally became bolder and said that one of them was really a thief who had cut her purse with a knife. Shui listened to people's complaints for a long time, then ordered the bandit to be arrested. At this time, the bus driver urgently asked to return to the transport. Just as everyone was about to continue their journey home, Yu suddenly stopped the young brave man and Fei. The police officer said that they needed to stay. The main character understood that she was tired of dealing with him in such situations. Shui angrily asked why he was next to this boy. Zhou replied that he was just fighting crime. An enraged Yu shouted that she would deal with her brother herself, and that he should remain silent. The young brother replied that he could not just stand by and watch what was happening. Shui replied that this was the work of the police, and besides, if something bad happened to him, she and her mother would be horrified. After which Yu released her brother, and the guy hurried back to the bus. Fei was outraged and did not understand why she detained him, because her brother did it on his own initiative. And if he had not intervened, the bandits would have beaten him, which could even affect his worldview in the future. Shui again began to read morals to her brother. Zhou realized that it was better not to touch her now. In this connection, I decided to quietly leave the scene. But you said that if he escaped, she would be forced to detain him for 48 hours. The angry sister ordered her brother not to go out and only attend school. Naturally, the boy could not disobey her and agreed to return to school. She then turned to the main source of the problem and stated that she had some information. 2 killers who tried to kill Xiao died on the way to prison. Presumably other killers did it. Therefore, she recommended that Fei accept 24-hour police protection. However, Zhou refused because he could not afford to exploit the guardians of the law. Then Yu offered to give him a ride home. The guy, of course, agreed. Meanwhile, they were being watched by a girl who was a C-class killer named Medusa. She understood that this student was not as simple as he seemed, because he had defeated all the killers before her. Her task was to eliminate 2 mercenaries who failed in the mission and destroy this boy. After some time, Fei successfully reached his dorm. Suddenly, Medusa entered his room and asked if he was the same Xiao. The perplexed young man asked who she was and what she needed from him. The girl suddenly became close to him and, looking into Zhou's eyes, hypnotized him. The system said that this woman is a master of hypnosis and she is hooked on him. Xiaofei asked the program if it had information about the group of killers. The system replied that if it is on the network, then it can be found, and with the help of the program, hypnosis is not scary for him. However, it is impossible to expose her now, since she will simply kill Zhou. After a couple of minutes, the system found the necessary information about this person. Her name was Medusa and she was a C-class killer. She loved to torture and then kill her victim, and she also eliminated 2 killers. Faye immediately purchased a bad luck card from the program and used it on the killer. After which Xiao pretended to be hypnotized. Medusa smelled victory. The mercenary said in a languid voice that she was his mistress and he needed to follow her. The young man agreed. Going out into the street, they moved in an unknown direction. Zhou obediently followed the girl. At that moment, a wire suddenly came off the pole and fell right under the killer's feet, causing her to receive an electric shock. The main character, in turn, gloated and smiled as he watched what was happening. Passing by a small transformer, it suddenly exploded. However, this time the woman managed to dodge and jumped to the side. But a moment later she landed unsuccessfully on a watermelon peel and slipped. Subsequently, the killer ended up in a trash can, from where she hurried to get out. The card was valid for an hour, but only 10 minutes passed, which means another 50 minutes of performance. Xiaofei enjoyed what was happening and had a good laugh with the ridiculous girl. Every couple of minutes something happened to her. Suddenly someone poured slop on her. After walking a few meters, a tennis ball hit her head extremely painfully. After which she had an accident on the roadway. She was hit by a car. The wounded Medusa couldn't wait to mock Xiao. Finally, the unsuccessful killer hailed a taxi and hurried to get into the car. However, even here a surprise awaited her. The bus crashed into a car at low speed. The drivers began to quarrel among themselves, trying to figure out which of them was right. Suddenly, Medusa decided to kill the guy now, since she simply could not reach her destination. The main character understood her intentions and began to think about what to do. At that moment, the bus driver deliberately moved towards the taxi driver's car. The girl did not have time to get out of the car. As a result, she was rammed by a bus again. The girl was in a deplorable state. The drivers, meanwhile, continued to sort things out while waiting for the police. The bloodied Medusa understood that she could not allow the police to arrive, which meant she had to leave immediately. At this time, Faye approached her and asked where the young lady was going and why she did not invite him to her home. The killer was perplexed when she realized that Xiao was not actually under her hypnosis. She assumed that the guy knew demonic magic, since the 2 killers were stronger, but still could not kill him. Without thinking twice, Medusa left this location and disappeared in an unknown direction. Already at home, she received a message with the characteristics of Xiaofei, who had a considerable arsenal of skills. Suddenly her phone died. The girl went to find a charger. However, when she inserted the adapter into the socket, she was shocked again. Medusa was at a loss. Meanwhile, at Haolong's mansion, where his accomplices were unhappy with Blue, who never got rid of Xiaofei, who was annoying them, because he had a lot of time for this. The woman said that Hao should not lead them by the nose, especially since her husband had died. Long replied that he cannot be killed directly, and there are other ways to do this. Zhou and Lu are going to open an antique store, since he was previously lucky enough to earn about 10 million. In this regard, it is necessary to appoint several people who will scare away potential clients. Relatives approved of Halong's plan and asked him to quickly implement it. Approaching closer to the educational institution, the main character drew attention to the crowd of people. Fei came up to figure out what was going on. He saw a car and a motorcycle next to it. Xiao asked what happened. People told him about how Teacher Wu accidentally drove into a guy's car and he demands to pay him. But the problem is that the young man wants to be paid 100,000, which is too much. At that moment, the guy hit the teacher and his glasses came off. The crowd of people did not like this behavior, and they began to threaten him. However, the insolent man said that he was the son of director Yao Yu Liang, and his father was Yao Xinghua. After which he began to provoke everyone so that they would risk harming him. Teacher Wu asked not to fall for his tricks and to help him find his glasses. The girl found the teacher's glasses and hurried to pick them up from the ground. But the embittered Liang did not let her do this and stepped on her hand, thereby crushing the glasses. Crazy Yu continued to squeeze the girl's hand until it bled. The situation was heating up. The students were trying to control themselves and were about to beat up the insolent guy. Everyone immediately rushed to help the injured student, inquiring about her health. At this moment, the main character asked everyone to calm down, saying that he would personally deal with Yao. Brother Shui was also among the crowd of people, and he also recognized Fei. The arrogant Liang asked who he was, noting that he would not dare to hit him. Zhou said his name and hurried to solve the current problem. Xiao offered him a peaceful way to resolve the conflict situation. First, Liang must apologize to Teacher Wu and compensate him for medical expenses and moral damages. Secondly, he will apologize to his classmate Xiaozhuan, and also compensate for the harm caused to her. Since students always act wisely, he should adopt this trait. Enraged, Yu declared that he would personally add brains to him. Then he tried to hit the main character, but the guy managed to dodge. Then he immediately slapped the self-confident Liang. Yao was at a loss. Zhou noticed that he was the first to start waving his arms. However, Yu tried to attack Xiaofei again, and before he could do anything, he was slapped in the face again. The students present began to laugh at the director's son. Yao, in turn, immediately called his father and lied to him, saying that one of the students hit him. After which, with a satisfied and reddened face, he looked at Fei, declaring that he was finished. The students realized that now the guy would really get in trouble from the director. But Xiao said confidently enough that Xinguo wouldn't lay a finger on him. A moment later, the embittered director intervened in the conflict and asked who dared to hit his son. The once brave Liang literally turned into a child and rushed to the protection of his father. Seeing Xiaofei smiling, Xinguo was horrified, because he understood that he could not help in this situation. The director asked his son if it was Fei who beat him. Yu confirmed that it was he who hit him. Yao turned to Zhou and declared that he could not get away now. Imagine Liang's surprise when his father urged him not to touch the guy and just forget about what happened. Yu did not understand his father's reaction and urged him to punish this student, but Xinguo was unshakable in his decision. However, this was not enough for Xiaofei, and he said that they could not leave so easily. After all, Yao didn't even deign to understand the situation and doesn't know what his son did. The director replied that he had already beaten Liang and did not understand what else he needed. Zhou stated that Io hit Teacher Wu and nearly broke Liang's arm, so at the very least they should ask for forgiveness. And if they don't do this, then what kind of director will he show himself to be? Xinguo understood that his son was wrong. In this connection, I asked Liang if Xiao was telling the truth. The impudent man confirmed the young man's words, without any repentance. The director, in turn, could not stand his son's boorish behavior and slapped him in the face. Then he demanded that he apologize to the teacher and Xiaozhuan. Xinguo hastened to personally ask for forgiveness from Teacher Wu and Lian. Following him, his son, gritting his teeth, apologized. Out of politeness, the teacher said that nothing terrible had happened. The main character noticed that Director Yao is a really good person. Then the angry father pulled Liang along with him. All the students began to laugh. At that same hour, they wondered who Xiaofei really was, if even the director was afraid of him. The teacher and his classmate Lian thanked Zhou for his help. Fei then recommended that Xiaozhuan be taken to the medical office to treat her wounds. There were quite a lot of students willing to help the girl. At that moment, the system reported that he had been assigned an intermediate level, and subsequently he earned more than 300 points. The program advised the owner to increase his level of show-off, to the same stage as physical reprisals against enemies. The guy noticed that getting used to a low level of posing limited his development. Suddenly he received a message, where Su notified him about the opening of an antique store, and asked him to join her at the event. But Fei refused. Lu said that he was the only appraiser she could take with her. Zhou realized that he would still have to go and agreed to appear at the opening of the store. After some time, the main character found himself at the grand opening of an antique store. Xiao immediately went to have a snack at the food court. Meeting Lu, he asked why invite an appraiser. Su replied that the store was owned by a close relative of the family in Yanjing, and they wanted to test the appraisers. Fei realized that she had called him to take advantage of the opportunity to humiliate them at the upcoming opening of their store. Smiling, Lu noticed that she was not mistaken about him, because Zhou was indeed quite smart. The guy assured his sister that he would force the others to show respect for them. At that moment, Jean appeared, who noticed that this young man was clearly more than a friend to her, which is why she was confused. The girl, in turn, reacted extremely hotly and asked what he was talking about. The arrogant insolent repeated his opinion about their relationship, for which he received a slap in the face from Sister Lu. Even Xiao did not expect this from her. Su said that instead of idle chatter, he should concentrate on action to prove his superiority. The cousin noted that even if she leaves the family, he should not count on further development of the relationship. At this moment, Fei suddenly took Lu's velvet hand and said that this is exactly what he wants. The girl was shocked. After which he said quite confidently that it was none of his business, and they themselves would decide what to do. Jean began to ridicule their pseudo-relationship, saying that she was no better than him. Lu stated that if Jean does business better than her, then this should be proven. The guy urged her to wait a little to be convinced of this. The main character looked at the self-confident young man with contempt and asked Sue what was going on. The girl convincingly asked to let go of her hand, saying that she was deliberately angry with him, adding that he probably took her hand on purpose to annoy him. Lu said that their rivalry began from the moment the position of head of the auction house became vacant, but he was removed. Zhou said that their joint antique store would surpass their shop. Sue, in turn, smiled and replied that that was why she contacted him. Meanwhile, the owner of the store, Yan Yunqing, came on stage and greeted everyone present. Because peers in the business are enemies, she caused a lot of problems for everyone. After which she showed 3 authentic antiques, according to her words, hidden in bags. Yun then suggested that these 3 valuable items be identified and valued. Whoever can do so will take possession of them. Yen pulled out something that looked like gold ore from the first bag and announced the start of the competition. People understood that identifying and appraising these antiques was quite difficult, because no one would just throw money away. Others noted Qing's excessive arrogance, as she wanted to mock Zhonghai's antique industry. Su noticed that the Yen family is quite rich and its stores cannot be compared with their stalls. And if there is a person in the city who can cope with this task, then it is Fei. Meanwhile, experts began to unravel the mystery of the incomprehensible stone, wondering what it could be. People looked at it with a magnifying glass, but did not understand what it was and asked if they could come closer. Yunqing naturally allowed everyone to come up one by one and carefully examine the object and even touch it, adding that she expects them to join the Yenji alliance even if they don't recognize the antiques, which in turn alerted everyone, noting the girl's extremely ambitious attitude. Yen egged the appraisers on, saying that no one could handle such a simple task. Noticing Jean in the crowd of people, she guessed that the famous auction house of the Su family probably had the best appraiser, thus pushing him to try his luck and unravel the mystery of the antiques. The guy understood that she deliberately wanted to disgrace him. Lu pointed out that if Fei ever cooperates with this person, he should be careful, since Yunqing is a business genius. The main character himself understood that this woman was quite insidious and self-confident, and anything can be expected from such individuals. At this time, an idea came into Jin's head, which he hastened to implement. The young man said that the greatest appraiser in all of Zhonghai was Xiaofei and pointed to Zhou. People began to discuss the appearance of the guy among themselves, knowing that it was he who had recently put Haolong in his place. Others were confused by the fact that Xiao could be the best of the best at such a young age. After all, his cousin chose to leave the family in order to collaborate with him. Thus, Jean gave the people a reason for discussion and ridicule of Zhou. However, Fei decided to play along and stated that he was indeed the best appraiser in the entire city. After which the young man asked Miss Yen if he could pick up the precious antiques by identifying them. Yun believed that the boy could not cope with this task and confirmed her words. Xiao continued to increase his own worth, while simultaneously humiliating the others, saying that no one else could do this except him. Whatever angered the people were impatiently waiting for an assessment from the guy, which is what they began to shout about. Jean doubted his competence, but his uncle noticed that Lu had a good eye for personnel selection, so anything could happen. Yunqing couldn't believe that this boy was really as good as Qin said he was. The girl smiled sarcastically and called on the main character to begin identifying the object. Xiaofei walked over to the table with the antiques on the plate and threw the stone aside. After which he picked up the saucer and declared that this 1,000-year-old tea tray made of agarwood now belongs to him. Everyone present was surprised and understood why the guy behaved so confidently, because he really turned out to be a professional. However, Yun noted that according to the rules, he is also obliged to evaluate antiques. Zhou confidently said that at the auction his price would be about 20 million yuan. Then he sarcastically asked if he had answered correctly and if he could take the tray. The embittered girl answered through gritted teeth that this antique belonged to him. Yunqing stated that she recognizes his experience and skills in this field of activity, adding that she would take the remaining 2 precious items with her, so that the young man would not take them away either. The girl was really impressed, as she considered him an ordinary antique dealer, like the others. The guy again noticed that he should not be compared with others, since he was on a completely different level. People were angry, but recognized his professionalism. The system, in turn, hastened to generously reward the owner and awarded him more than 1,000 points. Xiao turned to Su and said that they made money even before opening their own store. Lu was delighted with Fei's result, stating that she always believed in him, adding that at the same time, Yun tried to make him an object of outrage for antique dealers throughout the city. Zhou reassured Su, saying that they would hate him anyway, and besides, this was good advertising before the opening of the store. After all, the whole of Zhonghai now knows about them. At that moment Yunqing approached Xiaofei. The girl offered him a well-paid job in her company. Hearing this proposal, the antique dealers realized how lucky the guy was. Yun was well aware that few would refuse such a temptation. However, the young man surprised her by answering that if she still had unidentified objects, then he was ready to help. Lu said that Fei was just joking and she shouldn't take it so personally. But if she really needs his help as an antique dealer, then Zhou will definitely help. Yan noted that if the young man changes his mind, then the doors to her family are always open for him. Xiao thanked Qing for her hospitality and said that they could have tea together sometime. Sad Lu asked if he was so impressed by Yun's proposal that he wanted to have dinner with her. The main character replied that he rejected her invitation, and said about tea just by the way. Meanwhile, in the Su family, grandfather was talking about bringing his granddaughter home, because she really has instincts, and Fei will follow her. The old man ordered Jean to ask for forgiveness from his cousin, and if she returned, the auction house would become a dowry for him and Zhou. Grandfather did not want to accept Xiaofei into the family, but since business comes first, there was no other choice. At this time, the young man asked for leave from the university and got into Lu's car. He asked where they were going. Su replied that her family wanted to make peace, and the grandfather is ready to give her the auction house. The guy realized that they found out how valuable the specimen was to them. A couple of minutes later, cousin Qin called Xiaolu's phone and asked and they would arrive. Lu replied that they were now on Tiandi Street and would soon arrive at the hotel. The girl noticed that he had become much more polite and apparently his grandfather had scolded him. Zhou found all this suspicious. After some time, they arrived at the hotel and got out of the car. At that moment, an unknown car was rushing at high speed straight towards them. The guy noticed it. Therefore, Fei instantly asked the system to stop time for a second, after which he rushed to save his sister. Xiao grabbed her and jumped to the side with her. Thus, they fell onto the side of the road, and the car drove past. Lu didn't understand anything and said that she was in pain. The young man hurried to help her get up, but Sister Su sprained her ankle and could not get up, saying that Zhou pushed her too hard. The main character began to apologize and asked to let him look at his injured leg. At that moment, the driver of the car ran up to them, intending to hit them. He stated that he had mixed up the pedals. Naturally, Fei did not believe him, because he saw his satisfied expression at the moment of the collision, after which he helped Xiaolu get up from the ground. The girl was standing rather unsteadily. Lu noticed the broken phone and said that she needed to buy a new one. Xiao took his phone out of his pocket and found that it was also broken, so he asked to borrow the driver's cell phone. The guy agreed and handed over his mobile phone. At that very second he realized that he had made a mistake. The young man began to demand the return of his gadget, but Fei realized that he was nervous for a reason. The driver rushed to take the phone. Zhou immediately hit him, and the perplexed Lu asked why he did this. Xiao handed her his cell phone and urged her to look at the number that was in the driver's phone book. Little sister was shocked when she realized that it was her cousin Jin's number. Xiaolu immediately called him. Su asked if the guy had finished the job, but the girl answered instead. Cousin immediately hung up the call. Lu asked Fei to call the police since they had a recording of the call. Zhou wrapped the girl's injured leg while waiting for law enforcement officers. A few days later, Yu returned to the victim with the result of the trial. Su asked her how the trial went, naively believing that the culprits had been punished. However, Shui stated that the taxi driver assured everyone of Lu's bribery, and denied the version about hitting them and collusion with Jean. The girl was furious and asked about the audio recording of the telephone conversation. Yu replied that it did not help in the matter, because, according to Jean, he was waiting for a call from his friend and thought that he was talking to him, so he mistakenly asked about the matter. Moreover, the cousin accused Lu and Xiaofei of intending to frame him, and the sister was furious. Frustrated, Xiaolu nevertheless thanked Xue for the work done. Zhou decided to see you off, smiling sweetly at her, but the girl ignored the boy's efforts. Su then needed hospitalization because her leg was not healing. Suddenly, all the family members, led by her grandfather, entered her room. The old man invited her to return home, forgetting about all the grievances, and called Jean over to him. The guy started saying that he shouldn't have put her in an awkward position, even if she was wrong. An angry Lu asked her grandfather if he really believed that she had set it all up. The old man replied that if Jean was truly guilty, he would be expelled from the family. Xiaolu said that he could safely kick out this scum, and in that case she would return home with Zhou. All family members were shocked by the sister's statement. The guy began to play the victim, and the grandfather urged his granddaughter to compromise. Lu stated that there could be no compromise, because he wanted to kill her, and if it weren't for Xiaofei, they would already be dead. The brother could not stand it and began to accuse and even insult his sister, but the old man quickly shut him up. After which he said that since she did not want to return to the family, he would not insist, but the doors of their house were always open for her. Then the quirky family hurried out of the room. Jean was the last to leave and, turning to her, said that she was just lucky. The main character could not believe what happened, because his cousin's lies were obvious. Lu, who burst into tears, said that Jean had always been his grandfather's favorite grandson, that's why he was doing this. Zhou noticed that it was better for her not to return to such a crazy family, and she would still meet many good people. And even if she gets married, they will still remain business partners. The girl was surprised by such a statement. Xiaolu smiled and asked him to pinky swear that they would always promote their business together. Fei readily agreed, even if it was childish, but they linked their little fingers and smiled at each other. The already cheerful Su joked with Xiao, saying that he would have to work with her for the rest of his life. Returning home in the evening, the main character drew attention to the guys who were practicing taekwondo. Their teacher encouraged them to work much harder to achieve results. Zhou understood that if he had much more points, he would have beaten this upstart Li long ago. Chan began to explain to the student that in taekwondo you will have to suffer, because this is not some kind of Chinese martial art. This ignorance angered Fei, who spoke out about Yang's arrogance, saying that taekwondo was no better than Chinese martial arts. In response, the coach suggested that he organize a fight to show how strong he was. Xiao naturally agreed because he wanted to uphold the honor of Chinese culture. Master Li noted that he had a black belt. Zhou urged him to take back his words in case of defeat. The teacher replied that if he loses, he will begin to study taekwondo with him. The young man accepted his conditions. After which they set the time for the battle, which will take place in the morning in the school gym, adding that he would send him to the hospital. Chan in turn responded in kind. Meanwhile, more and more people gathered. They began to discuss the upcoming duel between the two masters. Fei understood that the more viewers there were, the higher the reward from the system would become. Zhou then spent 1,000 experience points to reach the intermediate level in Wing Chun. The main character immediately began studying martial arts. Xiao turned to the crowd of onlookers and declared that he would honorably defend the honor of Chinese martial arts. Also, the fight itself will be held earlier than the original date. Fei encouraged everyone to come and watch this event, and the teenagers gladly agreed. A few days later the fight took place. The gym was packed. Everyone was looking forward to the battle of styles. There were quite a lot of spectators supporting both masters. The participants of the fight hurried into the ring. They looked at each other menacingly. Student Council President Lin urged the participants to show respect to each other, and during the battle they are obliged, at a minimum, to be merciful to the opponent. Zhou said that he would only beat Yan. Chan, in turn, called on him to take action and not empty words. Xiaofei took a stance, demonstrating his Wing Chun skills. The girls who supported Li began to say that he had no chance against Yan. Chan decided to once again mention his third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The young girls literally went crazy, furiously rooting for their master. A moment later, Yusi announced the start of the fight. Li immediately attacked the main character. The confident Chan launched his lightning-fast kicks, but Fei easily dodged them. The audience noticed that Yan did not give Xiao the opportunity to make at least one blow. The Taekwondo master, in turn, wasted his strength, but was never able to hit Zhou. After several dozen attacks through the air, Lee began to breathe heavily, not understanding how this guy could always dodge his attacks. Swinging his legs for a couple more minutes, Chan finally became exhausted and stopped. Recovering his strength, Yen was furious that he could not harm Xiaofei. Some girls began to demand from the young man that he should not run away from the master, but fight a fair fight. But Zhou continued to wear down the ridiculous Chan, as if he was mocking him. Then he sarcastically asked him why Lee suddenly stopped, adding with a smile on his face that it was truly an amazing show. Yen urged Xiao not to shy away and stand still. Fei was at a loss and said, if he were in his place, he would have been inactive, adding that he was counting on a strong opponent, but instead received a weakling. But Zhou still agreed to take Chan's blow. Lee doubted that the guy really wouldn't move, but the main character convinced him otherwise. Viewers really enjoyed Xiaofei's show, saying that he was being overly arrogant. At this moment, Yong hurried to deliver another kick. Zhou actually stood still as promised, but he hit Lee on the leg. The naive girls believed that their idol would still defeat the arrogant guy, urging Fei to surrender in every possible way, since, in their opinion, he is no match for Master Chan. The Taekwondo trainer, in turn, could not tolerate Zhao's painful blow. As a result, he fell into the ring, writhing from wild pain in his leg. The audience was divided into two camps. Some thought that he was pretending, while others were perfectly aware of what was happening. Yong was furious and accused the young man of cheating, suggesting that he had something in his hand, because there could not be such a force of impact. Zhou pointedly spread his arms to the sides, showing that he had nothing. But Lee didn't believe it, saying that he probably had some object hidden under his clothes. Then Fei stripped down to his underpants. Having shown that he was actually fighting an absolutely fair fight, the audience was not happy with such a show. The main character said that no one dares to underestimate Chinese martial arts, after which he turned to the audience and said that anyone who follows Chan's example will be severely beaten by him. Young Zhao's support group was delighted and began to shout his name. The system hastened to reward the owner with 5,000 points, because he showed off to a large audience of people. Zhou asked the program not to take points towards the debt, saying that he would pay them later. The system agreed to make concessions. Returning home, Fei collapsed on his bed and began to think about how he could spend more than 5,000 points. After all, he can acquire even more skills, become rich and marry Nana. At that moment, he received a message on his phone saying that 100,000 yuan had been transferred to his account. The main character did not understand what was happening. A few seconds later Wenzi wrote to him, who returned the money to him, since the doctor assured her that she had about 2 weeks to live, but the operation did not help. Lu thanked the guy for his help and wished him all the best. Zhou felt sorry for her. After all, she was only 20 years old and, in fact, her life had no sooner begun than it was already ending. Xiaofei took off and immediately went to see her at the hospital. The girl, in turn, could not understand why Xiao did not answer her message. After some time, she heard the door creak and assumed that it was a thief, because the nurse could not come at such a late time. Wenzi made a rather strange decision to pretend to be asleep. Fei entered the room and looked pitifully at Lu. He could not accept the fact that such a young girl would soon be overtaken by death. The guy sat down next to her on the couch. The girl herself didn't understand why she was still pretending to be asleep. Suddenly Zhou noticed a notebook on the dresser. Assuming that it was her diary, he picked up the notebook and began to read. As it turned out, Wenzi wrote specifically about him, how he stood up for a teacher and a classmate, while beating the director's son, and how she hoped that the operation would help her and soon she could become Fei's friend. She was truly sorry that she would no longer be able to see young Xiao. Lu knew he had a girlfriend, but friendships were also important to her. Zhou couldn't believe that he had become a moral support for the poor girl. He sincerely wanted to help her with experience points. However, the system was against this course of events. It tried in every possible way to dissuade the guy. Moreover, if he spends everything on saving her, then when faced with real danger, he himself may find himself in a deplorable situation. But Xiaofei made a decision because he does not want to spend the rest of his life reproaching himself for the fact that, having the opportunity to help, he did not. The system assumed that he actually liked Lu, especially since the contents of her diary could not help but touch him. Zhou asked to save him from excessive morality and quickly help Wenzi. The program stated that these are his points and it is up to him to decide, so she will do her best. However, there is one nuance: they must not only touch each other, but also kiss. The main character was furious and said that she was clearly deceiving him, because this type of treatment did not exist. But the program noticed that contact was necessary for healing, just like with his friend whose hand was injured, then he took him by the hand. Xiaofei, in turn, insisted on a different way to solve the problem. The system said that he might not like the other method. Zhou asked him to just tell him, and he would decide for himself. It is worth noting that any other method was truly unacceptable in this case. Therefore, Fei chose the first option and asked how long it would take. The program replied that this needed to be done within a minute and he should hurry up, since leukemia could kill the girl at any moment. Xiao began to tell the supposedly sleeping Lu that he needed to kiss her, and she should understand him correctly. The system noticed that Wenzi was sleeping, and there was no point in talking to her. Zhou earnestly asked the program not to rush him and give him the opportunity to tune in. The girl could not understand what was happening and how this would help overcome the disease. She was extremely sad to realize that Fei simply decided to take advantage of the moment. Meanwhile, the main character gently took her hands and leaned towards her face. At this moment, Wenzi suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao saw her puzzled look, and he began to mentally ask her not to bother him for a minute. A moment later, the young man kissed Lu. She did not know how to react. She was overcome by an incomprehensible feeling. Besides, this was her first kiss. The girl blushed from embarrassment. The system hurried to inform the owner that 5,000 points had been successfully withdrawn from his account. After which Xiaofei asked if a minute had passed. The program replied that 2 whole minutes had passed. At this moment, Wenzi suddenly woke up. Zhou did not know what to do. Lu thanked Fei and said that he should not console her in this way. Xiao asked her to understand these actions correctly. He added that starting tomorrow she would be absolutely healthy, after which he hurried to leave. The joyful girl went to bed in a good mood, hoping that she would dream about Zhou. The next day, Wenzi, having had a good night's sleep, greeted the nurse. The hospital employee was at a loss, because the girl looked quite good. Lu was shocked as she realized that Xiaofei had actually cured her. The girl immediately demanded that she be examined by a doctor immediately. After some time, the doctor examined the girl and was stunned by the result. Stuttering, he said that the initial diagnosis they made turned out to be incorrect. Wenzi's father was furious and began accusing him of incompetence. Lu reassured him, assuring him that the most important thing was her health, because the illness had subsided. The doctor once again asked for forgiveness and hastened to compensate for the losses for the incorrect diagnosis. And only the girl understood that the diagnosis was correct, but Fei miraculously cured her. Inspired and joyful, Wenzi ran out into the street, enjoying every moment. Lu hurried to please and also thank her savior Xiao. The girl wrote him a message, and at that time a notification arrived on Zhou's phone. Xiaofei read the news that Z was fine and leaving the hospital. The guy smiled and congratulated her. One wrote that from now on and forever, she and he are good friends. Seeing the young man take out his phone, Su assumed that it was his girlfriend and inquired. At the moment, the saddened Fei replied that they had not contacted Nana for a long time, and he did not even know where and how she was. Xiaolu sympathized with the guy. Zhou said that he was already used to it. He himself naturally missed her and hoped to meet his beloved soon. Finally they arrived at a restaurant called Fang. Xiao noticed that the second son of the Chen family, Li Xiao, was well informed. Since they arrived precisely after his call, Su said that Chenzhou was their territory, and she didn't expect an invitation from him, because Lu mentioned that she would go with Fei. Xiao believed that he had already figured out how to take revenge on him, because Li Xiao was exactly the kind of person. Having risen to the second floor, they were met by a security guard who asked them to go inside, where Yunqing, Li Xiao and an unknown young guy were sitting at a luxurious table. For unknown reasons, the main character did not like the young man, although he had not met him before. Chen politely asked them to sit down at the table, after which he began introducing the guests. For some reason, Yan pretended not to know them. Fei and Lu found this strange. Li Xiao then introduced them to his brother's eldest son, Xinryu. Xiao realized that this is the same guy who wants to marry Nana, with a dowry of 1 billion yuan. The impudent man only greeted Mrs. Su, but he ignored Zhou and did not shake his hand. Thus, the beginning of the event was already heating up. Xiaolu and Fei did not like this behavior of the young man. Li Xiao hastened to reassure them, saying that Ryu does not get along well with people, so they should not pay attention to such a trifle. However, the main character already wanted to kill Xian, especially since he was a direct competitor to his girlfriend. But since Xiao did not have enough experience points, he could not purchase a bad luck card for him. Fei decided to eat everything on such a luxurious table in order to somehow compensate for his anger. Rui, in turn, commented on Zhou's behavior at the table, calling him a poor man. Xiaofei did not make him wait long for an answer and said that Xinya was apparently no stranger to eating excrement. Literally shocking those present, Li Xiao urged him not to express himself at the table. The smiling guy said that the young man was the first to start being sarcastic and he just answered him in kind. At that moment, a guard ran up to them and said that the guests who had arrived from Zhonghai would like to make a toast. Chen ordered them to be let in immediately, and a moment later the Hua and Wang family entered the hall. When they saw Xiaofei at the table, they became furious and asked what he was doing here. The main character noticed that Van's nose was as ugly as it was before the operation. The guy got angry, but his mother urged him to calm down, asking Chen if he knew who Xiaofei really was. She said that Ryu's fiancé ran away precisely because of Zhou, and hid in the rice country. Xian was shocked by this news. Miss Wang did not hide that she wanted to take revenge on Xiao for her son. The guy turned towards Nana's parents and asked if this was true. After all, they said that his fiancée went to Japan to study and would return in a couple of years, after completing her studies. Wang looked at Wang's happy face, realizing that she had deliberately created a conflict situation. Yuan, in turn, said that Nana and Xiaofei were really friends, so she left to sort out her feelings. Rui began to insult Zhou and say that he wanted to steal his future wife from him. The main character answered him in the same vein, noting that Xian does everything for his own benefit. The situation began to heat up. Those present understood that Fei was running into trouble. However, Yen began to like the young man more and more because of his temperament, at which time Chen called upon his leopard guard to beat Xiao. As soon as the humble servant tried to proceed to his master's orders, Lu came to Zhou's defense, saying that Li Xiao should influence what was happening. The uncle called on his nephew to calm down. Rui noticed that if they were on the street, the guy would have had a hard time. And since he continues to provoke him, the situation took a different turn, after which he again ordered the bodyguard to throw Fei out. Su again stood up for Xiao, but Zhou asked her not to interfere, assuring her that everything was fine. At that moment, Yanqing took the young man's side and asked not to touch him. Rui asked what kind of relationship they could have with this scum. Miss Wang, in turn, began to puzzle over how Zhou was connected to the Qing. Yun replied that Fei was the best appraiser she had ever met, so she wanted to invite him to work with her. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. They could not understand how the pathetic student ended up with the giants of the antique industry. Xiao noted that he could have taken money from Xian for this incident, but since he lives at the expense of his family, he will not do this. Ho called him crazy because he allows himself to say such things. The guests were sure that after such a loud statement, Zhou would definitely pay. Ryu said that he was forced to deal with this insolent person, calling on Yen not to be angry with him for the current situation, after which he ordered his big man to break the limbs of the young upstart. The main character rushed to reassure Su, saying that he would be fine. What the arrogant Xian strongly doubted, saying that he would not leave this room on his own 2 feet. Van was in anticipation, like everyone else, that the boy would now be taught a lesson for his foul language. Meanwhile, the security guard approached him from behind. The guy noticed that he was moving too slowly, since sharpness and reaction are necessary in battle, after which he neutralized the bodyguard with just 1 blow. Those present were shocked by the young man's martial arts skills. Xiaofei then walked towards the confident Xian Rui, who, in turn, became nervous and asked if he would dare to hit him. Lu urged Zhou not to do anything stupid. The guy replied that he knows when to stop and doesn't overdo it. But Chen began to aggravate the situation and said that he should kneel in front of him, and when he has had enough of playing with Nana, he will give it to him, while Ryu did not stop grinning. Naturally, the main character did not tolerate this and struck with lightning speed. The guests were dumbfounded by Zhou's cruel behavior. The bloodied Xian began to demand to be left alone and said that Fei had no right to do this. Xiao replied that less than a minute ago he intended to break his arms and legs, so he had the right to defend himself. Rui noticed that he was the youngest and richest of the Chen family, and Fei was just cheap. Zhou again began to raise such a spoiled boy, and slapped him in the face. However, instead of apologizing, Xian continued to provoke him in every possible way. Moreover, Chen began to threaten Xiaofei, saying that he would destroy his entire family. Fei again began to beat the stupid young man. At a certain moment Rui fell silent. And now the main character began to egg him on, urging him to repeat his words. Then he released Xian, noting that he should behave appropriately, adding that even if he reports to the police or tells his family and they take revenge on him, nothing will work out for them. The Wang family, like the rest, did not believe their eyes. Feng began to ask his mother to immediately leave this place. Even Xinryu's uncle did not come to the defense of his brainless nephew. Meanwhile, the system rewarded the owner with experience points for the spectacular performance. Zhou suddenly agreed to become an appraiser at Yan's company, but as a small part-time job. Li Xiao understood perfectly well that the young man was clearly adhering to some kind of plan and it was better not to mess with him. Miss Wang was literally seething with anger, naively believing that the Chen family would soon take revenge on him. However, Yunqing agreed to Fei's terms and accepted him into her family. This agreement shocked those present, and Xinya suddenly felt ill. The Wang family hurriedly took their leave, saying that they had a lot to do. The Hua family also left after them, which came as a surprise to Chen. The main character, in turn, suggested to Yen and Lu that it was okay to eat somewhere else. The girls happily agreed and hurried to leave this location, while Li Xiao was trying to resuscitate his extremely slow nephew. As she walked towards the exit, Wang noticed that the Chen family would not let Yuan go this time. Wang stated that this had nothing to do with them, since the culprit was Zhou. Ho added that if she had not ignited a conflict between them, Fei would not have beaten Rui and the situation would not have escalated. Wang thought about his words, realizing that they needed to find a way to cleanse themselves in front of the Chen family. Wang asked Yuan why the Chen family should take revenge on them if it was Xiao who behaved inappropriately. The man said that it started from the moment they hid the fact that Nana had a boyfriend, and now they can't get off that easy. The concerned wife asked what they should do in this situation. Yuan urged her not to sound the alarm and calmly think about everything at home. Meanwhile, in the cafe where Zhou, Lu and Yunqing came, the guy started eating. Su asked him if he hadn't had enough to eat at the restaurant. Fei replied that beating people was too tiring, so he needed to replenish his strength. Yen asked the main character if he knew anything about foreign antiques. Xiao replied that not a single antique would pass his eyes. Such a statement satisfied the girl. Qing noticed that Lu was damn lucky to have a business partner. Su said that they became business partners with her. Suddenly, a message arrived on Yunqing's phone, and the girl began to read it. Then she invited the newly hired employees to go to a karaoke bar, since a special client invited them there, but Fei refused. Lu urged him to go anyway, because meeting clients would help their business. Zhou realized that he couldn't get away. At this time, Xinru was hospitalized and was in serious condition. His father Lizhong was furious at what had happened and intended to take revenge on Xiao. Li Xiao apologized to his brother for not keeping an eye on him. Chen said that it was not his fault, since his task was simply to introduce them to Yen, adding that he would personally deal with Xiaofei and Su Lu, and Li Xiao would send a message to the other families on his behalf. It was also necessary to figure out who started this all, so Van must hand over a third of her property to resolve the issue. And the Hua family is obliged to marry Nana to Xinryu within a week, otherwise there will be irreversible consequences. Li Xiao said that he would personally take care of this. Liz Hong at that time called a certain Tong and offered him a little business. Some time later, Qing, Lu and Zhou arrived at a nightclub called Luna, where they were met by the amiable Su Tonghai. He greeted the guests and asked them to feel at home. Once inside, the servants in the form of waiters treated them like special guests. What could not but be captivating. Lu, in turn, urged Fei not to keep the client waiting and to follow her. Sitting down at a luxurious table in a separate room, Zhao's eyes widened from the abundance of various goodies. Zhou understood that rich and wealthy people understood luxury and knew how to enjoy it. After which the waitress approached them and notified them that their order was ready, then bowed deeply. Xiaofei felt embarrassed, because he was not such a significant client, and therefore said that there was no need to bow. But the girl continued to remain in this position, as if she did not hear him. At this moment, Tun Hai rather pretentiously took out the money and gave it to the girl. The waitress thanked Mr. Su and hurried away. Fei realized that she was waiting for a tip, and would stand there until she received it. Tone noted that the club's employees do not receive a salary here. At the same time, they needed to find funds to purchase such exquisite outfits in order to maintain the club's reputation. A few minutes later, another girl approached them and offered them wine, which they could try absolutely free. Su agreed, and the smiling waitress kindly refilled his glass. Tong Hai immediately tried the drink and noticed that the wine was really very tasty. Then the young lady suggested that Fei try it too. The guy understood that he should refuse. However, he could not resist and still agreed. The waitress hurried to pour him wine. After taking a couple of sips, the main character did not feel very good and realized that the wine was actually poisoned. Zhou literally began to choke. Hai and Xiao Lu did not understand what was happening. Yunqing was also perplexed by the current situation and stood up sharply. The waitress said it was none of her business and hurried away, but Su urged her to stay. Meanwhile, the club's security guards arrived and asked with surprised faces what had happened. Fei called on the system to help him. The program immediately removed 300 experience points and healed its owner. Concerned, Lu asked him how he was feeling. Zhou understood that he should be more vigilant. Xiao suspected that the guards also played a role in what was happening. The main character urged Su to immediately call the police, as they were trying to poison him, which is what the young lady began to do, but the guards didn't like it. They, in turn, tried to prevent this and reached out to Lu. Fei struck one of them with a lightning strike, after which he beat up the rest of the bodyguards. No one could understand what was happening. Tong Hai stated that he also drank this wine and was fine, but Yun understood that it was a setup. Lu got nervous and said that she would call the police right away. At this time, unknown people approached them and asked them not to do this. Su Hai recognized one of them as Boss Tong, and the perplexed Yun asked who he was. Tone replied that he was the owner of almost all the nightclubs in the city. The man with the scar said that if they called the police, the waitress would end up in jail. Zhou said that he himself would decide what to do in this situation. Tong's guard tried to hit Xiao, but the boss stopped him. The arrogant bandit replied that the guy had better calm down, but Fei urged Su to call the police. Since Tong had tried to poison him with potassium cyanide, everyone was shocked by this turn of events. Self-confident Shan looked at the waitress and said that she knew what to do next, after which the submissive girl suddenly bit her finger, thereby receiving a dose of potassium cyanide. A moment later she collapsed unconscious on the floor. Fei was furious and threatened Tong. Shan stated that everyone who threatened him was dead, but he was alive and absolutely healthy. Yunqing noticed that there was no point in calling the police, because the girl took the blame on herself and committed suicide, and Tong would have nothing to do with it. Xiao stated that Shang would soon receive his punishment for killing people, and he could only wait for that moment, after which he called on Su and Yen to immediately leave this establishment. The system, in turn, awarded the eloquent gentleman several hundred experience points. Tong was shocked that he failed to poison the guy. He ordered to find out more about the youth's past before acting, since he understood perfectly well that Zhou was not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Coming out of the club, Su Tong Hai caught up with them and apologized. Because he didn't expect things to happen this way, Qing hurried to calm him down. The girl said that what happened was not his fault, because no one could have thought about how it would end. Having added, the most important thing is that they remained alive and unharmed, after which they said goodbye to Su. Lu could not understand whether Fei was actually poisoned or not, and therefore asked him. Xiao replied. The waitress applied potassium cyanide to her nail polish, and he smelled almond, and then pretended to drink. Initially, the guy wasn't sure, so he pretended, because he didn't expect the girl to poison him. Xiaofei naturally lied because he couldn't tell them about the system. Su noted that she would try to be in crowded places for the next 2 days after the end of the stock market. After some time, they went home, wishing each other good night. Returning home, the main character collapsed on the bed from fatigue, because the day was indeed full of tiring events. Zhou realized that if it weren't for the extra points, he would have died today, and he should have saved as many points as possible for the future. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Fei picked it up, where Miss Ho started yelling at him and asked where he hid her daughter. Xiao didn't understand what was going on, because she herself said that Nana was in Japan. Wang said that she originally went to the United States and was looked after by her brother, but today Nana ran away, demanding that Fei tell her where her daughter is when she contacts him. Zhou realized that Nana didn't actually call him because her parents forbade her to do so. Wang shouted menacingly that this was all happening precisely because of him, and if it weren't for him, then her daughter would have become Ryu's wife, and this would not have happened. Xiao accused her of being overly commercial, saying that if she didn't constantly think about money, then everything would be fine. After which he hung up and wondered why Nana didn't call him when she ran away. The young man suspected something was wrong. After some time, his phone rang again. Fei reached for it. The number was classified. The main character hurried to pick up the phone. Hearing Nana's voice, Zhou asked where she was and if she was okay. The girl replied that she was fine, asking why he was so worried. Xiao said her mother called him and asked him to find out where she was. Nana burst into tears and stated that her parents were forcing her to marry Xinrui because Zhou had beaten him and thereby insulted the Chen family. And if she does not agree to this, then they will destroy her family, and that is why the girl ran away. The main character said that they were forcing him to kill this scoundrel. Nana said that she would not marry him and urged her lover not to do anything stupid. After which she hung up. The young man understood that this was revenge for Ryu, and the only way to make them change their minds is Xian's sudden death. Fei needed a clear and well-developed plan of action to get rid of Chen once and for all. Meanwhile, in the hospital where Ryu was lying, the guy naively believed that he could soon get Nana. At that moment, a nurse came to him and said that it was time for injections, and Xian, unsuspectingly, rolled up his sleeve. The girl absolutely calmly drew an unknown liquid into a syringe and injected it into the young man. Suddenly Chen screamed in pain and accused her of being careless. The nurse noted that everything would soon pass. Without having time to really say anything, Ryu collapsed unconscious on the bed. The girl took off her mask and said that this was his sister, whom he drove to suicide. After which the young lady grabbed a scalpel and slashed him in an intimate place. Then, being in a hysterical state, she fell to the floor and began to cry, saying out loud that she had finally taken revenge on this bastard for her sister. At that time Xian's guards ran into the room. Meanwhile, in the Tiandi hotel where the main character was, the guy was thinking about how he could pull this all off. Xiaofei asked the system if it had the ability to make a person inferior. The program replied that it did not do such things. Zhou reminded her of the incident with Wenzi. The system said that he himself took advantage of the opportunity and it had nothing to do with it. At this time, a notification came to Fei's phone with a link to some juicy news. Xiao opened the internet and saw a vivid headline that Xinru was castrated during hospitalization. The situation as a whole was also described, about the revenge of the girl's sister, who committed suicide due to Ryu's bullying. At the hospital, Liz Hong came to his mutilated son and stated that he had killed the nurse and the stupid guards who allowed this to happen. The enraged Xian said that he would personally take revenge on Xiaofei, and after Nana returns from abroad, he will make it clear to everyone that he cannot be mocked. After a while, at the Hua family's house, a call came from Chen, where Yuan promised to do everything within 2 days. Concerned, Wang asked what happened. Her husband replied, Xian refused to marry Nana, but he wants 300 million. The wife was shocked, noticing that this was a third of their fortune, and it's better to marry off your daughter than to lose such a huge amount of money. However, Yuan categorically disagreed with her, and declared that he would collect the necessary 300,000. Wang understood that she could not allow Fei to marry her daughter. At this time, Zhou arrived at an antique fair, where he was horrified by the price tags, because he thought that 50 million would be enough for him. Xiao was amazed at rich people who were willing to spend so much money just to admire these things. Suddenly, Yunqing grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying that she had found a rather interesting antique. Yan asked the main character to immediately evaluate this thing for authenticity. The lotus lamp cost 200 million, the guy was shocked, but Qing urged him to ignore the price tag. After all, the main thing is to find out whether it is real. Zhou began to peer into the object. At this point, Wang asked Yun where she found this young charlatan. Fei turned around and replied, why don't he tell the truth whether the lamp is genuine or not? Master Wang began to get nervous. Yan immediately tried to calm the men down, saying that they are like noble people from her family should not spoil the relationship. Wang urged Xiao to come and personally check the lamp for authenticity. which is what the guy ultimately did, after which he advised Yun to buy the item, since it could fetch 300 million. Without hesitation, the girl bought an antique called the Seven Treasures. Those present were perplexed, because the young man determined the authenticity of the lamp with just one glance, after which the smiling seller hurried to pack the item. The merchant turned away from the visitors and asked to wait a little. After putting the antiques in the box, the man said that they had made a good choice. However, Xiaofei noticed the substitution of goods and said that he was not stupid enough to fall for this trick. The angry seller replied that if the guy doesn't have money, then there's no need to fool him. Buyers began to say that it was impolite to go back on his word if he made a mistake in his assessment, adding that Zhou had tarnished the reputation of the Yan family at the moment. Qing asked Xiao how to understand this. Fei replied that the dealer had packed fake antiques instead of real ones, and this is often done in the market. People began to refute the young man's version, accusing him of lying. The merchant was about to call the police while those around him demanded evidence from the guy. Zhou said that it is quite difficult to obtain evidence in this case, but the genuine antiques are under the counter. Then the main character jumped over the counter. The seller tried to interfere, but he failed to do so. After which he took out a real lamp from under the table and asked if it was really a fake. People immediately took Fei's side and intended to beat up the impudent charlatan. The merchant asked not to do this, saying that a genuine lamp costs 300 million, and a fake one costs 200. In the end, Xiao took away the real antiques and said that the deceiver would go to jail. People literally surrounded the young genius, wondering how he managed to identify the fake in a few seconds. Antique dealers tried in every possible way to lure such a talented appraiser into their families. People offered crazy amounts of money for his services. Yan realized that it was necessary to act. Yunqing grabbed Zhou's hand and said that he was only her family's appraiser. Naturally, everyone was upset by this news and envied the girl. However, Qing still doubted the authenticity of the lamp and asked Fei to support his conclusions with evidence. The guy said that he was personally identifying the antiques, and everyone immediately rushed to observe this process. As it turned out, Liz Hong was watching Xiao. He did not expect such skills from the young man. A few minutes later, everyone entered the exhibition hall to see the work of a genius. People literally filled the entire room. The main character asked to turn off the lights. The lamp in turn shone brightly throughout the entire room as people admired this piece of art and Zhou's work. After which Xiaofei asked to turn on the light, since it became clear even to an inexperienced specialist that the antiques were genuine. The people sought to buy the lamp from Yan, offering impressive sums of money that exceeded its original price. But Qing replied that she would take the antique to her grandfather's house, and therefore could not sell the item. The antique dealers continued to say that she would have a rich future with a professional like Fei. One of them approached Xiao and offered him a higher payment than what the Yan family had offered him. However, Zhou stood his ground and said that he was obliged to her family, and therefore could not accept his offer, adding that in fact, money does not mean anything to him, and he is not chasing round sums. The billionaires were shocked because the young man was the first to tell them that he did not need money, despite the fact that with his abilities, he could become rich at the click of a button. At this moment, the system rewarded its eternal ostentatious owner by promoting him to the average level. In addition, he managed to earn more than 1,000 experience points, which was a pretty good result. Meanwhile, Su was carrying successfully traded antiques and talking about how lucky they were to have Fei. The assistant who was driving noticed that the guy was really talented, but too cocky. In his defense, Lu said that he never takes the initiative unless the situation demands it. It was obvious that the girl was extremely impressed by the young man. At that moment, a car braked right in front of them. Mel abruptly stopped the car, after which she began to honk, but the car stood still. A minute later, an unknown guy got out of the car and walked towards them. Su urged the assistant not to get out of the car and to call the police. The impudent man said that if she didn't want to die here, then she shouldn't call law enforcement, because his brothers will not like this course of events, and they will be forced to take action. Lu turned around and saw 4 young men get out of the car, and after them a whole crowd gathered. The bandit called on her to go with them, adding that she was not in danger since they were not hunting her. Su realized that they wanted to kidnap her to lure Xiao out. At this time, Zhou was drinking and socializing in a restaurant with the elite of the antique business, along with Yan. One asked him to identify the little thing, while the other had already matched him with his daughter. Yunqing felt out of place because all the attention was focused on Fei. At this moment, his phone rang and he saw that it was Sister Su. Joyful Zhou picked up the phone and asked if she had arrived at the restaurant. But he heard a strange male voice, which demanded that he come to the mill within an hour, and then Lu would remain alive. And if he goes to the police, he will never see Su again. The main character was furious and shouted loudly into the phone that he would kill them. Those present were perplexed, noting the sudden change in the guy's mood. Concerned, Yun asked what happened. Fei replied that someone had kidnapped Sister Lu. Qing asked him to leave the matter to her, but Zhou refused as he did not want to risk Su's life. Yan knew very well that the Chen family was clearly involved in this. She couldn't let anything bad happen to the guy, otherwise, the Chen family would face revenge. Xiaofei realized that they had planned everything in advance, so that he had no choice. The young man took a taxi to the specified place. Zhou asked the system if there was a way to help Lu, but the program encouraged him to act on his own. Approaching the building, the guy asked the system to hack the network to see what was happening inside. A moment later, he examined all the rooms in the mill, which were full of bandits. One of them tortured Sister Su's assistant, but she didn't say a word. The girls were tied up and could not resist so many armed criminals. What angered the main character, who began to go inside. King ordered his thugs to be ready because Zhou would be here soon. The accomplices asked what they should do if the young man did not come. The leader urged them to take care of the girls. At that moment, strange sounds appeared in the room. Zhao ordered his dogs to see who was there. Seeing a stranger, the bandits demanded that he immediately leave the place. Xiaofei asked for forgiveness and said that he was already leaving and did not want to disturb them. The thugs reported that they had driven away some guy who was playing on the phone. Qin thought this was quite strange. At this time, Zhou opened the doors and directed his menacing gaze at him. Su urged him to leave immediately, but Fei said that he would not go anywhere without them. The gang leader, in turn, ordered his dog to act, and the bandit took out a knife. Then he put it to Lu's neck and demanded that the guy not make unnecessary movements. King said that he had better let himself be beaten, or the girls would die before his eyes. Suddenly Xiao shouted loudly. No one understood what happened. However, two of the group stuck knives in the back of Zhao and the one who threatened Su. As it turned out, a few minutes before entering the mill territory, Fei used the hypnosis card on the thugs. The main character ordered them to cut the ropes to free the girls, which the hypnotized girls did. Xiao then called on Mao and Su to immediately run away from here, and he would deal with the bandits. The wounded king ordered the others to kill them all and never let them escape. The assistant asked her sister to stay behind her so that she would not be hurt. The girl herself grabbed a knife and bravely enough began to fight off the thugs. Fei also used his abilities and began beating one after another. Qin, meanwhile, somehow bandaged his wound and headed towards Zhou, saying that they couldn't escape, even though the guy's skills impressed him. At that moment, he took out a crossbow and shot at Su. It seemed that she could not be saved. However, Xiao managed to catch the arrow, thereby preventing it from reaching its target. The gang leader was shocked by the young man's reaction and said that it was impossible. The main character defiantly broke the arrow and threw it away, looking menacingly at King. Xiaofei once again ordered the girls to leave, and he would finish this matter himself. The bandit smiled sarcastically and said that he was his target, not the girls, paying tribute to the young man's skills. Zhou understood perfectly well that this guy was extremely dangerous, so he should not be underestimated. Zhao stated that after he kills Xiao, he will leave the criminal world. Then he rushed to the attack, quite skillfully wielding a knife. Fei had difficulty holding back his blows. The bandit was even able to injure the young man. The hypnosis card, in turn, was useless in this case. After a short period of time, Xiaofei ran into the wall and realized that he had driven him into a corner. The gang leader sensed the smell of victory and began to press even more to crush the guy. Zhou asked the system to stop time for a second, which the program did. At this moment, Xiao hurried with a blow to King's neck. Milliseconds remained. But Fei still managed to inflict significant damage on the self-confident thug. However, at the same time, the leader also cut Zhou's shoulder, which the guy did not expect. Qin grabbed his throat and said in a choked voice that this should not have happened. After which he collapsed to the ground. This confrontation cost Xiao more than 1,000 points. The main character sighed with relief, realizing that it was finally over. Sue and her assistant rushed to the wounded and exhausted Faye. Lu's assistant said that he was fine, he had just lost consciousness. Meanwhile, at the Chen family residence, Lizhong and Tong were drinking tea. He asked Shan's forgiveness for involving him in this difficult matter. Tong poured a cup of tea on the table and stated that it was in memory of Zhao Qing, who was killed by Faye. Lizhong noticed that he clearly underestimated this student. Shang agreed with him on this. The embittered bandit said that it was necessary to get rid of Xiao by any means. Chen, in turn, supported his friend, saying that he would not spare money for this. Zhou was in the hospital at the time, and Su asked how he was feeling. Xiaofei replied that he was fine and it was just minor injuries. Lu noted that he should rest more, since he had lost too much blood. The main character asked his sister for forgiveness for causing her so many problems. Su said that they should not talk about this topic, and he was not to blame for anything. After which the sister said that he needed to sleep, and it was time for her to go and left the ward. Fei, in turn, was left alone with his thoughts. First they tried to poison him, and now they almost harmed Su. Xiao was filled with a thirst for revenge. He realized that he needed to deal with them as soon as possible. At that moment, the door to the room opened and Yu suddenly appeared on the threshold. Shui looked at the young man and noticed that he was in fairly good condition. Zhou inquired about the purpose of the visit of the venerable defender of law and order. The girl replied that due to his frequent squabbles, the boss sent her to protect Fei. In fact, she came up with it herself. Naturally, the guy doubted this and asked her again. You couldn't understand how he realized that she was lying, and she stated that if he did not believe her, then she would go and not interfere with him. Zhou immediately apologized to her, adding that he actually really needs the protection of such a strong woman like her. Shui sat down more comfortably and rather pompously said that with her he was in no danger. At this time, the police chief called him. You said that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, Fei turned on the TV, where they were broadcasting breaking news about the kidnapping of 12 businessmen, with a ransom of $1 billion. The criminals gave the police an hour to find the money, and for every 10 minutes of delay, they will kill one hostage. Xiao realized that there were many more bandits than he thought, since in order to kidnap 12 people, everything must be skillfully organized. At the hostage building, where Yu was already present, she reported to Luo that Zhou was an excellent hacker. One of the police officers said that the thieves had cut the network cable, so there was no way to view the cameras. Shui replied that ordinary specialists may not be able to do this, but Fei is special. Lao agreed to use Zhou's services, but if he wasn't here in 20 minutes, they would have to act. Yu immediately informed Xiao about this and the guy called a taxi. He asked the driver to get to the department store as soon as possible. The taxi driver said that his car is faster than an airplane, and he will take him at the speed of the wind. Meanwhile, 10 minutes remained. Shui nervously waited for the young man to appear. A moment later, a taxi rushed past her and the car suddenly braked. The main character hurried out of the car and asked if he was late. Luo hurried to give him access to an overview of the building. Fei said that initially he needed to look around inside. Using the system, Zhou could easily view the rooms, but it needed to be done in a more fun way to get points. Xiao approached the table, where there was something similar to virtual reality glasses. The guy put them on his head. The policeman noticed that without the internet he would not be able to inspect the building. However, the young hacker did not need any network. He asked the program to start the show. For some time, Xiaofei studied the situation in the department store and found out where the bandits and the hostages were. The subordinate, in turn, tried to convince Luo that this young man was just a fraud. But Zhou showed a master class, saying that 16 criminals with knives are with hostages on the 5th floor, and 2 people at the exits. Adding that on the 5th floor in the east wing there is an open window where you can launch a squad. You understood that there were too many kidnappers, and there was a huge risk that the hostages would get hurt. Fei noticed that they needed to get to the switchboard on the 5th floor to turn off the lights. Then deal with the criminals, since they simply won't see them in the dark. The police chief agreed with this course of action, praising Xiao and thanking him for his cooperation. Lao ordered the special forces to follow Shui and stick to the chosen strategy. At this time, one of the kidnappers asked the leader, Louis Hingho, if the police could fulfill their demands. The self-confident boss replied that they would do whatever he asked them to do, and there was no reason to worry. The guy noticed that this is a great way to make instant money. Louis ordered several people to stay with the hostages, while he himself went with a group of bandits to the main entrance. Fei saw their rearrangement and informed Shui of the change in situation, so there were 8 people guarding the door and 2 more on the stairs. You asked if they had been discovered. Xiao replied that they had not been seen, but it was better for them to stay put. At that moment, Lao called Hingho and said that he had better prepare the money and under no circumstances send his people to them. Luo replied that he was concerned about the safety of the foreign hostages and the money would be coming soon. Luo believed him. The chief understood that if necessary, Shui would have to retreat with special forces. Turning around, the police chief did not find Xiaofei and became furious. Lao asked his subordinate where their hacker had gone. The guy said that he went towards the department store. Seeing how the main character was climbing up the building through the windows using a rope, the boss ordered him not to do this. But Zhou said that he had an effective way to solve the problem. Enraged, Luo ordered Eri to immediately contact you and tell her to retreat. Xiao noted that he would not be able to give her orders because he had taken control of the connection with her. Harry reported that he could not contact Shui. Lao urged Fei not to create problems. Meanwhile, Zhou broke the glass and flew inside the room. Stunned, Yu saw a bloody stain on his shirt and said that the stitches from his wound had come loose. The guy asked her to stay here with the special forces until his signal. The bandits on the stairs were discussing how they would soon become rich. At that moment, Fei appeared in front of them and used the hypnosis card on them. The young man then contacted Shui and said that he had taken care of the 2 bandits on the stairs and would now pretend to be a hostage. And they need to leave a person at the switchboard, then surround the office from all sides and wait for his signal. At this time, 2 hypnotized criminals entered the office, leading Xiao. Louis asked what was going on. The bandits explained that this guy was hiding, and they caught him, and he was also very rich. The main character played the victim quite plausibly, saying that he has a family and they shouldn't kill him. Hingho ordered his big men to take the youth inside to the others. Entering the room, Fei examined the situation. There were 8 kidnappers in the room who needed to be exterminated. Zhou quietly contacted Shui, asking if they and the special forces had arrived at the site. Yu replied that they were on alert. Xiao said that they should not let anyone in from outside and turn off the lights, and he will handle the inside of the office. The girl immediately ordered Kong to lower the switch, and the commando instantly turned off the electricity. Louis didn't understand what was happening and why the lights suddenly went out. Meanwhile, the main rescuers began an operation to rescue the hostages and destroy the criminals. Yu and the special forces rushed into the room and shot the bandits while Fei dealt with the others in hand-to-hand combat. The leader of the kidnappers died slowly, along with his brothers. Worried, Shui lost sight of Xiao and shouted his name loudly. The wounded Zhou declared that it was all over and they had succeeded. The police admired the guy's work, because he single-handedly dealt with a large number of criminals. The hostages, in turn, were rescued and no one was injured. Yu asked Xiaofei if he was okay. The young man replied that he only had a couple of wounds. One of the freed captives pounced on him with gratitude. Shui ordered special forces to remove all people from the building, after which the police chief came into the room. He understood that the kid had done a really good job. At this time, the wounded Louis suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaofei and said that he remembered him. Meanwhile, the chief nervously said that he would send Zhou to prison. The perplexed Yu asked Luo what he was talking about. Lao responded. Fei took charge of the operation, and Shui thought that he had come to their aid on his orders. But the girl defended Xiao. Because all the hostages were saved and the bandits were killed, the chief noticed that if it had been different, he would have already arrested him. The guy was outraged and said that he would no longer help the police, because he was risking his life. And instead of gratitude he received a reprimand, especially since he only came because he wanted to help you. The special forces were shocked by how this young man dared to talk. At that moment the system awarded the owner with experience points. However, the program strongly recommended that he not show off in front of the police, as there may be consequences. The main character stated that sometimes he can afford such behavior. Suddenly, Lao's phone rang. The boss hurried to pick up the phone, where Louis was on the other end of the line. Luo called him by name in surprise. Fei realized that Hingho was actually alive, but how remained a mystery. Shui immediately rushed to check the corpses of the bandits, which she reported to the boss. Louis asked the boss to convey a message to Xiaofei that he would come for him soon. A moment later, the stunned Yu reported that Hing Ho most likely faked his death and escaped. The girl apologized to Fei, because she called him by name in front of Louis. Xiao noticed that he was not afraid of killers and would destroy them all. Those present understood that the guy was not really dangerous, since 10 minutes ago he had single-handedly destroyed a gang of criminals. The system again rewarded the gentleman with experience points for yet another show-off. Noticing that he will feel the consequences of his show-off in front of the police later, Lao in turn asked Yu to take Zhou to the hotel and make sure of his safety, after which he asked Wu what he thought about Xiaofei, whether he had the right to join the squad of the Swift Wolf, adding that last night he beat up more than 20 people and saved 2 women. Moreover, this guy killed Zhao Qin, one of Shang's wards. Wu was surprised. Realizing how strong Zhou was, he said that in this case this young man could join the squad of the Swift Wolf. Although you can't tell from external appearances that this guy is so insidious. Luo noted that if Xiao did not agree to join their ranks, he would disappoint him, and at least be obliged to him. In this case, Fei will definitely not be able to refuse him a favor. Wu noted the boss's excessive cunning. Meanwhile, Yu and Zhou came to the hotel. The girl told him to undress. The young man noticed that she should not thank him. Shui said that he urgently needed to treat his wounds. The main character quickly exposed his torso, and the girl began to heal his injuries. Yu advised him not to be so self-confident, since catching criminals is the job of the police. Xiaofei responded quite pompously that he just wanted to help her, after which Shui bandaged Fei's wounds. At that moment Su knocked on his room. Zhou hurried to open the door for her, but Yu suddenly stopped him, throwing a clean shirt at him so that Lu wouldn't think about something bad. Then the young man opened the door to his sister. Seeing Shui in the room, Su asked how she ended up here. Yu said that she came to visit him, and then she hurried to leave the room. Lu asked if he was okay. The guy replied that he was fine. The girl told him a story about her boyfriend, who returned from abroad and invited her for a cup of tea in Mingxiang. And since Mel is resting from her injuries, she invited Fei to join her. Zhou agreed to be her bodyguard and will go to the Mingxiang tea house. After a certain time, they arrived at the place, and Su asked him to wait in the car. Xiao urged her not to keep him waiting for long. Lu promised that she would return soon. Fei understood that if a woman spoke, everything would be quickly. The time should be multiplied by at least 3, and began to play on the phone. A couple of minutes later, Su entered the private room where Zihui was waiting for her. Lu asked how the guy spent his time abroad and why he returned. The young man replied that he thought about her every day, so he did not have a very good time in a foreign country. The girl asked why he was in a hurry to leave then. Zihui said that his parents forced him, adding that he trained to be a doctor and invited Su to go abroad with him. However, the sister flatly refused, saying that she could not go with him, because they are people from different worlds. Moreover, they will not meet again. After which she knocked over the cup of tea, drinking it to the bottom. The guy immediately began to smile. Zihui said that if she agreed to a date, then she wouldn't refuse to go for a walk. At that moment she felt bad. Su asked what he put in her tea. The young man replied that he had given her some drugs to make her cheer up. After giving Lu a couple of compliments, Zihui asked if she had a man. An angry Su asked him why he became such a person, because the guy had never been like that before. The impudent man approached her from behind and stated that he had long dreamed of a relationship with her, but she did not give him a chance. The girl quietly put her hand in her purse and called Xiaofei while Zihui wrote out further compliments to her. Lu urged him not to approach her, otherwise she would call the police. The young spoiler said that she should not do this. Sister Su sincerely hoped that Zhou saw her challenge and would help her soon. Meanwhile, Fei turned his attention to the call from Xiaolu, who immediately hung up. The main character realized that she was in trouble and asked the system to check her location. At this time, little sister was waiting for her savior while Zihui continued to pester her. A moment later, the door opened and Xiao burst in. The guy didn't understand who it was. Zhou grabbed the scoundrel and began beating him, after which he noticed Lu's strange condition and decided to take her to the hospital. Fei believed that her boyfriend drugged her and carried her to the car. Putting his little sister in the back seat, he urged her to rest, but Su suddenly reached out to him. The girl said that she was very hot. Xiao understood that this was an aphrodisiac and not a sleeping pill. Zhou asked the system to intervene in the situation and neutralized the effect of this drug. The cunning program replied that for this he needed to put his hands on her shoulders. Or, the old-fashioned way, as it was with Wenzi, just kiss the girl. What ultimately happened, however, was not on the initiative of the young man. A couple of minutes later, Sue seemed to wake up and push the guy away from her, asking him for forgiveness for this incident. After which she asked him to get into the car. The system was extremely unhappy with this turn of events. Lu explained that things didn't work out with Zihue before because their parents disagreed and then he left the country. Fei noted that this was her personal matter, but people who use such dirty tricks cannot be forgiven. Sue replied that she was going to leave him and did not expect such meanness from him. The sister asked what kind of person she needed then, hinting at Zhou in every possible way, but Xiao said that he had a girlfriend. After a while in her room, Lu reasoned that she was no longer young, and Fei saved her again. Sue couldn't figure out if he was a loyal guy or if he just didn't like her. The sad girl believed that her time had passed and therefore everyone treated her like an older sister. The main character also lost his head in thinking about what happened, because he still had to work with her, and such things should not have been allowed. The system surprised him with its worldview, saying that it was absolutely normal for a man to have several concubines. Zhou stated that she could not understand this, because she did not even have a body. Fei asked her why this aspect bothered her. The program replied that its creators were full of women and that was normal. The guy was interested, and he asked a question about who its creators really were. The system said that they were masters from all over the world, who are strong in science, medicine, music and martial arts, in general, in all areas of interest to people. Xiao couldn't understand and asked why they created it in this case. The program said that they wanted to invent a system that could make a person stronger. Zhou concluded that this elite created an extremely ridiculous product, and it is not surprising that they love to show off so much. The system noticed that he should think about how to glorify himself throughout Asia, because at the moment he is too weak. Fei replied that he initially wanted to earn money so he could marry Nana, and then went to bed. The next day at the auction, Lu was wondering if the Chen family would cause them trouble. Yan reassured her by saying that they would not do that. Xiao stated that they had nothing to fear, since Yu was with them. Shui noted that she was here so that Zhou would not get into trouble. The main character replied that he never provokes anyone first. Su also asked the young man not to create problems that would lead to trouble. Smiling Yunqing assured her sister that nothing would happen and hurried her to the auction. At that moment, Lu saw Zihue in the company of a fat woman, and the guy also noticed her. The huge lady immediately attacked Su, saying that she had been flirting with her husband the previous night. Those around him recognized the large person as a member of the Zhang family. Zihue, in turn, said that Lu was constantly pursuing him. Then he pressed himself close to his life preserver and said that he loved only her, and would never look in the direction of another. Su asked if, when he said that he was going abroad, he actually married this woman. The sister understood that it was all about money. The guy tried to refute this version, saying that he simply loved her. The girl continued to escalate the situation, noting that he apparently lacks maternal love, since he is with her. Zhang could not stand it and ordered her bodyguards to beat her and then throw Lu out of the auction. Yan, in turn, called on her guards to protect her little sister and destroy anyone who dared to harm her. At that moment, a policeman intervened and asked not to complicate their task and not create problems. The angry pig-like person could not calm down and said that if the police did not want to work, then they should get out of here. Meanwhile, Fei decided to play with her a little. He purchased it from the system and applied a voice change card to the woman. Arrogant Zhang continued to insult everyone, and at a certain moment, instead of speaking, she suddenly grunted like a pig. People around her began to mock her, because it was really funny. Her young husband was perplexed and asked what happened to her, but in response he heard only a pig's squeal. Zihue hurried to take her to the hospital while the people burst into laughter. Su, Yunqing and Yu agreed that it was the main character who did this. Ignoring the bum, the girls headed to the auction in a private box. Xiaofei wondered if they had declassified him and realized that he was involved in what happened. After which the young man went after his young ladies, but at that moment an unknown voice called out to him. The perplexed Zhou asked if he knew him. Chen replied that he was Xinrui's father. Fei began to conduct the conversation extremely aggressively, believing that he would not let him pass, but Liz Hong was polite and let the young man through. However, Xiao understood perfectly well that this bandit was clearly up to something and he needed to be on guard. Casual witnesses to Chen's dialogue with the guy noted that he behaved extremely impudently with Mr. Lizhong. Also eyewitnesses were Yuan and Wang, who hated the boy, because they lost a third of their fortune because of him. Then they rushed to the auction to buy some good antiques for Chen's birthday. Meanwhile, the auction had begun, as the young lady announced, hastening to introduce everyone to the first lot. Su asked Zhou's opinion about this antique. The guy replied that it was garbage. As well as the next few lots that Lu offered, Fei rejected everything. But the next lot turned out to be a real treasure. Xiao urged his sister to definitely buy the coins. The girl did not understand what was special about the minted coins of the Qin dynasty, but the young man insisted on buying them and she agreed. Antique dealers began to outbid each other. Eventually the amount was 6.5 million. At this time, Su upped the ante, setting a price tag of 6,600,000. The auctioneer tapped her hammer a couple of times. Lu naively believed that the coins were in her pocket. However, at the very last moment, Lizhong intervened and increased the price by 100,000 yuan. Fei understood that he deliberately wanted to annoy them. Su and Chen began to play catch-up, constantly raising the price. When the amount reached 8 million, the main character shouted out 20. Smiling Lizhong thought he had achieved success, since the guy lost more than 10 million in 1 minute of anger. Lu was furious and urged him not to do this, but the auctioneer tapped the hammer 3 times, so Xiao bought the coins. Everyone present also believed that the young man had made a mistake by buying coins for such fabulous money. The grinning Chen noted that those who buy such cheap antiques for such a sum are fools. However, the main character had a completely different opinion. The guy joyfully declared that they were rich, but Lu did not think so. Shui said that they lost a lot of money, as evidenced by the expression on her sister's face. Zhou said that he was the best antique appraiser in the world, and could not waste that kind of money. Fei, out of friendship, offered to Yen to buy these coins from him for 80 million. Su said nervously that he had no right to deceive Miss Yunqing so brazenly. Then the young man began to tell the story of the origin of these coins. One day a meteorite with the inscription on it fell from the sky. When the emperor died, the earth would be crushed, Qin was suppressed and destroyed, and coins were believed to save from heavenly punishment. Xiao added that these coins were cast from meteorite alloy metal and this is the only batch in the world, so it is up to her to decide. Yen believed him and said that she would soon transfer the money to him. Su asked if he was lying. Fei replied that he had never lied to her and that it was indeed true. You could not understand when the guy managed to become a master of antique appraisal, and therefore it was becoming increasingly difficult to read him. Yunqing inquired about the next lot, a jade Buddha, the starting price of which was 20 million. The main character noticed that Nana's father had raised the price to 25 million, so he decided to help him. Zhou called Yuan and said that this antique had internal damage and was not worth the money. Wang asked him who called him. Her husband replied that it was Xiaofei. The young man said that this Buddha was defective and should not be bought, but his wife convinced Yuan, urging him not to believe this scoundrel. After which Wang snatched the sign from her husband and increased the amount to 30 million. Lu noticed that Fei's future relatives did not trust him. Xiao said sadly, he tried to help them, and his conscience is clear. As a result, the Hua family purchased a jade Buddha for 30 million. Satisfied, Wang said that this antique would be a good gift for Mr. Chen, adding that Zhou clearly lied to them, but Yuan insisted on taking the item for examination. The wife agreed only to spit in the student's face after the evaluator's results. At this time, the auctioneer presented the last specimen, called the Golden Knight Lance, which was allegedly used by Joan of Arc. Yen asked the opinion of the appraisal genius. Fei stated that it was a fake and could only be bought for its metal. But the price should still be increased. The surprised Qing asked why bargain if they wouldn't buy it. At this moment, Li Xiao turned to them. He also wanted to increase the price so that the guy would pay a large sum of money for the fake. Yun realized that the young man intended to put the Chen family in their place in this way. The initial price of this lot was 80 million. The rich began to raise it. When the price tag exceeded 150 million, Fei encouraged Yen to play along a little. The girl immediately outbid the price by shouting 200 million yuan. People understood that no one could compete with her family. However, Li Xiao took it upon himself to responsibly raise the bar to 210. People noted that the Chen family was now at war with the Yen family. Qing played her role perfectly, and was supposedly angry. Yun raised by 20 million. Wealthy people thought that the girl was in a difficult situation. Li Xiao continued to play and raised the price by another 10 million. Qing immediately shouted out 300, Chen again raised it by 10. After which Yen smiled and said that from now on these antiques were his. The young man was furious. Liz Hong hastened to reassure him, saying that they would sell this spear for much more. But suddenly he received a call and was told that the lot was a fake, and now the Chen family was in a deplorable state. Rong remembered that he had once seen this original weapon in the French museum. Satisfied, Yunqing asked Xiao if he was a good actress. Zhou replied that she did a great job. She took pleasure in the fact that the Chen family would shell out a large sum of money for a fake. Li Xiao realized that Yen actually knew about the fake spear and lured him into a trap. Liz Hong noticed that she had nothing to do with it, and it was Xiaofei who came up with it all. Chen realized how influential the guy was, and he needed to be killed. At this point the auction ended and everyone hurried to the exit. The next one was supposed to take place in a year. Qing suddenly grabbed the main character and dragged him along to evaluate the coins. Zhou said that he did not lie to her about them. Yun knew that he was lying to her and just wanted to know their real price. Where Nana's parents were already standing in line, Wang asked Yuan if he really believed Fei's words. Ho replied that he just wanted to dispel doubts, because it was still a gift, and his wife agreed with him. Meanwhile, Yen and Xiao moved to the end of the line, and Wang asked a specialist to evaluate the Jade Buddha. The appraiser said that this was a real antique. The woman was already rejoicing, and she even managed to accuse Zhou of lying, but the man added that there was damage inside the object. Concluding that the item was defective and had cracks, Wang was horrified. Yuan sadly stated that the young man really wanted to help them. Fei pretended to hear someone call him the best appraiser in the world. Yunqing told him that his future mother-in-law tried to yell at him. Xiao replied that he had long been accustomed to this attitude and hurried to evaluate the coins. Having brought them up and asked a specialist to check their authenticity, Li Xiao, who was standing behind them, said that they were worth no more than 8 million. Adding to her sarcastic remark that she, as an experienced antique dealer, should not have spent so much money. Fei noticed that he himself had recently spent more than 300 million on a trinket. After which Li Xiao and the main character began to insult each other for a long time. People began to actively discuss their altercation, naively believing that the coins were really not worth that kind of money. However, a moment later the appraiser announced that the coins were cast from a meteorite alloy. Everyone was shocked. The rich understood that each coin could cost about 20 million. The enraged Liz Hong also realized that the young man had calculated everything and would earn a fortune. Wang was furious when she found out how much the coins were worth. Yuan noticed that they had clearly underestimated Fei. Yunqing could not stand it and poured out her emotions on Zhou, kissing him on the cheek, after which Yen declared that she was not good enough for a genius like him. At that moment, an unknown man approached her and asked her to sell him these coins. Smelling the smell of money, the girl was about to sell him 8 coins for 200 million. He agreed. Qing asked him to transfer money to her bank account. The stranger reached into the inner pocket of his jacket and suddenly pulled out a knife. Yun was scared and thought that she was finished, but Xiao stopped time for a second using the system and hurried to her aid. A moment later, the main character covered the girl with himself, thereby exposing himself to attack. Ultimately, the killer wounded him, and he did not understand how he could have missed, because he is a Class A killer. After which he tried to attack again and attacked Xiaofei with Yen. But at this time Yu knocked the knife out of his hand, which stuck into the wall. Turning around, the killer saw a cute girl. He could not even think that she had martial arts skills. The killer realized that his mission had failed, and therefore hurried to escape. However, Zhou did not give him such an opportunity by tripping him. Then Shui, who attacked him from behind, also tried, and the man collapsed to the floor. Subsequently, having neutralized the criminal, Yu handcuffed him. Fei understood that she was a rather insidious woman. At that moment a policeman ran up and asked what was the matter. Shui showed her badge and said that this killer is extremely dangerous, so you need to call the city bureau. The law enforcement officer said that he would definitely contact his boss. Meanwhile, Su and Yunqing ran up to Zhou and inquired about his health. Xiao replied that he was fine. Yu began to make fun of him in every possible way, saying that the guy had really grown up and matured, adding that in such a short period of time, no one would have had time to react. Zhou began to boast again, saying that he had cultivated and trained a lot. Naturally, Fei could not tell Shui about the system that could stop time. Yunqing, in turn, said that he needed to go to the hospital because he was bleeding. The deputy chief left the criminal in charge of the police, noting that she would come to the station later. Liz Hong watched everything that was happening. He understood that the young man was extremely dangerous and very fast, and he needed to be careful with someone like that. In addition, Xiao would obviously take revenge on him, so it was necessary to contact Tong. Some time later, at the police station where Yu and Zhou arrived, the chief praised the guy for his help. After all, he helped catch a high-class hired killer who committed at least 40 murders in Central Asia. Lao noticed that he had greatly annoyed the bandits and they would take revenge on him, so he offered to join a special squad. Xiao replied that he would protect himself. He understood that there could be no one better than the system. Shui asked why he refused prematurely, without even knowing where he was called. Zhou asked her a counter-question: why was she so worried and nervous about him? Offended, Yu said that he would now tell her not to meddle in his affairs. The guy said that she did not understand everything correctly. Lao offered another option to Fei, to serve the police as a hacking instructor. But Xiao again refused him, since he did not have time. He himself understood that he was deceiving them with the help of his system. However, Luo said that he would only need half a day a week for distance learning. The main character realized that his arguments did not work and the boss was good at treating people. Zhou could not stand such pressure and agreed, asking to postpone the work for a month in order to collect his thoughts. The chief immediately congratulated him on joining the police force as a hacking specialist. The problem was that now the young man needed to earn 500 points to buy hacking knowledge from the system. Lao added that the first month will be a probationary period for him and he will also be given a certificate. The guy's eyes lit up and he asked if this was the card with which he could beat people without consequences. The boss noted that Xiaofei was clearly addicted to beating people. Zhou himself understood that this was a necessary artifact for him to restore justice. And if he had known from the beginning that he would have such advantages, he would have agreed immediately. While Luo was wondering whether the boy, taking advantage of his official position, would harm others, Lao urged Xiao not to rejoice ahead of time, because if he does not train people well, he will not pass the probationary period. After which Fei hastened to say goodbye to the boss, who already considered the young man his colleague. Meanwhile, in the dark web organization, a meeting of mercenaries was held. They studied video materials from the auction. The president asked his colleagues if they had seen Zhou's movements during the assassin's attack. One of them noted that such a reaction is characteristic only of a martial arts master. They began to discuss how the young man dealt with the equally dangerous Medusa, which gave a correct assessment of Fei, but she did not take into account some details. The leader urged to avoid meeting with Xiao, despite the fact that he is the priority of their organization. And in order to complete this task, you can sacrifice your life, but you don't need to make meaningless sacrifices. At this time, Zhou returned to the hotel, where Lu, Yan and Yu were waiting for him. They asked how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. The main character asked Yunqing why they hired a hitman to kill her. Qing suggested that her family was involved because they thought she was handling things wrong. Xiao compared this to Su's situation, which the family was also trying to get rid of. Fei recommended that Yun recruit more bodyguards for herself in order to avoid such situations in the future. The girl, in turn, thanked him and Yu for saving her life. Zhou said that he would not let her get into trouble, because they were business partners. Just as they were about to return to their room, a pig-like woman with security approached them. Pointing her finger at Lu, Zhu called on her thugs to strip her and throw her naked on the street. Shui stated that she can't stand people who bully others. In this connection, Yu and Fei hurried to confront the crowd of bandits. Xiao was the first to attack the ugly woman's hapless minions. Zhou noticed that the Zhang family had brought trouble upon themselves, and then urged Su and Yan to hide. After a certain time, Shui and Xiaofei scattered the gang of thugs. The guy then walked towards the fat woman. Yu urged him not to do anything illegal. The young man said that she was the first to start creating chaos, and she should be taught a lesson. The deputy chief noted that in this case he would become like bandits who don't care about law and order. Fei replied that he could not allow this woman to bully others, so such people needed to be taught. Moreover, the best way to do this is to play by their own rules. Zhu demanded that the young man not approach her. Xiao advised you not to get involved in this because she is a police officer and could get into trouble. Approaching the pig-like woman, Zhou said that she was too fat. Zhang suddenly raised her hand. This is exactly what Fei was waiting for. He deliberately provoked her so that she would strike first. Having dodged her blow, the guy pretended that she still hit him and grabbed his face. The young man began to accuse her of causing physical harm. Zhu, in turn, stated that she didn't even get hit. But Xiao could not be stopped. He began to slap her in the face with less force. In response, Zhu stated that she was a member of one of the 4 high-ranking families. There was a pandemonium. People said that this was an excessively cruel act on his part, adding that he doesn't know who he's dealing with, because she's from the Zhang family. One of them called on Zhu to leave immediately while they deal with this scoundrel. The angry minions of the pig-like individual began to threaten Fei with physical harm, but Xiao said that he was not afraid of any of the 4 families in Chenzhou province. Moreover, he can absolutely easily afford to insult Chen, and even more so Zhang, which literally shocked everyone. One of them shouted that he was a suicide bomber, because he dared to offend a lady on her territory. The system, in turn, awarded the eloquent showman with experience points. However, Zhou continued his mockery without fear of consequences. Those around him thought that he was not all right in his head, because he was again provoking a conflict. The program again awarded points for successful show-off. The young man understood that he should not stop there. At that moment, police officers approached them and asked what was happening. Zhu screamed like crazy that this young man had beaten her. The police officer immediately charged Fei with assault with intent to harm and asked him to come with them. But the main character said that he was just defending himself, and she hit him first. And they can ask her about this, after which they asked her a question about who was the instigator in this situation. Zhang began to mutter incoherently. Zhou said that they could also watch the video cameras. One of the law enforcement officers whispered in the older man's ear that the guy was telling the truth. Fei noticed that this woman was trying to influence their colleagues using her family's status. And he literally quoted Zhu that if the police don't want to work, then they should get out of here. One of them recognized her as the person who caused a commotion at the auction, and after which her voice turned into a pig's squeal. The senior said that they were ordinary workers and due to her status, the boss would take care of this matter. In response, Zhu said that she would do everything to get them fired, because her family spends a lot of money on taxes, and therefore on their salaries. The policeman corrected himself, saying that even the chief would not help in this matter, and therefore it was necessary to invite the head of the department. But since they don't have his contacts, they can't help her, after which the law enforcement officers hastened to leave. Eyewitnesses began to mock her again, calling her a pig who deserved such treatment. Zhang frantically took out her phone and stated that she had more connections. Zhu then called Uncle Wu and tearfully complained to him about Fei, saying that he beat her and the police did nothing. However, the main character was not afraid of her connections, because he also had his own people there. The guy immediately called Lao. After some time, Wu and Luo arrived at the hotel. They met at the entrance and realized that they had been called on the same matter. Walking inside the lobby, the boss saw Xiaofei, who was always causing him trouble. A tearful Zhu instantly ran up to Uncle Wu and complained to him about Zhou, demanding some action from him. Those around were shocked, because she really called the head of the department. People believed that the young man would now have a hard time. After listening to the inadequate Zhu, Wu demanded an explanation from Zhou. The young man partially admitted his guilt, but with some nuances. Lao noted Zhao's excessive calm. The guy said that everyone present saw her hit him first, adding that they can view CCTV footage. Wu already realized that Fei was telling the truth, but he provoked this conflict. The department head urged Zhou to pay Zhu's medical expenses and ask for her forgiveness. But the distraught Zhang was not satisfied with this solution to the problem. She said that her uncle should put him in prison. Then the pig threw away a wad of money and said that her family had plenty of money for which they would hire the best lawyer. People believed that Wu would imprison the boy because he did not want problems in the future. Another eyewitness said that if the case comes to court, then she should be imprisoned. However, if Zhu continues to create problems, the head of the department may no longer stand up for her. The man noted that this would not happen because Wu was afraid of the wrath of the Zhang family. The boss himself understood that she was an extremely stupid woman who was making a mountain out of a mountain. The head was already inclined to actually arrest the boy. At this time, Chief Luo intervened and whispered in Wu's ear that Fei was actually his employee, after which Lao winked at Xiao, the boss himself called out to Zhu. The director said that she shouldn't create problems out of the blue and hurried to leave. Zhang, like everyone else, was in the deepest bewilderment. Wu added that if she is not satisfied with this course of events, then she has the right to tell her father about it. Then the head of the police department approached the main character and urged him to work harder. As Lao passed by Zhou, he looked at him menacingly and ordered him not to drag him into such situations. People were at a loss as to who Xiaofei really was, because the director took pity on him, assuming that the young man is also a police officer. Yan, standing aside, said that she understood why the chief let him go. Su became interested and asked her. Yunqing stated that he was the illegitimate son of Wu. At that moment, the joyful Fei called out to the girls and called them to follow him. Qing, in turn, pestered Xiao with a question: is he really the director's son, because his last words speak precisely of this. Shui took it upon herself to reveal that Zhou was actually a hacking instructor for the police. Yan was extremely surprised to understand why he behaved so unceremoniously with Zhang. The main character stated that he would behave this way with anyone who dared to contact him, after which you hurried everyone to finally go home, and they got into the car. Meanwhile, a young guy was watching them from afar. He turned out to be the brother of Zhao Qing, whom Xiao killed. Naturally, the young man wanted to take revenge on him. Fei noticed that Qing now has 3 guard cars, and this is correct. Yan said, this is all because Zhou has made enemies for himself and, accordingly, for her. The guy asked Shui if the Chen family was preparing a big truck to ram them. Su urged him to shut up immediately, as he might cast a jinx. A moment later, a truck actually drove towards them. Fei saw another car to the side and reported that he was not alone. Lu and Yunqing grabbed each other. Yu, in turn, understood that she would not have time to taxi. At this moment, the main character asked the system to stop time for 2 seconds. Then he called on Shui to immediately taxi to get out from under the wheels of the truck. There were only a few milliseconds left before the collision. It seemed there was no chance of salvation. But they still survived. The guard asked if Yan was okay. The girl replied that she was fine and asked him to check the others. Seeing that the third car flew into a ditch, and there were numerous traces of blood on the asphalt, they were horrified. Fei could not forgive himself, because they were chasing him, so he dragged them into this. Yun urged him to immediately calm down and not blame himself. At that moment, Zhou swore that he would destroy the Chen and Shan family. Shui also tried to calm down the angry Xiao, telling him not to be so impulsive. The guy asked the system to show him all the people nearby, but the program stated that this area was not well visible and needed to connect to a satellite. And for this you need another 100 points. The young man agreed, and the system gave him a card. After some time, Fei examined everything around the perimeter and found an unknown man with binoculars on the roof. Seeing that he was talking to someone on the phone, Xiao asked the program to record the conversation. Yu Ju told his patron that his attempt to kill Zhou had failed. The boss ordered him to leave this location. The guy ordered guard Yan to look after the girls, and he himself went to meet with Ju. Shui advised him not to be so hot-tempered and followed him. Qing asked what Fei was up to. Lu replied, judging by the expression on his face, he intends to kill someone. Eagerly searching for you in the crowd of people, Xiao finally found the scoundrel and shouted his name, after which he began to brutally beat him. Ju could not understand how he recognized him. With each blow, the main character only seemed to get angrier and continued to inflict painful blows on him. Yu watched in horror what was happening. She could not even think that Fei was so cruel in anger. The beaten Yu did not understand how Xiao could be weaker, because he is one of Tong Shan's 12 wards. Zhou, in turn, could not stop and literally created a bloody mess. Suddenly Su grabbed his hand and urged him to stop, as he could kill the guy. At this time, the police arrived and ordered Fei not to move, pointing a gun at him. Xiao raised his hands and said that he was one of them. After some time, he found himself in the chief's office. Luo stated that Ju was taken to the hospital in serious condition. Lao asked if he had evidence of Yu's guilt. Zhou asked what would happen to him if he found evidence. The boss promised to put him behind bars for life if the young man really had evidence. Fei played him a recording of the conversation. Meanwhile, Tong rebelled at the police station. Luo came out to him and asked what was the matter. Shan said that he would not leave it like that, because his people were being beaten for no reason. Entering the chief's office, he asked why he was called as a suspect and why Xiao was there. Lao replied that Zhou was a police officer and there had been an attempt on his life, and its organizer had been arrested. Tong demanded proof, not just empty talk. The main character got up from his chair and played him a recording of Zhu's conversation with him, where the guy talked about an unsuccessful murder attempt. Shan replied, "This cannot be," and they simply forged the audio recording. Luo assured him that they would check it for authenticity. The boss said that Qing and Zhu were brothers, and naturally Yu wanted to avenge his death, and he tried to dissuade the youth. Fei noticed that Tong skillfully conducts his dirty business, as he always comes out unscathed, adding that Shan really had better kill him quickly, otherwise, he will kill Tong. The boss was noticeably nervous, but tried not to show it, after which Lao accused him of conspiring with Zhu and attempting to murder a police officer, so he was detained. Shan replied that since he did not trust him, he agreed to stay a little longer. The boss called his subordinate and ordered him to take Mr. Tong with him to have a cup of tea with him. Fei noted the boss's calmness, which means that he doesn't care whether Yu survives or not. Xiao asked the boss if he has strengthened Zhu's security. Luo said he sent his men to the hospital to look after him. Zhou understood that Shan was not one of those who would wait for someone to die, so he needed to be on his guard. Suddenly the boss received a call saying that Zhu had escaped from the hospital. He was terrified. The main character asked the system to show him a satellite image of the hospital, but the program refused to do this, because the distance was too great, and he did not have enough points. Zhou asked for a loan, assuring that he would quickly repay her. However, the system stated that influential people never ask anyone for help. Luo ordered his men to immediately find Yu, threatening them with punishment. Meanwhile, the crippled Zhu woke up in an unfamiliar place. At that moment, Liz Hong came into his room and asked how he was feeling. He added that his personal doctor will be able to treat his injuries, but the situation with his face is more complicated. Chen asked Yu not to go out, promising to kill Xiaofei. Zhu was extremely grateful to Liz Hong for the help he provided and thanked him. Chen needed to go away for a while and asked the guy to call him if he needed anything. Yu slowly and extremely painfully got out of bed and looked in the mirror. The young man was terrified. He wanted to kill the entire Zhou family. At this time, at the police station, Luo asked the main character to go home and rest, but be on guard. Xiao asked the boss for a favor to ensure the safety of his parents. The chief replied that he had already sent a detachment of his guys who would guard his relatives around the clock. Fei thanked Lao and noted that if he needed the help of a hacker, he could count on him. Luo understood that Zhou was in his debt and at the right moment he would take advantage of the boy. Meanwhile, the main character returned to the hostel, where his friends met him. Voltaire thought that he had left for the province forever. He was immediately bombarded with questions about why she was so tired, because upon entering the room, the guy collapsed on the bed. Another asked what places Fei had visited and what interesting things he had seen. Exhausted, Zhou said that he almost visited the underworld. Xiao noticed that his bed was made and asked who did it. One of the friends replied that it was a girl from the history department who came every day to wash his things and tidied up a little. The young man realized that it was Lu, and immediately indicated that he and she were just friends. A friend noted that usually strong relationships between a man and a woman begin with such words. Fei went outside for a walk and thought about Wenzi, not understanding why she had not given up yet. The system stated that it would be good for him to have a goal in life and strives to realize it. At that moment, Xiao saw the pandemonium and Miao and Lu quarreling. He decided to find out what was going on. Lily accused Wenzi of stealing his young man. Zhou could not understand when he managed to become her boyfriend, because Miao never showed interest in him. At this time, a fair-haired young man came up and said that he loved Lu. The main character realized that it was not about him at all, but about this guy. Lily was outraged and wondered why Wen was better than her, since she was not that beautiful. Z stated that she was not interested in Hongtao. Miao immediately drew Bai's attention to Lu's statement. The self-confident youth suddenly took Wenzi's hand and said that he liked her very much. The girl standing on the side literally went crazy for Hongtao, dreaming of being in Lu's place. Fei understood that all guys use this trick, and he was clearly deceiving one. Z said that she doesn't like Bai, and she already has someone who likes her. The angry girls began to say that Hongtao could not be compared with Xiaofei. Miao continued to escalate the situation, saying that Lu had done something wrong for 100,000 yuan. Wenzi replied that she had no right to insult Zhou. The irrepressible Lily told Bai and everyone that Wen sold herself for 100,000 xiao. After all, she naively believed that he was rich, but in fact he turned out to be a poor man, and her cousin wiped her feet on him. Hong Tao immediately began offering Lu millions of yuan, but Zi refused him, adding that for Lily the most important thing is not what kind of person it is, but that he has money, and in fact, she feels that she is not as good as Wen, which is why she is nervous. Those around him noticed that this was most likely true, since Miao's expression instantly changed. At this moment, the embittered Lily once again insulted Zi, after which she could not stand it and swung her hand to hit Lu, but Fei arrived in time and grabbed her hand. The main character stated that she insulted him and called him trash. Miao, in turn, repeated the insults and accused him of trying to deceive her cousin. A moment later, Zhou gave her a gentle slap in the face. The girl was shocked, like the others. Lily insulted him, but didn't even bother to think about what happened last time. People began to laugh at the girl, but she began to boil with anger. At this time, the joyful Wenzi ran up to her savior and hugged him, because she was really happy about him. Hong Tao literally glared at this couple, because a competitor appeared on the horizon. Bai said that this guy has absolutely no manners, because he even beats girls. Fei accused him of inaction when Miao wanted to hit Lu. The enraged Bai said that it was not for him to tell him how to behave. Xiao replied that a true gentleman would not allow himself to do this, and asked who he was. Hong Tao proudly said his name and said that his family was one of the 4 main ones in Yanjing. Zhou noted that in this case he should have been in Oxford at a minimum, and not here. People supported Fei's version, because the rich would be the last to go to their university. An angry Bai threatened Xiao. The guy replied that he already had many enemies, so he should get in line. Those present noted another victory for Zhou and hastened to disperse. Wenzi apologized to Fei as she was causing him trouble again. The young man replied that everything was fine, because Lily was really rude and always provoked everyone into conflict. After which he invited Lu to take a walk. The girl naturally agreed. While crossing the road, they were noticed by another ill-wisher of Xiao. When asked Fei how he went to Qinzhou, the guy replied that it was fun. Zhou began to tell her about his adventures, how he offended 2 noble families and dealt with bandits. Suddenly, an unknown man with a pistol in his hands called out to the main character, stating that he had tolerated him for a long time, and now it was time for payback. Xiao turned around and the guy shot at him.